And it's just been very, very peaceful as protesters hold their signs up and, try to voice their concerns about this latest shooting. But while these protesters gather, the GBI is investigating the shooting, and this surveillance video, if this could call that up, this, they're saying, will be a key part of their investigation. Here you can see Brooks running from officers, and at one point they say he turns and they believe he's pointing a taser at officers. Now, seconds later, he's shot and he goes down. Now, we asked the GBI director, Rick Reynolds, if pointing a taser is enough use of force, or it constitutes enough use of force to shoot with deadly efforts.
Not passing the buck, but that's a question that's going to have to be answered by the prosecutor in this case. What our job is to gather all the facts we can, do it as thoroughly, as completely, and quickly as possible, and then give it to him. And then that DA's office is going to have to make that call.
Now, as they try to make that call, they say they are, again, investigating this, and they're going to try to do a very thorough investigation as quickly as they can. Again, that video that they just showed is going to be one of the key points they're using. They're also using some videos that have been turned over by eyewitness. They say when they gather all of that together, they will turn the information over to the district attorney's office, and they then will determine if, charges will be filed against that officer. Live in Centennial Park, Bobeth Yates, CBS 46 News.
Bobeth, thank you so much. This is still a fast developing story. We have reporters posted all throughout the city, so certainly we are keeping you up to date with the latest developments in this case. Be sure to download our CBS 46 streaming app.
If you enjoyed the weather today, you're certainly going to enjoy it again tomorrow with another day in the 80s, and then we'll stay in the 80s as we go throughout the week. One day, though, Tuesday, we might even dip into the upper 70s. A small chance of rain every single day for the upcoming week, but no one day looks like a washout, and no rain for tomorrow. So get in all of those outside plans and enjoy the slightly lower humidity that we have right now for Sunday. And then as we head into next weekend, the first official weekend of summer, looks like it's going to be dry and hot too. Brittany?
Molly, thank you so much, and I want to thank you at home for joining us for the CBS 46 News at 6. We have a lot to get through throughout the night. We have reporters posted all throughout the city as we continue to cover this breaking news story of the shooting death of Rashad Brooks by an Atlanta police officer. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms calling for that officer's termination. We'll have the latest on CBS 46 News at 11.
It's not as big, but it's, That's because Danica didn't know. This morning, I saw the video, whatever, I was trying to get them on. Are they black or not? I have to watch it. So, then after the Floyd, like, anytime a white cop does anything, it's a wrap. It's possible. Right now it seems kind of. I don't want to jinx it, but Exactly.
Exactly. Stand by. I just talked to Eric. I need all crews to stay powered up or stand by and let me get a grip of what's happening there. This should literally just end it, so we need a minute.
Something right away.
Cool. Thank you, ma'am.
I can wait on something like that. We'll see. I'll keep you updated. All right, Dad. I'll call Maurice.
Hey, man.
Next week, and
How are you? I'm okay.
Bye, Dad.
Yes, it is.
CBS 46. Hey, don't talk for a minute.
So it looks like, I mean, the protest, Yasmina had good protests where she is, and Bobeth has good protests where she is. Bobeth's a much more peaceful than Yasmina, because she's like where it happened. So I think that's still going to be the story, because those protests started at 1 a.m. when we kind of owned it. So for the later shows, we were going to play up the fact that we were the only ones there when the protest started last night, and early this morning. And with the, protesters still out there now. That video, the surveillance video and things came down really late, so there wasn't a whole lot of time. Yeah, it wasn't a body cam, that's surveillance
Hey,
from
we
like
hear
the
the
Wednesday
newsroom audio,
or
that's
something.
why I was asking y'all, can we wait just for a
Yeah,
second?
we didn't get
to
body
the audio
cam.
in here? Like, we hear everything she's saying online. Why? I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out, I'm trying to give y'all, I need a minute.
What?
You're online.
Hold on, I'm on, what?
They can hear you online.
Can we just?
I'm not online. What?
I need a minute, ma'am.
I'm not online.
You are very much.
Okay, I'm on my cell phone.
Whatever's happening in the newsroom
Well,
is being
we're
streamed.
hearing news.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
On all live streams, apparently.
But
So, can we kill the
stand by,
audio
because Barry
somehow
needs
and
the
watch
attention.
what happens?
Hold on, please. Let me just put the news
I
director
don't
on
know,
hold.
but
so we can-
I think it's the fucking mic over near the wall.
Yeah, it is. So is it off now?
I'm just unplugging it.
I have a computer attached to.
Yes, I'll just take it to the online. Where is he? He's behind. I got to hold the camera.
Where are they going?
They're supposed to come right here.
Oh, okay. You text anything?
Yeah.
All reporters sit on the ground and get out of my truck. I was just joking, please.
No, my head is in all the...
All photographers.
Has he called his, what TV news? Natasha.
Huh?
No.
No
He
way.
in my shot now. There you go. There you go. Hey, transfer me to ENG, please. Hey, I'm on David Brooks's TVU. I don't know which one. Yeah, I don't know which one he have. I'm about to do a conference presser with the. It's the one Doug was on. Yeah, he went to go do something. I just jumped in to do his family. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, a guy on the bike. Okay, bro. Okay, thank you. Bye. Oh, that was you? Yeah, you're lucky you're not arrested, buddy.
Yeah, you're lucky.
You're lucky they just.
He was proud he was about to get arrested.
You're lucky they only just called you, didn't he?
Hey, George. All right, how are you?
Oh, that's the family member right there. Isn't that the nephew? Oh, no. Lord. Yeah. Can she fit in your car? Will she be able to get in the car? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Hey, we'll talk later. You want me to call you on the red phone? That's my girl, dog. Man. He good at that, boy. And then it works, too. Hey, you gonna get the, I mean, if you want. I have.
This is still.
You know what? I
have
3
You want to do this?
That's it.
I think we have time.
Wait, where's...
Huh?
I was looking for
He's
Doug.
not take over.
Okay.
What channel?
All of them.
Okay, cool.
You need that IG?
Ceremony?
Bring your hand to viewers.
Is that what I saw, Charles? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. Did you just have your wedding ceremony?
I did.
Oh my God.
Last weekend.
He's married
Pretty.
now.
I don't mean I can't stand next to her.
Where did Mary Pat go? Or just so?
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Charles.
Yes, sir.
Man, there's lots of extensions. What is this, like a spider's ball?
These are my brothers and sisters.
I know, it's stupid. Didn't they see that thing in, where was that, in Minneapolis?
Gerald, can you stay back there so we can get a good angle of you?
Oh,
Is that angle? Yeah.
It's not really good angles.
I'm not. I'm just doing a cut.
You're good.
It's just front. Now she takes good angles. I don't take good angles.
I'm all right.
Were they held accountable under Eric Garner?
Yeah.
Samir Rice? Oh, man.
All right, my name is Reverend Jared Sawyer Jr. With the Tire Campaign. I'm standing here with Mary Pat Hector, Attorney Gerald Griggs, and Mr. Richard Rose, who is the president of the Atlanta NAACP. We stand here in the midst of all of this again. First of all, to echo the sentiments of the entire city of Atlanta and the nation that's been woken up by what has happened with this terrible situation of Mr. Rashard Brooks being murdered at the hands of the police here in Atlanta. Enough is enough. Time is up. Time is out for such injustice over and over and over again. But in the midst of all of this, the late Mrs. Coretta Scott King once said, the struggle is a never-ending process. The freedom is never really won, but that you have to earn it and that you have to win it in every generation. This is the time for us to stand up and for us to rise together in the spirit of justice and in the spirit of equity so that we can move forward to win the freedom of police brutality and criminal justice reform in this generation. We stand with the family of Mr. Rashard Brooks, and we give our condolences to them. We want to let them know as a family in the city of Atlanta that we are here with them and that we are here for them during this time, and that we're not going to let up, we're not going to let off until we see justice roll down like waters and righteousness like a mighty stream.
Like for me, I really hate that we have to be here literally a week after the mayor talked about the fact that these issues don't happen in the the city of Atlanta. This is a black city. This is Wakanda. But it's obvious that black people can't even go in their black neighborhoods and just be, and we have these issues happening. It's completely ridiculous, and I feel like as an activist who's been out here for the past few days, it's a complete and utter slap in our faces. The police department, Chief Shields, and others talked about the fact that they were going to work to fix these problems, especially after the students from Spelman and Morehouse were pulled out of their cars. But it's obvious that the APD has not learned proper de-escalation processes. It's obvious that, you know, whether it's up against the wall in Oakland, stop and frisk in New York City, or assume the position in Chicago, that the police feel like we don't have any rights. It just breaks my heart that this is happening right here within our community. And you see this shit all the time in different cities and different states. But the fact that the mayor would get on the news and talk about this being a black city with black leadership, yet this black leadership does not stand up for us. And I am completely sick and tired. And it's sad that on a Saturday I have to even be out here, but I'm going to be out here for as long as I need to be, because my brother should have a right to go to the windows. My brother should have the right to go down the street if he wants to, and I shouldn't have to fear for his life. And so I'm just hurt, and these emotions are raw, and you can see it out here. And it would be different if this was an isolated event, but black people are out here because this is our existence. This is what we deal with and have to go through each and every day. And I'm tired. Jared has a shirt on that says I'm tired. I am tired. I shouldn't have to deal with this. We shouldn't have to deal. I shouldn't be afraid to be within my own community. And I just have to let y'all know, I know it was white officers in that video, but Atlanta does have black leadership, but we're not just fighting against white racist cops. We're fighting against the black cops too. We're fighting against the system. And I'm so tired and I'm so emotional, and I have every right to be. I have every right to be emotional. We have every right to be angry. I'm sorry. My name is Mary Pat Hector.
Gerald, can you react to the resignation of Chief Shields?
I think that it was definitely necessary because there's a culture in this town that wants to brush police brutality under the rug. We have 17 open cases, 14 with Atlanta Police, 7 involving police-involved shootings that are currently under investigation, 38 total cases that have been resolved. So when you start talking about police brutality, it begins and ends with Atlanta. And just the names that are on my shirt, I'm ashamed to have to add another name of our dear brother Rashard Brooks. But we have a serious police brutality problem in this town. It's time for Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms to recognize that. That's one of the demands of the NAACP, is that she formally acknowledge that Atlanta has a police brutality problem. We already called for the resignation of the police chief. But we want more than just the resignation of the police chief. We want the implementation of the Obama 21st Century Policing Initiative, which we called for after the death of DeAndre Phillips, which was in 2017. So when you realize that we have been having this conversation for darn near 5 years under 2 administrations, and there have been no changes. So at this point, I think that it's time for wholesale change, and we at the NAACP are calling for that. So I will turn it over to our president, Richard Rose, and he will outline what we are calling for.
Yeah, I'm Richard Rose, president of Atlanta NAACP. That's like you trying to save a woman from an abusive relationship that she don't want to leave.
Of what we call,
that's what America's not dealing with a lot of our people. They don't want to listen.
Your house is on fire, you call 911, they don't send the police. They send the fire department. So we are calling for a complete restructure to add psychiatrists, sociologists, social workers to deal with non-threatening issues that come into the 911 system. We are bigger than that. And we need to start from top to bottom. We want a complete restructure. We want every policeman to use their fitness to serve a diverse community. Apparently, we do not have that. There are several other things. NAACP has been in Atlanta since 1917. Our focus was voting rights, equal justice, education, and economic opportunity. Black communities still cannot afford those opportunities 109 years later. So we will be, we are planning a press conference on Tuesday. We can talk about all these things in more detail. But we are so proud of these young people to come out and echo the things that we have been talking about for decades and generations. Proud of their energy,
proud of their courage. We are just super proud of it. We don't thank these young people for coming out and making a statement.
Yeah, folks, I just want to add one other thing. As Richard has said, we are proud of young people, and because of this case, we are continuing to call for nonviolent struggle and protest. We want the protest to continue in a nonviolent manner, but elevate your voices, because clearly the power structure in Atlanta is not listening. So for 15 straight days, we've been protesting, and on the 15th day, they decided to kill an individual where they could have used de-escalation tactics. So again, we continue to call for peaceful protest, but make sure that they hear your voices. There will be a peaceful, nonviolent protest on Monday with the state chapter of the NAACP, and there will be another peaceful protest on Friday at 1 o'clock. We're going to send a message, and it's going to be clear. We will not stand for this, and we will get change. So please join us on Monday at 9 o'clock at the Richard B. Russell Building. We're going to have a huge march where we take our demands directly to the powerful, and that's directly to the state capitol.
They got them out of here. Don't mess with them. But now, the white people
There are those who asking in the city of Atlanta when we'll be satisfied. We're not going to be satisfied from just the mayor of Atlanta making a blunt statement. We're not going to be satisfied by just the firing of Chief Erica Shields. We're going to be satisfied when, first and foremost, as Attorney Griggs says, that the mayor of Atlanta acknowledges that Atlanta does have an issue with police brutality. And with,
I'm gonna let you finish, but listen,
the
so-called black people are the real Jews, and the white man is the devil that the Bible speaks of.
Right, with police brutality.
Thank
you so much.
Can you finish that last part what you were saying?
Absolutely. We're not going to be satisfied until the mayor of Atlanta acknowledges that we have an issue with police brutality and criminal justice reform in this city. We're not going to be satisfied until tangible things are done. Tangible things, just like Attorney Griggs mentioned, the 21st Century Policing Reform, President Obama, the 8 Can't Wait campaign that's been established and launched all throughout the country, and our We Are Tired campaign, at which we are acknowledging that not only do we need an executive order, because executive orders don't move from administration to administration. We need legislation in this city that is going to remove things like qualified immunity from being in the presence of favor of police officers, making that as long as they're not violating the constitutional rights of citizens around this city or around this country, that they can just get away with crimes calling it self-defense. We need to dismantle these police units that are not holding these police officers accountable to protecting citizens and ensuring that we're all able to experience the basis or the foundation of this country, liberty and justice for all. And so it's time for us to truly put the pressure, and we're not going to let up, we're not going to let off, we're going to keep on marching, we're going to keep on protesting. And so it's time for us to truly realize, specifically we're sending a message to the city of Atlanta, to the mayor, to the city council, and everyone in power that enough is enough. We're not letting off, and you need to respond to our demands right here and right now, and it's time for things to change.
Lock the motherfuckers up, right? Don't give up. They committed murder, right?
No justice, no peace.
Right?
That's
You
all.
see it on film, right? Why they not locked up right now? Sorry. But why they not locked up right now? That's what it is. If I murder somebody on camera, I'll be locked up today. Ain't no difference. That's the problem. Everybody trying to. We gotta make the cops understand they on the same level. They on the same level. They not no different. They not no different from me and you. Y'all need to see that power.
Yeah, America's bad. They say white people say America's bad, but I'm not black, so I'm a fool. That's it on your piece of art?
It's in this camera here, so
truly oppression making the white man mad and a gift to shoot with the heart. And they'll let you know, oh my God. I've seen Jake be like, oh my God, all white people are the devils.
I haven't given it to nobody, so
they are the devils. Then white people come out and protest that give destroy their heart. Well, you know what? Before I was not one.
handcuffs, and then I don't know if you captured, your cameraman captured the people running up the hill.
I was almost. But when I saw that white man hold that shot, was when I became
Let me know if you want it.
It's not. Stop letting them confuse you, man. Sing it out, huh? Sing us one of the songs of Zion. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? That's what, this is one of the scriptures Nat Turner pulled. If you watch Birth of the Nation, he said, how can I sing the Lord's song in a strange land? We in a strange land right now, acting like it's home. Like it's cool, man. It's not. Y'all still think that y'all in a sweet old good America. But you gotta understand, this place is a captivity. This place is meant for you to be destroyed. This place is supposed to destroy the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, and it's designed to do so. And you think taking one person out of position and putting them back in position is gonna do something? No, it's not. You think telling white people that they got to be held accountable, that you want to be equal? I don't want to be equal to a devil. I'm above a damn devil, man. Our people are the vessels of mercy when they're the vessels of wrath, according to Romans 9. All they have and give is wrath on the earth. Everywhere they go, man. Everywhere they go, they destroy, rape, rob, and murder people. If you want to be with these people, keep going. That's what I figure out. Verse 5, if I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her country. Let my tongue clip into the roof of my mouth. That's the problem with blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Said if I forget Jerusalem, let my right hand forget thine country. Y'all forgot y'all wisdom. You're seeking wisdom from white men, huh? You pulling down amendments like that's cool. Well, yeah, the Second Amendment said that everybody can own. But back then, slaves couldn't own no damn gun. That's not talking about you, damn it. Why is it when the NRA, they got people going out with guns, the police don't do nothing, but one black man can go out with one gun, the gun is not even chambered, don't even got a magazine in it, and they all out there. Because the amendment was not for you. The Constitution was not for you. But this Bible is FUBU, for you and by you. You forget your wisdom and your cunning, man. That wisdom and cunning that the black, Hispanics, and Native Americans got is the commandments of God. And that's what y'all love. That's what y'all wisdom went, man. Your wisdom went right out the window. Start loving your goddamn enemy, who's the white man, who is the damn devil that the Bible speaks of. Go ahead, get your pizza, Bob.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 58, verse 3. The wicked are estranged from the womb. They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies.
Yeah, they go astray as they're born, speaking lies. Y'all saw that video with that little white European girl, and she said, where did, I think she ate snacks or something. Who ate all the snacks? She said, a black person. Who taught her that? Nobody taught her that. It's written within them to be goddamn wicked, man. She ate the cookies and blamed it on a black man, and her mama gonna laugh. Like it's cool, man. Like that's funny. Like that's what irritates me about what's going on with our people. Give me Cyrus 7 and 4. Our people are foolish to keep loving these people. They're foolish, man. And if you a cop out here, I feel bad for you. You better, if you're a black man and you're a cop, you better make it your duty not to kill your own people. Because Christ told you, if you a soldier, kill no one. He said, if you're a soldier, kill no man. As a black man with some little bit of power, do it to save your people and not to take their lives, man. Hold them white devils that's in your office accountable, man. Because you know what they be doing. You know a lot of your senior officers or other co-workers, they evil, man. We gotta hold them accountable, man. Today, I'm gonna be happy today I see black policemen stumping out a white policeman. I'll be happy. Because it's not about what I want to say. It's not about profession. It's not about profession. It's not about ideology. It's about nationality. It's about nationality, man. That's all right, 1-7. I'll bring it out, huh?
That is not peaceful. That is intimidation, and
This is the book of Sirach, chapter 7 and verse 4. Seek not of the Lord preeminence, neither of the king the seat of honor. Justify not thyself before the Lord, and boast not of thy wisdom before the king.
So you gotta understand, y'all seek preeminence, man. As a black man, you think that always being, how you seek preeminence to be with the king, and then don't do nothing to help your people, man.
Right.
You a judge, don't do nothing to help your people. You a cop, don't do nothing to help your people. You a business owner, don't do nothing to help your people. That's ridiculous, man. You think white people band together to make sure they people get something, man. Something. Matter of fact, these white people, they band together to gentrify the land. A lot of the black businesses that you thought it was cool to knock out their windows and destroy their businesses, if they don't have money to renovate, let the white people hate black people. I got the money to buy your business. And now it's a white people. And now you got more George Floyds and Ahmaud Arbery's going on. Because our people don't use wisdom. You gotta use that preeminence or political power you got to help your people. I'm seeing too many political problems these days. Too many, man. Thinking like it's cool. You don't love who y'all are, man. Y'all don't place value on what y'all are, man. Holding a sign is not going to place value in your life. What's going to place value in your life is keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, man. Because the law says you can't hate your brother, man. The law says you can't kill your brother, man. The law says if your brother is back to poor, he got nothing to eat, take a meal. Because once you start keeping the commandments of God, that's when black lives really matter, man. I'll bring that out, Doc.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 30 and verse 15. For thus saith the Lord God, the Holy Israel, in returning and rest shall ye be saved. In confidence. Verse 16. But ye, verse 15. For thus saith the Lord God, the Holy One of Israel, in returning and rest shall ye be saved. In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength, and ye would not. Verse 16. But ye said, no, for we will flee upon horses, therefore shall ye flee, and will ride upon the swift, therefore shall they pursue you, shall they that pursue you be swift.
See, those that pursue us is swift, man. When the Lord said, in our quiet and our confidence, man. Some of us, we don't even know. We know that the white man's the devil. The cop pulls up, and then we acting all sporadic, giving them a reason. Because you know, white people, they're going to go on the comment boards and do what? Oh, you see, he moved around, and then he wasn't complying, and then he deserved to die. Like, all you white people deserve to die, because you ain't complied to the commandments of God. You ain't complied to the Native Americans, all the treaties you made, then all y'all deserve to die, brother. All you. But yet, we still got to use that wisdom. We think we are arrested. We keep forgetting that this is our enemy land, man. We behind enemy lines every day. We got to use wisdom, man. And that comment is the law. I
Ready? So first thing is how to say and spell your name.
I'm sorry?
Say and spell your name.
Micah Slusher, MICAHSLUSHER.
And so Michael, what brought you out today?
What brought me out today is just felt like I needed to come out and listen to people speak on these issues and educate myself a little bit to understand what's really going on.
And have you heard that the police chief resigned?
I did hear that. I don't know too much about the situation or why she resigned, but I did hear that.
You know, when you think about that, do you think that, you know, we're moving in the right direction, or what's your reaction?
I'm not sure. I know she put out a statement after George Floyd died, so I know that there was some progress being made. But I think there's a long way to go to start making some real change in our communities.
All right, thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
I didn't pass out in the parking lot. So I didn't even know. I didn't woke up at 5
And guess what? A couple days ago, I had to yelling, saying, I want justice for my son. He deserves justice. That was somebody's baby. These are all someone's child. Teach real black history in all schools. Stop over-policing black communities.
Sure. Jennifer Dodd, first name Jennifer, Jennifer, last name Dodd, Dodd. Okay. Well, my fiance Reggie and I, we wanted to show our support and stand in solidarity with everyone you see here who believes in the lives of black people. And so for us, you know, we've been trying to figure out a way to express just our support and our interests and, you know, the love that we carry, especially as men and women of God. We believe that, you know, showing up today demonstrates our love for him and also shows how we care about the lives that we're seeing slain in, sadly, in Atlanta now and across America. Well, I actually just found out about it right before I came here. And it definitely hurt my heart to hear that yet another black man has been slain. And so, you know, it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, especially when I look at my fiance and I see that he could be just like Rayshard, just like Ahmaud, and the list goes on. So it definitely hurt my heart, and I think it encouraged me and Reggie to come out tonight as well, just to show our support and just show our love. I mean, it's almost the least that we can do in addition to just exercising our right to vote too. So.
My last question.
No, it's okay. I didn't think I was going to do that, so you asked.
They just announced that the chief is resigning and the officer that did the shooting was fired. How do you feel about that?
You know, I have to say, you know, I'm fairly new to Atlanta, and so I'm learning all about this great, wonderful city, and I'm pretty impressed to see what's happening. I mean, I think it's a step in the right direction. There's certainly more to be done, but it's good to see that, you know, just one step at a time. And so for me, it seems like it's a good decision, and hopefully we start to see even deeper change within the Atlanta Police Department. Yeah, thank you.
Told me when we're done with it, just call her back and let her know. But apparently she's going to be moving us to Yasmina soon. But I'm coming.
right? How long you been here for? Yeah. It's all blurring together. Okay, yeah, man. Anything too crazy going on here? I heard a group went to APD. That's good, man. I might keep this for a little bit. Yeah, it's hot, dude. It's hot. It's hot. All right, buddy.
All right, so my angle is going to be there.
And we don't want them to grow up. We don't want them to think that violence is the way or the answer. Because he's going to be somebody's husband one day or father, and he's going to be doing the same thing that we're doing. We want to make sure that the message is heard from him and his women. Because I know how we feel when people do the disrespectful manner, and we don't respond to that. And you know, a lot of times we may not want to hear that, but there's still a right way to do things. And I salute this. You know, I've been coming out here, I've been doing my thing since everything started, but I've been getting different energy because I've been doing walks. I've been coming out here with Hannah. I've been even serving food and feeding people. I've been up that way, which is a lot more rowdier. I get it. I get it. I just want to stand here as a child of God, just to say, continue to run, continue to do what y'all are doing, continue to stay consistent, because y'all's voices are being heard, whether you think it is or it isn't. Keep having the conversation. But it's also important.
Okay, so we are going to the press conference with the attorney. They want us to keep. You're gonna just feed it back, or do you want me to?
No, I mean I can set it up to go.
This is like our third scene. Like, this is excessive. Like, you can't keep just moving us.
Well, we can, but you can't do it and expect that we're going to have anything coherent. It's just one story. It's just, you can't.
was nobody there to record it. Nobody's answering it in engineering.
We don't seek that power. We seek the mind. We seek unity.
If I offended you.
Hey! Hey! Hey, man. Yeah, good job on the front line, man. Yeah, I was worried about you for a little bit, but then I was like, oh, he looked like he got it. He got it. He stayed keeping his composure. I was praying for you, brother. I'm good, man. Be safe out there.
Y'all bring them cars down some more. Come on, bring the cars down some more. Just a little bit more.
Come down.
I don't care about you parking in the road. Just come on down a little bit. Give a damn park in the road. It's our street. Come on. Come on.
got that block down there. We'll find out.
How y'all doing? I'll sing for y'all. We all need somebody to know. We need all of them shut down. Shut all of them down.
I got the Pop Tart. Yeah, I got the Pop Tart. You feel me? We got them Pop Tarts out here, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we got to. Check the phone. Check me with this. It's the news. Black Lives Matter. You hear me? Black Lives Matter. Get out here and protest. If you ain't protest, don't say nothing. Nah, my bad. These Black Lives Matter.
have any sense of morality, you will quit your job. You will turn in your badge.
Anybody need water, snacks? Anybody need water?
He fixed his helmet!
Are y'all gonna feel remorse for these guys that y'all laying out in the floor for us to
When
see?
data
on social
analytics
media?
come,
What
it's
y'all-
gonna see
what they
everything.
next though? Is that really apprehending people? Is that really what they train y'all to do? To kneel on people's necks while they say I can't breathe and cover their mama? That's modern day lynching, man. It's lynching. Modern day lynching. When they running for you. Are you serious?
They don't know what I'm talking about.
Shooting her 8 times with no. That's not
We
your
pay our tax dollars for y'all paycheck, for y'all to serve and protect us. That's what our tax money wants. Y'all wasting our money. Y'all killing us in the streets and taking our tax money. That's all y'all
It ain't
doing.
them boys in blue, so they cool.
That's all y'all doing.
Y'all ain't tough.
We want you guys to stand up. We want you guys to see this kid. We want you guys to stand up. That's the main thing. We need your help.
You ain't gotta kill him. Can we get a statement? What y'all gonna do this? How you feel about it? Oh, you don't care? You don't care?
They only care about his family. If they was fucking killing your family in the streets, you would have something to say. Sorry.
Y'all kids gonna see this and say my dad didn't stand for shit. My brother didn't stand for shit.
You look scared, man. I'm proud. You might want to get you a new job. Get you a new job, man. It's okay to cry. You out here, man. You out here because you hurt. You out here because you
40K? Are you serious? If that, come on now. Y'all niggas put $2 in y'all think so weird.
Shot up each other. 7 people got shot.
Less is necessary.
So are you willing to tell on your destruction, man? You know what? Name someone right now. Name some you told on. Name one. You said you didn't go name one. Just name Justin who? Wait a minute. Hell no. Wait, hell, you got our names on TV, on everything.
They ain't following your ass in the store and you going that motherfucker.
The best way to try to rebuild the relationship between the community and the police, the dialogue has to start somewhere, and this is a beginning. You know what I'm saying? It has to start somewhere.
That's why it was.
At one point, I know they did, and they're going to pay. That's the last
Wait, hold up.
I know you're yelling. We're going to make sure that every day. We're going to make sure that
Look, number one, from 1900s, you had the Jim Crow law that was against it in every state. In every state, the black man, black woman, they're railroaded. They got 65,000 women, black women are missing. Ain't nobody trying to find them, ain't nobody making no fuss. I'm talking about, and now, off the Jim Crow law, is that was overturned in 2018 in every state except one, Harvard. Now, so, since it's on since we've been railroaded, they think the law is wrong. Why don't they release those people? You straight, you know you go against all this. I mean, it's violence on violence. No, it's not violence. It's your people that's with power. People with money. Look, we proud. We got pride. White people. White people. You don't know nothing about me. You don't know where I came from. You can't walk where I can't walk, and I can't walk where you can't walk. You can go in some hoods, they won't mess with you. I can, excuse me, baby, I can walk down the street, and they right there, like this here. Just because I'm what? Just because I'm what? Black. Let me talk to you, new lady. Come on, man, don't be, don't come on. Why you think you're here? Why we here right now? Black, white, Chinese, or whatever. I can't speak for every other white officer out here. That's me.
You can make a change.
I grew up in
the change.
So I know
you can make a difference.
Okay, you're right. But you know your past, right? I want to ask you a question. In 2020, how many black people you arrested and how many white people you arrested? Tell me. About 56. We're gonna see that.
And you were the APD? And you APD?
We're gonna find out. He said he did.
I know that's
50.
bullshit.
Let's take it and see. We're gonna take it.
That's 50, and it's mostly black people in Atlanta.
Pull them up. Even if it's already in America. It's been all of black. It's been saying, and they don't see it in ABC, CPS, that we did 29% more targets.
But you sitting here talking while I'm listening.
I understand because everything you say is kind of like, you know what I mean, shooting down everything you're saying. Your body language, you're trying to demean it. Your body language saying you know you're trying to push off the goddamn room.
I want you to agree with this. Now, you got the police officer. You get arrested. You'll call the DA. The DA say this is a case or whatever. So a lot of things is also probably with the DA and the government. You know what I'm saying? So we need to work with them. We need to defund that too, don't you think? You know what I mean? Because it's not right. And then look, then when we go from there, look, then we got the judge. He in cahoots with the DA, and you see why he all together. So look, so we got another hookup. Now look, we don't have a chance. No, that's true. That's beyond me. But look, this is why these people are standing here.
Because they have no rights. Injustice. That's why. No. Now when they go from there, look what they do. They take them from there, they lock them up, they give them so much money. Any given day, the prison getting $245 million in every state. They're giving that. You know, so you got in there, get in there, they'll take these people, they'll make them work for nothing. Take their money, take their parents, their daughters, their sons to come visit them, use all, Bill will make $1 billion on just their commodity, on just their money as far as to feed them, it's on their books. That's plus what they make. Now, then you got them in there. Since the Jim Crow law, don't you think it's right that they go back? It was wrong since 1950. It was just turned over 2018 to bring them back and bring them back for a retrial or either let them go. What you think? Is that right? Hey, wait a minute. I don't understand. I just asked you, is that right? That should be right, right? That's fair. If the law is wrong and it was crooked and it's overturned, then all the people that was under that law need to go get a retrial or either be let go. Point blank. That's 1 + 1 is 2. I believe it. Now, we're not coming here, man, trying to burn it down. But I'm going to tell you something. They ain't a building, they ain't a car, they ain't a flag, they ain't a jury, they ain't a Jew that's going to value a black man or a white man's life. Point blank. So I need you to stand up with your brothers and correct it and get the weed up.
I don't work with everybody.
It don't matter when you see somebody, you tell them.
I'm not gonna cut them off. Hold on. Good? Everybody good?
Right, there we go. Go, you do it. Go what?
Everybody ball in the back.
Fucking peons.
other way. I had to sue that man. I watched the whole video, shot it. I watched the whole video, shot it to a new hole like he was. Y'all killed him on the ground. Y'all killed him on the ground. That man died on the ground, man. Y'all killed him on the ground.
Man, now touch my truck. Don't touch my shit. Touch all my shit. Nigga on to the street. Who the truck?
Bullshit. Because they know if we got to talk to these folks, the war will be over. The real Chiefs gonna quit on them. We need justice. First question they really need to be asking in the morning, so why did you quit? You left us out there to dry and then you quit. We still enslaved. That's the question they need to be asking. Why would your head quit in the midst of all of this? I got internal problems. Got nothing to do with us. The result of something happening internally.
Hey yo, hey Emma, one time the police sucked me and put that police out.
Local time. You can't beg your oppressor for shit. You can't beg your oppressor. You can't wait for justice. You gotta take that shit.
Man, y'all niggas just puppets of the system, man. Y'all let these folks for some money. You might well be a stripper. Nigga. You want
On Monday, there will be a budget. 222 police officers with your tax dollars. Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you angry? Show up to City Hall on Monday. On Monday, they are trying to hire 221.
Yeah, right. No return.
You should be at City Hall on
point of
Monday.
no return now.
Absolutely not. Did you know on Monday at 1 p.m. the City Council is considering hiring 221 police officers with your tax dollars? You should be mad. You should be angry, and you should be at City Hall on Monday at 1 p.m. Okay.
Monday at 1, we will be there. The chief tucked the tail between her legs and got the hell on, we gonna be there. And make sure the rest of them.
Also, family, today, Erica Shields stepped down, right? So, that's not a victory. I don't want to hear no clapping. The fight is not over. Now, she's in a position to put somebody else as a new police chief. Right now, we have an interim, what is it, the deputy stepped up to be the interim police chief. We need to have a say in the next police chief in Atlanta. We need to hold Ms. Keisha Lance Bottoms accountable to all of these factors, and we need to be downtown on Monday, 1 o'clock. We are not hiring 221 new murderers, new catchers to the city of Atlanta. No, thank you. Thank you very much.
No more masters. No justice, no motherfucking peace. No motherfucking peace. Justice for Rashad Bruce. No justice, no motherfucking peace. And we finna keep repeating our motherfucking self. Fuck you talking about? We tired of repeating our motherfucking self to y'all stupid ass. Y'all don't understand.
Actually, our community has put together a list of demands.
Ain't got no time yet. He just got hired yesterday.
Can you hear me now? All right. So here's our list of demands from the People's Town community. And I want APD, because I see you guys staring at. My name is Chris Lemons, president of our neighborhood association. I know you're commander. So first and foremost, we want to destroy all the statues of the bigots up at the state capitol house. Next thing that we want to see is that we want to dismantle the APD police force and require all police officers to reapply for their positions. The next thing that we have asked as a demand from our neighborhood is that all pensions for any officer found guilty of police misconduct will be forfeited. Right now, you can be convicted of that and still collect your pension. It's unacceptable to being paid for by our tax dollars. The next thing that we want to see is psychological testing for all current and new police officers that are going to be hired. The other thing we want to see is lie detector testing for implicit and racial bias by any police officer that currently works for Atlanta Police Department. The other thing that we're going to ask for, look up. That's right. Now, the next thing is that we're going to require officer intervention at any time that the officer is engaging in misconduct. So if an officer beats up somebody doing the wrong thing and another officer sees it and doesn't do anything about it, they're liable for that as well. The last thing on our list of demands from the People's Town community is that we want a 120-day moratorium on the use of all military-grade equipment by APD, including helicopters and militarized vehicles. Demilitarize the police. Demilitarize the police. They're one and the same, bro. To be honest with you. If anybody wants to sit up there and ask to do some research, there was a letter written by the head of the Ku Klux Klan to the Honorable Minister Elijah Muhammad telling him that basically we're going to take these schools off. And we're actually going to become the doctors, lawyers, your police officers, as well as the teachers. And you can see that to this day.
Right here. The fuck? Everybody gotta move out that goddamn way. You just don't sit on that damn car.
Don't move my shit. I'll talk to him 20 minutes. Then let him go.
Did they let that boy leave home last night? Did he go home? Did he go home? He wanted to leave. He just wanted something to go home. Did he make it home?
He still took both on him. Both of y'all let him drown. Back of y'all.
I'll be everywhere. Right now,
Ain't no 101 on million of us. Ain't no 101. Ain't no 101. Y'all gonna have 101 last night? Ain't nobody talking to you. Exactly. All thing we said was he ain't going nowhere. Talking to you if we said something. He can run us down like they did in the other video. So if you want to run us over, then go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me run us over. But you can't make nobody damn move. Y'all chose to come down here. Or until you show us you got a warrant, you're ready to cop them, you can go get him. We'll let you do that. You got a warrant? Go
Taxpayers' dollars right here.
don't move my shit. Don't move my shit. Don't move my shit. You detained right now. Remove my shit. Yo, catch you on Uber, bro.
Right.
Go ahead and catch you on Uber.
They got the street block. Get over down here.
Go ahead and catch you on Uber.
They got the street blocked out. We got to park all the way over there and walk. They don't want people out here. They want real human beings and people to be over here.
Yeah, like that. And then you wanted to be down here to watch us, and now you ready to go. You wanted to watch us to stay out here all day? What is this? Ain't no get to leave when you want to.
You're going to get overtime.
Fuck y'all. You leave when we tell you to goddamn.
That's what you're here for, a check, right?
Y'all choose when we get to live and die. I don't think I'm choosing when we get to ride that car off the lot. That's a big difference. I ain't asking for much. You want to be here, listen.
You're the best. Thank you, Michelle. God bless you. 30 Rock. You know how to get there still?
I ain't never seen nobody get fired for killing somebody and still sitting at home. They just lost their job. What the fuck is that happening? How do you get fired for murder but you don't get arrested for murder? You just get fired for murder. How does that equate? Oh, I murdered a black man. I just lost my job. But I do know that Florida gonna hire me. Florida gonna send me a message to say anybody that got fired for killing a black man, come on down here, we got you. This the mecca for goddamn corruption. You shot him. And then y'all sitting down here like we trying to fuck with y'all. Y'all ain't got to worry about us doing nothing. We good. We good. Y'all ain't never where y'all supposed to be. And always somewhere you ain't. How? Hell, y'all just casually leisure around doing the hell y'all want to. Sit up at churches in the parking lot in the back doing God knows goddamn what till you ready to fuck with somebody.
Don't lean on the phone. Don't lean on the phone.
You don't drive a whole goddamn computer drive. That don't even make sense. You want a whole goddamn computer driving, but I can't be on my phone.
They want to kill another black man. Without the video.
Then they send a simple ones that don't got nothing to say. These ones probably rookies. They don't even know what the fuck they got into. They just, the head dog just sit them down here and they sit there and stuff. They ain't even got a good word to say. Nothing.
You okay with that? In your whole life you want to be a cop? Boy, you a sellout though. Yeah, you the worst taker.
I'm a handshake guy. I take handshakes over fists all day long.
Shit, we don't take handshakes with pigs. I think I know Chuck did.
I handshake if we alone as well.
That's right.
Handshake 100 deep right now.
Fuck that.
Handshakes.
The only thing y'all ever wanted from us was our hands and chains. Y'all ain't never
What media outlet do you work for?
You should be angry. You should be concerned. And you should be a king of our life.
That's Michelle. Okay. Okay. Chris Stewart, right? And I'll ask him personally, but it wouldn't be until the 9 o'clock, correct? Right, right. It wouldn't be like right after. Cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I guess just control room, that kind of stuff. Thank you. Bye. Bye-bye. So as soon as I'm president, so we're wiring up. I haven't asked you yet, but I'm not sure. So at some point, Chris is the attorney. Okay? I'll keep you posted on that. Like basically sometime at 9 o'clock hour. I'll keep you posted.
Okay.
Assume the presser itself is live.
Okay. Gotcha.
Thank you.
see.
No scrapes or anything?
My back is killing me though.
Hey man, workman's comp. Let it work for you. Serious. That's what that email does. Keep everybody posted on that chain, okay? That's fine.
Yeah, he said they'll figure it out, they work it out.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
the answer is yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm powering up now. It's done.
I'm like 6-footing everything. I always keep it on my wrist.
Yes.
It's high. As soon as it starts, I'll move back there. Just charge.
It's just sometimes they are controlling, sometimes
You know, took the pictures with the drone. You see what the death toll could be. Go in a crowd like this and grab somebody like this, it's over. These goddamn streets on it. Let me know if you want to talk. Monday come.
I need everyone's attention. Can you get somebody's attention? Can I have everyone's attention, please? Can I have everyone's attention, please? Can I have everyone's attention?
do it now from here. He put it here instead of from the computer here. So Chris is just going to have to do just this picture right here. He's just going to have to, you know what I mean? I think it's right here. You see it on my hand?
Yes.
once again, this is the guy who has to deal with the record number. He disappeared. Up, we're throwing smoke bombs now. It's getting wild.
gas again. God damn it.
Show the water. Take it, show the water.
And we sadly represent the 4 children that will never see their father again. We just literally landed a few days ago from the funeral of George Floyd, where we represent his youngest daughter, Gianna. Days before that, we were here fighting the Ahmaud Arbery case, where we're Georgia counsel. And then I could go on and on about DeAndre Phillips, another murder down here, which involved APD, which still hasn't been decided or resolved yet. I could talk about Desmond Marrow, which still has not been resolved here in Georgia. I could go on to Alton Sterling, which we also represent, which years later still has not been resolved. And all of the other cases. And what it boils down to, black, white, Hispanic, whatever you are you not tired of seeing cases like this happen? We see from the protesters, we see from the people in the streets of all races now that people are sick of watching black men murdered. And before we even get into what happened last night, the one thing that nobody can disagree with is that it shouldn't have happened. But it did because the value of African-American males' lives in the inner city or wherever doesn't mean too much to officers nowadays. And it's sad. Because we look at things not just for the emotional effect of how horrible it is, but legally. In Georgia, a taser is not a deadly weapon. That's the law. That's what the cops are trained to do. It's not a deadly weapon. I've had cases where officers have used tasers on victims and they argue with us in court that tasers aren't deadly, that tasers aren't harmful. That's the case law here, that tasers are not deadly weapons. So before we even hear from their lawyers who are going to say the same old thing they always say, you cannot have it both ways. You can't say he ran off with a weapon that could kill somebody when you say it's not deadly. You can't say you don't have other options. Where was he going to go? He was barely jogging away. You could have boxed him in. Support came in, I think, 2 minutes. He would have been boxed in and trapped. Why did you have to kill him? Was the officer embarrassed that he got his taser taken? Well, let your pride linger. Don't pull your gun quickly. Was he upset that he lost a little scuffle and out of spite he shot? We don't know yet. But the one thing we do know is that he had other options than shooting a man in the back. And we don't want to hear anything about, oh, he even pointed it backwards, because it's not a deadly weapon according to police officers and case law. He wasn't close enough to harm you with it. You could have run him down, but instead he got bullets in the back. A man that earlier that day was celebrating his daughter's 8th birthday at the arcade, who has 3 little girls who are 8, 2, and 1, and a stepson, 13, who we sit with today and watch them play and laugh and be oblivious to the fact that their dad was murdered on camera. A scene that we keep repeating as we watch Gianna Floyd play in Houston, oblivious to that her dad was knelt on and murdered. How many more examples will we need? The cameras aren't doing it. Y'all filming it isn't doing it. Covering it isn't doing it. People protesting isn't doing it. What is it going to take? How many more examples are we going to get? I actually thought that we were going to get over all this. I thought this was finally going to start ending with all these changes. We saw the police chief resign today. We don't have the exact reasons why, but I can theorize that maybe it's because she even realized, what more can I do training-wise? They know they shouldn't have done that. Do we need to start over and rehire all the officers to retrain them? What other options do we have? The problem is that they've been given leeway to use lethal force for all too often and too long. And this is what we're left with. And as we are just getting this case, the details are just getting more horrific because there were multiple witnesses out there. We talked to some witnesses today who said that the officers went and put on plastic gloves and picked up their shell casings after they killed him, before rendering aid. We counted 2 minutes and 16 seconds before they even checked his pulse. And people wonder why everyone's mad. Just watch the video as he lays there dying. The officers stand around. One kicks him and flips him over. And then the witnesses tell us that, which we can't see on camera, but they filmed it. They went and picked up the shell casings. I wonder why. So that all of you can't know how far away he was when they shot? So that you can't find their positions when they use that weapon? But they appear to be caring more about covering their tracks than providing aid. Aid that could have saved his life if allegedly he was taken to the hospital and died in surgery, but they didn't give that to him. So we agree with the mayor saying that the officer that fired the officer that fired his weapon should be terminated, and he should also be prosecuted. The family met with Paul Howard, and they've opened their investigation, and I can even say we want justice, but I don't even care anymore. I don't even know what that is. And I've been doing this for 15 years. I don't know what justice is anymore. Is it getting them arrested? Is it getting somebody fired? Is it a chief stepping down? I know that this isn't justice, what's happening in society right now. You know, it's just not much more we can say or do as a society. So people that are refusing change and not understanding why the time is now for complete systematic change, take a look. And then compare it to all the videos online where it was a white individual that had a deadly weapon that wasn't killed, which we've also been looking at today, trying to understand why didn't they get shot? And why did Rashard have to when he's running? And that answer I don't have yet. Other than that, it's just tiring. And I'm sure everybody's tired of seeing it. You know, we're so concerned about trying to find a vaccine for the coronavirus. The world is pitching in. We're pitching in millions and millions and millions of dollars. Scientists from around the world are trying to help find a vaccine, but nobody's trying to find a vaccine for civil rights abuses. It's something that we're told to wait for. It'll come. Nobody's trying to find a vaccine for why officers pulled the trigger so quick on African Americans. There's no flood of money or scientists or the top experts or our leadership in this country trying to end that epidemic. But I guess that is because it doesn't hit close to home to the people that care. So once again, and I'll say it as the millionth time as y'all seen me fight in one of these cases, we'll fight for justice. We'll try and get the cop arrested or whatever it may be. Sue the city and see if they'll settle. I don't know. But we're just tired. And if you don't understand that, because you may be a different color, you may be a different gender, you may not be from Georgia, then you may be the problem.
I think the word that encapsulates everything that Chris just said to you is empathy. This is all that all of these families are asking for and that we're asking for as representatives of these families. Just a little empathy. If this officer today had been a little more empathetic and a bit less scared, then we probably wouldn't have a dead client, and we wouldn't be here talking to you like we are right now. There are a lot of things, systemic things wrong with policing in this country. And I think that over the past few weeks, we've talked about a lot of them. You've seen a lot of them on tape. And like Chris said, we're tired. I mean, we will keep doing this as long as there's a need, but we don't want there to be a need to do this anymore. The first failing that I saw when I saw this tape was training. Because just as Chris said, if a taser isn't a deadly weapon, then it's not a deadly weapon when I have it. It's not a deadly weapon when an officer has it. It's not a deadly weapon when anyone else has it. When our client has the taser, they're going to say it's a deadly weapon, and it's not. There were 2 officers and 1 of him, and their training failed them. That's number 1. Number 2, leadership failed them. And I don't want to see anyone lose their job, but maybe the police chief needed to resign because whatever they're doing from the top, it's not reaching the bottom. And if they are doing it correctly from the top, and that's what they're trying to get across to their officers, then it's not working and it needs to change immediately. Because this can't happen again. Policing in this country, in this city, needs to change to something more empathetic, something more community-based. Police are necessary, but the way that they are policing our communities is wrong. It's causing death, and we're not going to stand for it anymore. Obviously, you see that the people are not going to stand for it anymore. I think a lot of things and a lot of these minor changes are happening because people are scared, and they're scared for their things. They're scared for a building or a store. They're scared for a restaurant. But the lives of these people, of our people, of Americans, of black people, of human beings, in my opinion, are more important than any store or restaurant that is in Buckhead or Bankhead or anywhere else. That's number 2. And then the third thing I would say is fear. Listen, I don't know those 2 officers personally, right? But just from watching the tape, I could tell that they were scared. And it's understandable. That is a hard profession, policing. But if you have fear, you don't need to be a police officer. If you do not understand the community that you're policing in, you do not need to be a police officer. If you are not comfortable with black people, white people, brown, yellow, whatever people, you don't need to be a police officer. A police officer is as much of a counselor as they are anything else. And I believe that if we go back to the leadership and the training that I spoke of earlier, you'll see that these officers aren't taught that. They're taught to crack heads. And when they can't crack heads, they're taught to shoot. And that's resulting in death. And we can't have that anymore. And we won't have that anymore. So I don't think this is going to end anytime soon. And frankly, I want everyone watching and everybody here, to understand we're not asking for protesters not to go out and protest. We need to keep pushing. We need to let everyone know that this is unacceptable and we're not going to just move on to the next tragedy. This probably won't be the last tragedy, and that's a sad thing. But we're going to treat every single one like it shouldn't have happened. We're going to go as hard as we can for this one, like we're going for George Floyd and his daughter, and like we're going for Ahmaud Arbery and his mother, and like we're going for Alton Sterling and every other single case and single person that should be here today that's not here with us. Because at the end of the day, And this is what we get back to. I mean, if you look around and you see our firm, we are white, black, Asian, brown, yellow, green, whatever. It doesn't matter. We're all people. And so if we can see that, we don't understand why the police can't see that. And there are some people who have now opened their eyes and woken up and they see that, and we think that's great. But we want you to put pressure on the police, put pressure on the mayor, put pressure on your governors, put pressure on everyone to let them know you will not take this anymore. You're going to stand up. And this is not just black people, because we've been dealing with this our entire lives. This is for everyone else who hasn't been dealing with this, who's dealing with it now. Stand up with us, push with us, fight with us. When you see us in Minnesota, fight with us. And when you see us here in Atlanta and in Brunswick, fight with us, because our fight is your fight. This is the United States of America. We're coming up on July 4th, and this is going to be a very weird July 4th for a lot of people, very different, because people are coming to the realization that America doesn't mean America for all Americans, and that's a problem. So keep pushing, fight with us, and hopefully we'll get some change, and this will be the last time we have to have a press conference about a dead black man killed by the police for no reason. Thank you.
Another thing, that some of the witnesses said is they didn't do a sobriety test. There was no count to 100 or whatever it is and walk this line. They said that they were just talking, and it seemed to be a decent conversation. And then all of a sudden, one of the officers grabbed him and told him he's under arrest. So this started from nothing. This wasn't a bank robbery in progress or anything violent. They just told him he was under arrest. And now I see that they're reporting, oh, it was a suspected DUI, or he fell asleep blocking the line. He wasn't blocking the line. And they didn't even do a sobriety test from what the witnesses right there said. So why was he even under arrest? Want to know how this could have been avoided and all of the protests that are going to happen and all this? Talk to him. Talk. Hey, buddy, you fell asleep in line. You okay? Why don't you pull your car over there and call an Uber? And then you walk over and you leave. Why is that so hard for police officers? A conversation. He wasn't doing anything crazy or violent or harming anyone. Hey, buddy, I think you've had something to drink. Maybe, but I guess they didn't feel like doing a sobriety test. Pull over there, call an Uber. I guarantee you that happens hundreds of times a night in college towns with young white kids or other places in America. But we don't get that benefit of the doubt. So not only do officers like that destroy the image of policing, which I have always held in a high standard, even though I'm always going against the officers, but y'all are even starting to break me. And most of y'all know that I'll get up there and I say I have respect for officers and, policing, but Jesus, y'all, like even I'm starting to lose hope. And that's hard. But y'all got any questions? It's not much.
Chris, the resignation of the police chief, how does that sit with the team? Is that a step in the right direction?
I don't care.
So, Chris, earlier today, GBI released a video, the surveillance video from Wendy's, and one of the things they pointed out was what you mentioned, the taser in Mr. Brooks' hand, him reaching back and pointing. Why do you think GBI released that video, and can you go into more detail why you think that a taser isn't a deadly weapon?
I mean, I think they were just releasing the full surveillance video of, the parking lot. I'm sure there's more video. Like I said, witnesses have video of some of these horrific actions. In that video that GBI released, you also can sit there and count how long they let that body lay on the ground before touching him or even trying to assist him. So, the video is helpful for us. It's also helpful to show that they were far apart when he's running and pointing it backwards. But the case law in Georgia, a taser is not a deadly weapon. So they can't say it's not like he was running off with a gun. It's not a deadly weapon. I lose cases against officers who use it on my clients because it's not a deadly weapon. And I'm saying that, they shouldn't have done it. But you just can't have it both ways in this. If it's not a deadly weapon, his life was not in immediate harm when he fired that shot. Just was not. It wasn't. And I watched one of the most conservative police chiefs commentating today, and even he said that there were other options he could have done, and that a taser isn't a deadly weapon. Ask Taser, is a taser a deadly weapon? I promise you they're going to say no.
Chris, what you said, the more you find out, the worse it gets. What are some examples of that?
Well, there's just so many witnesses that saw it. We didn't know that they picked up their shell casings before GBI got there to investigate the scene before. I don't know.
I'm sorry, Chris, I haven't seen the video. Is there concrete audio of any of the conversations between law enforcement and Mr. Brooks?
We haven't gotten all of the audio yet. I think the district attorney's office is also talking to all these witnesses. So
he did run, Mr. Brooks. Can you speak to why that might have been, or the reason behind it, and possibly know?
Yeah, there could be 1,000 reasons for someone running from the police, right? So just imagine that if you're sleeping in your car because you're trying to drink something off and you get officers knocking on your window hard, right? The current climate of police officer and black male interaction is not the best, right? So that might scare you at that time of night. So yes, you stand up and you're talking to them and then they're telling you they want you to do something. That might not be what you want to do at that time. And so yes, he tried to get away. That's what it looked like. We don't know because we can't talk to him, right? But it looked like he tried to get away and they would not let him get away. They were hell-bent on stopping him and they stopped him, right? So yes, getting away from a situation that could be detrimental to you also turned into another situation that was detrimental to you. It's a no-win situation. You can't get out of it. And so that's probably what happened, but like I said, we can't speak to it.
And I always try and look at, from these situations, to look at how, was it justified for the officer? Because I don't ever want to look at something just totally unfairly. And there's just no excuse in this one. If they had maybe shot while the tussle was going on and, they said, oh, he reached for my gun and, that's normally how these happen. They're rolling around on the ground or there's a fight for the gun and then they shoot right then. That's not what happened. If this would have happened while they were all rolling on the ground and you hear someone say gun and he's reaching for my gun, okay, maybe. That didn't happen. They didn't feel like their life was in danger while they were tussling on the ground or rolling around and grabbing things. No, they waited until he ran off. So their justification went out the door after they let him run.
We also got to check on the emotional state of these officers. I mean, because it gets personal, and this is a thing when you're in the field, and we understand this, that it is a personal thing. It gets personal to them. But as the professional in the situation, they have to divorce themselves from that emotional aspect of that job. Because if you don't, someone can die like we saw today, or like we saw with that officer and George Floyd. It can get personal. We understand there's combat. There are big guys wrestling and fighting. But at a certain point, the professional in you has to come out and you have to calm down and be the professional and show that you have training, which hasn't happened and definitely didn't happen last night.
What more can you tell us about Mr. Brooks? Who he was, where he went, what his background is?
Father, was working at a tortilla place, actually. Family loved him to death. We had more family members at that house today than I could count. A ton of brothers and sisters that love him more than life.
He was supposed to take his daughter skating today.
Yeah.
For her birthday.
It's just, and I'm sick of sitting in somebody's house and their little kid is playing with us and we're sitting there trying to laugh with a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old or an 8-year-old, knowing, that they'll never see their dad again. Man, I'm literally sick of it.
She had on, when we were there today, she had her birthday dress on because she was waiting for her dad to come pick her up to take her to go skating. Yesterday, her and her dad went. She got her nails done and her toes done. They got something to eat. And today she was waiting on that. So while we were over there, they had a birthday party for her. You know, today there was a birthday. Yeah, 8th birthday today with cupcakes while we were sitting there talking to her mom about why her dad's not coming home. That's the part of it that we see every day that everybody doesn't see. And that's the part that just, it hits you right here. It's terrible.
Chris, when you think of Walter Scott and you think of 5 years ago, a little over 5 years ago.
That's what this
Slate
is.
here 20 years. 20 years for killing a man. What do you say about that?
I mean, that's literally the case that popped in my mind the whole time I was sitting there today, and Justin and I talked about it. It's just like Walter Scott. You know, people forgot about that case because it's been so long and it was so horrific. They said the same thing. Oh, he took my taser, and I shot him while we were wrestling for the taser. And then once we got our hands on the video, we saw that he shot him in the back, 30 yards away. And in that case, they tried the whole taser, he could have killed me with the taser argument, and it didn't work. So it literally brings back memories of Walter Scott, even watching him get shot in the back, just like Walter Scott. And then it was really horrible hearing the witnesses say that they were picking up shell casings or tampering with the scene, whatever they were doing, because that happened in Walter Scott. The officer went and threw the taser close to the dead body. So it's just horrible to be reliving the Walter Scott case again.
And one thing we want to make sure people know, we don't think this is, these are one-offs. We know they're not. We're seeing them more and more, and that's not because society is getting worse, just because technology is getting better, right? There are more cameras everywhere, so we're seeing more of this stuff. But it's the same stuff. It's been happening. The difference is you can't lie in your report because there's a camera that's going to get you, right? You can't make up some story because there's a camera that's going to get you. You can't throw a taser close to somebody because there's a camera that's going to come get you. We saw today what happened last night. We saw it. And while Mr. Brooks was not perfect, he could have done a couple things too. And we're not saying he couldn't have. But the officer had the last best chance to stop that from happening. He had the most training to stop that from happening. And he didn't do that, and that resulted in our client's death.
Is there anything the witnesses were able to tell you about what led to a struggle? Like what was said in the car? Or what?
No, they're confused because they thought that the conversation appeared civil or decent. They didn't, see him screaming at the cops or doing anything. And then out the blue, they said they just tried to arrest him. And of course, he got upset and pulled away. Like, why? What are y'all doing? And then it went from there. And I see it too many times. Is if you're not going to explain why you're going to arrest somebody or tell me I'm not turning. Why am I getting arrested? I can ask what's going on. Why can't you have a conversation with them about why he's being arrested?
And you're saying a witness told you he was dragged out of the car?
No, they were speaking outside of the vehicle from what they said. So he willingly got out. But like I said, this just happened yesterday. We're still talking to people, but every witness, white, black, they're just blown away because they said it should not have happened, and that there was no reason for him to shoot him while he was running off. This wasn't a violent crime. They had his ID. They knew where he lived. They knew what kind of car he was. They have the car. Where's he going? But it's just because, the value of life is gone somewhere. It's like a video game where you just think you shoot somebody and it's not an actual father or a human being. I'm just starting to lose faith.
I've known you for years. I've never seen you like this. I know you're tired, you're sad, you're mad. Not to speak for you, but you're still ready to fight.
Yeah, oh no. I mean, that's not going to change. I mean, we'll keep fighting these as long as we have to. and making sure people get fired or resign or whatever, or get put in jail. Because, I mean, we have to do our part to try and make it stop. But the one thing that Justin and I really realizing is it's a national effort. Black, white, male, female, like the only way this is going to change is if everybody keeps coming together. People who are conservative or didn't want to speak up or say anything, you've got to speak up. You just got to speak up.
You mentioned training earlier. Is it time to overhaul training altogether? I mean, it seems like in all these cases, usually the officers actually do have training. Is it the nature of the training, or is it?
It's and Chris, we've covered a million of these. What it is, we know there are so many loopholes. There is no clear time of when to shoot or not to shoot. It's always in the mind of that officer. Well, sometimes that mental state of that officer is not okay. They're not well. They're not, they're too angry. They're too upset. It should be, this wouldn't have happened if you cannot shoot someone unless they're pointing a gun at you or unless they're brandishing a gun. You just can't shoot them. You can't shoot them if they have a taser. You can't shoot them if they have a knife and they're 50 feet away. Or you go to jail. There aren't definite rules like that. Lawyers have rules. Doctors have definite rules. You can't leave something in somebody's body. But with police officers, it's so much gray area. When being a police officer is the most powerful job in this country. There's no other job where you could take someone's life, liberty, or freedom. There's no job that is as powerful as a police officer. They should be up on the standard of doctors and lawyers and looked at like that, but they're not. And that's got to change.
To that training question you just asked, it does need to be overhauled. We need to focus more on de-escalation and less on militarization. The police officers, they walk around in these neighborhoods, they have flak jackets on, some of them have ARs and other assault type rifles. They are armed to the teeth, and then they're walking around people, intimidating and inciting fear. There used to be a time when police officers would walk around and you know their name, they know your name, they know where you went to school and your mom and all that kind of stuff. That time is over, especially in the black community. I mean, I don't really remember a time that has been the case in the black community, and now that time is completely over. So we need to focus the police department more on de-escalation. And if officers are going to be in the community, check and see how close these two officers live to that community that they were policing. I guarantee you they live nowhere near there, right? And if they did, check and see what kind of contacts they had in the community. Did they go to church there? Did their kids go to school in that community? I guarantee you the answer is no. Because if they did, they would understand that, hey, these are people too, and maybe I could deal with them the same way I deal with the people who live close to me. Yeah. And that has a lot to do with empathy, like I said before, and training for de-escalation and not militarization.
And this week, other than, to assist in trying to solve this policing issue, we'll be releasing our thoughts and ideas over what changes we think could end this from having handled so many of these. Because something's got to happen other than just lawsuits and asking for arrest. But thank y'all. As I said, the family will be speaking on Monday. They needed some time. All right, thank y'all.
like, I don't have anything.
we
Can you
got
hit mute on your phone?
yeah.
Chris, can you help me out for a second? I'm trying to get these headphones off. Thank you.
They're streaming your shot on digital.
Huh?
Streaming your shot on digital.
It'll be after weather. Two and a half.
Okay, there's a bunch of APD apparently coming this way.
Copy. One minute. Let me go stand up.
Brittany, what you're looking at right now is 75 South near the University Avenue exit, where traffic is at a complete standstill. You can see right here at the beginning, there is a group of protesters that have shut down the highway. This is that same group earlier when we talked to you at 9 o'clock that we showed you moving up onto the interstate. Now we're getting a different view of the protesters actually on the interstate. You can see traffic is completely backed up going towards downtown, towards the city. And then you can see 75 North, there's no traffic because if you look down here, you can see that Atlanta Police as well as Georgia State Patrol have set up here on the opposite side of the interstate. We're not sure what's going to happen next. We've been up here for maybe 15 minutes or so while police have been on this side and the protesters have been on this side. So this is one of several scenes going on near the scene of that shooting last night near the Wendy's. We've got the protesters here on the interstate. We've also got another group of protesters that are near one of the other entrance ramps to the interstate. So several different scenes going on. But again, 75 going south here near University Avenue is at a complete standstill as protesters are on the interstate. Brittany.
But they was about it, right?
No, Brittany, I have not seen any. No, not up until this moment. I've not.
I think I'm across from y'all, but we're like blocked off from this. I have to go back under, I guess, and around.
What's your purpose? Are you here to protect black people? Okay, then get out on the fucking highway.
I know, I'm trying to figure it out.
What do you mean? Grab these other black people and go start the barricade right now.
They're armed officers.
Get them, link arms, and get out here and put your bodies between us and the state. What are not black people doing? We don't need you to stand. Get on the highway.
Come back to you at 9:30. Twitter fingers.
What? So we want to stay up here?
One more hit and see what happens.
Yeah, on the other side over there.
Everybody lined up.
Alright, I'm good.
This one came on this side. Good.
Yeah, I'm down here.
You need to use my shoulder. You could have.
Thank you.
Shot. That's a hell of a shot right there.
30. So, like 7.
I'm from Clayton County. I've been on TV out here. Put a couple stories on me a lot, but I woke up this morning and it's like completely about out of breath right quick. But if you wake up, tax out and wake officers getting trained. Of course.
Can we do a quick interview with him? Let me get it recorded. Check, 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 check. Mic check, 1098-765-4321, check, check. How long y'all been out here? All day?
Yes, we have been out here all day.
Check, 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 check.
Hey, it's one more preview, man.
Check, 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 check. 1098-765-4321. Well, we want to hear it. You can look at me the whole time.
What? You got your phone case?
Yeah. All right, go ahead and give us your first and last name and spell it.
First name Gary, last name Stokes, Garrystokes.
You were just explaining to me why you were out here today and what the issue is. Tell me about that.
I feel like the issue that's going on right now in society. Some of these officers are improperly trained. RIP to Mr. Brooks. I respect that completely. It's sad. I don't have nothing good to say about that. But at the same time, I feel like these officers need to be retrained. That's what this all boils down to, retraining. This is the state of Georgia. This is something Martin Luther King built. This is something the NAACP built. And this is a place called home. This is Atlanta. Atlanta is home. This is where everybody comes. We accept the gay community. We accept everybody. We accept all our own problems, and we deal with a lot of the choices that we make, but they don't make it hectic for us. We've had something this major to happen in the state of Georgia, but not in the city of Atlanta. Not where everybody come to be safe. People come here, and we count on Atlanta. We count on these people. I'm glad no one's out here looting right now. I'm glad. I'm completely glad about that because you're not hurting them at the end of the day. You're hurting yourself. Your mom, your uncle, your pops, your aunties, they built some of these places. They worked, they sweat to even make sure that these places stand because they didn't want to put them in the community for us. So exactly what we're doing tonight, we need to continue to ask for change. And we need change in our police department for training. We need that in every police department in the state of Georgia because at the end of the day, everybody put on their pants the same way. Everybody eat the same way. We bleed the same way. We even take our medicine the same way if it's a cough medicine or a shot. So we're equal. We're not different from each other. So we just want to say to Atlanta, I love y'all. We all love each other out here. Let's stay together. Let's not be divided. Let's come together and do something what it's supposed to do. Let's not destroy this place, but destroy what's being done and make it right. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Be
So
safe.
it might air at 9:30, 10 o'clock maybe? Well, y'all got to edit it first.
11.
11?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
I'm done. Hard. Get some more links in space, and then the audience starts working up and fix it. Oh crap! 15 seconds.
For a hit?
Yeah.
It's 9:30. Yes, we've actually moved from up where we were by the interstate. And if you look down here, you can see there are still a lot of protesters on this street here. We're off the interstate, 75 interstate exit, University Avenue, near where that shooting happened. And you can see now protesters are moving back. Yeah, what we showed here was the protesters that were actually on the interstate. We saw police on one side and then the protesters on the other side. We'll of course keep you updated as the night goes on. Brittany.
Oh, jeez. I thought we had like 4 minutes. Yeah, the rush hour stuff was not going through correctly.
egging on. They did us like that back in the day. You can't say that they been did us like this. Come on, man. That's the fact, bro. Bro, this my first time ever being out here. Fuck that. That's the truth. You hear me? I see you got the horn on you. You hear me? I ain't doing that. I'm egging it on though, bro. Fuck that. If you need to go do it, man. Fuck that. Fuck that shit, man. Fuck that.
I want to pull my car up and just block the road. I might do it.
You drop up on the highway?
Food Street! 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 Food Street!
Y'all what big was? Stop playing with the Walmart firecrackers now. I'm not deciding around here moving. I got 2 more on here. We got
How about me? He shut right here. Shit, he got my size. It said everything from Head to the highway, head to the highway. Head to the highway. To the highway. To the highway. You got him now? To the precinct. Everybody head to the precinct. The new one's on there.
Do you want us to call you? Hey, Belinda, you want us to call you?
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't, bro. I'm with it, bro.
Okay, yeah, we're moving right now. And as soon as we get something safe for you guys, we'll be back up.
around this area. Again, just to bring you up to speed and let you know where this is by University Avenue and the Wendy's by that exit off of the downtown connector. Why are they protesting there? They're protesting there because this is the scene of where Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed about 24 hours ago by a white Atlanta police officer. We do know that Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms has asked for that officer to be fired. Of course, we're waiting to figure out what will happen there. But in the meantime, look at your screen on the right side. We see a protester by the Wendy's there. We don't know what they're doing. It looks like we lost the shot a little bit, but it looked like they were pulling something down from the boarded building. We also know, in case you missed it in the last 20 minutes, one of our reporters told us that someone had broken into that Wendy's, that people or protesters broke into that Wendy's. They busted windows. At one point, there was smoke coming from that building. At one point, there may have been flames coming from that building. And that's when we saw the response from the fire engine from Atlanta Fire Rescue at the time. But there are still flames outside of the building. As you can see on your screen, those flames are continuing to burn. So the question is, when will authorities step in to extinguish those fires as protesters just walk around these huge flames? Right now, it looks like they're in the gas station. I can say from protests that we have seen in the past 2 weeks, this is very different in that it is very spread out. You have protesters at the gas station. You have protesters outside of the Wendy's. You have protesters in the street on University Avenue. You have protesters on the highway. Don't forget that. You have protesters on the highway blocking and shutting down traffic right now, 10 o'clock at night on a Saturday. You can see just how many people have really taken over the streets here. Law enforcement on the ground there is really hard to see from this vantage point, although we do see law enforcement on the left side of our screen as that highway is blocked off. But it looks like our Chopper 46 is just giving us another perspective of that highway that is shut down. Look at all of these cars. Protesters have not moved, and it looks like they will not be moved anytime soon right now. Looks like there may be an interaction. Actually, it's hard to see because this is an aerial view, but it looks like protesters and police officers are having some sort of interaction. We're going to head to our reporter on the ground, Bobeth Yates, who can give us some more details as to what's going on. What are you seeing from your end, Bobeth?
Well, Brittany, traffic is completely backed up right here. This is 75 southbound, and you can see it's backed up for miles, like all the way. If you come to the left, this is the university exit right here. You can see nobody is moving at this moment. We've seen a lot of traffic on the outer streets as folks try to bypass getting on 75 South. The delays based on Waze is saying that it could take up to 45 minutes right now. But as you can see, this is blocked completely. So traffic is not moving. All the exits have been blocked coming on to 75 southbound from University and even the next exit up. Folks are not going anywhere anytime soon, Brittany. And again, this is because protesters are on the highway above this University exit. So we're not expecting this to clear up anytime soon until officers get those protesters off the highway. But for the most part, even the outer streets, the streets that are connecting, going around this area, the ones that are like going along 75 are also seeing a heavy traffic of people just trying to figure out how to get around this as they try to make their way north. All the downtown streets are also seeing heavy traffic again because of this very thing as people try to figure out a way to get around. But this the northbound lanes, no traffic at all. Southbound lanes completely backed up for miles. Brittany, I'm going to continue to head out here, be out here and see exactly how long it takes for these cars to start moving as those try to head southbound right now on 75. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Bobeth, let me ask you a question. I know that you were outside of Chris Stewart's office for our earlier live hit as he is representing the Brooks family right now in this case. When you were making your way to your current location, were you able to see just how far all of this traffic sort of extends back into Midtown, or even, is it going back into Buckhead even, you think?
I wouldn't go all the way, say, in Buckhead. We did not see that. We actually just started heading now south along some of the southbound streets. So we didn't even get on the north side to see how it's impacting on the north side, because when we looked on the highway, it just wasn't looking good. We got on just by the Capitol and then started making our way on side streets along 75 trying to get to this location. When we got here, we realized some of the other streets, like to get onto the highway, was closed, because our original plan was to try to get as close to protesters as possible. But as we saw, the streets were blocked off and we saw the traffics on some of those side streets, we just knew that wasn't possible. So we decided to just set up shop right here, as this is the closest we can get. And I mean, when I say backed up for miles, again, when I did the Waze trying to figure out how long it would take, it said 45 minutes. But when you look at the way traffic is moving, it's not moving. So we don't think 45 minutes is even accurate, because the highway was completely shut down. If we were trying to, and this was 45 minutes to get to the station, which is in Midtown off 14th Street. So just imagine from where we were at University to trying to get 2 or 3 miles north to 14th Street. It just would not have been, 14th Street from where we were to 14th Street, 45 minutes would have been a disaster, I think.
We do know that we are live on CBS 46 right now. We are live on Peachtree TV right now with this breaking news in terms of the protests that are happening. Bobeth, thank you so much for that coverage. We're going to get back to this chopper shot, it looks like, this aerial view of the shutdown of the highway. We just heard from Bobeth. We heard her say that really traffic is backed up for miles. We've seen it here developing for the past hour now. And you can see this is developing right now live on your screen. Officers are moving towards protesters. This is a scene that we have seen at protests here in Atlanta time and time again. But they are moving forward with their shields. They're moving forward with their helmets on, and they're moving forward with their vests on, it looks like, as well, as they get closer to protesters. Protesters, though, still have their arms raised, it looks like, still holding their signs, and they are not moving. Those officers, though, taking one step at a time. We're going to hang on this shot because we've seen this before, but of course we don't know exactly what's going to happen as officers get closer to protesters. One of our reporters did tell us that tear gas was deployed at some point during this entire interaction, this entire protest today. Keep in mind, this has been going on for hours. Right now, again, we're watching officers on the move as they advance towards protesters. What will happen when they get to that line of protesters that have refused to move for the past hour now? We're going to have to wait and see. I know the images are a little dark on your screen, but just so I can tell you what I'm seeing, I'm sure you're seeing the same thing. Protesters in a straight line. These are the same protesters that have been there for an hour. And there you see it on the left-hand side, officers taking down one protester at a time. It looks like they have they're putting them down on their face, putting their arms behind their backs and making arrests. They're now moving to the middle of this line right now. You're watching this live on your screen as we are live on Peachtree TV and live on CBS 46. Officers advancing towards these protesters that have shut down 75, and it looks like they are making arrests. If I count them right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 people on the ground on the left side of your screen. It looks like some people on the right side of your screen have actually been arrested as well. And then you have this group in the middle that officers are now, looks like they're interacting with in some way. I didn't see from my vantage point, of course, we'll have to confirm this with authorities. I did not see any sort of violent interaction with protesters. When I saw what I could see from the left side of your screen, one officer put another person or protester under arrest. It seemed peaceful. They put their hands behind their back. But this middle chunk of people, I'll call them, are now being met with officers on the front lines there. I know it's very dark, but it looks like they are making arrests to get these people off of the highway. They have been there for about an hour at least. Again, we saw a couple of people on the highway. It turned into dozens, and they have not moved. They have refused to move, and they have caused a backup like no other here in downtown Atlanta. But a lot of people have said they're angry. A lot of people have said they're tired. A lot of people have said they have had enough because another black man was shot and killed by a white police officer. That was last night. His name is Rashard Brooks, and he was in the parking lot of a Wendy's on University Avenue. And this is the result, according to protesters, of that incident. They wanted to demand justice, as you can see on the bottom of your screen. So once again, we are coming to you live with these images on CBS 46 and on Peachtree TV. You can see what is unfolding right now. In just the last 6 minutes or so, Atlanta police have advanced towards these protesters, trying to get them off the streets, making one arrest after the other. We don't even know how many people, because it's a lot of people, how many people are on the highway there. So it may take them a while to actually make that arrest. We want to show you this video as well and just sort of bring you up to speed as to how we got here. This cell phone video shows the final moments of Rashard Brooks' life. We do know CBS 46 was the first station on scene of this tragic shooting, which happened about 24 hours ago. An Atlanta police officer shot and killed Brooks again, last night at the Wendy's on the University Avenue, which is really where everything is taking place tonight. Officers say Brooks resisted arrest and even managed to wrangle a taser from that officer. This is a cell phone video, another cell phone video you're looking at on your screen. And we also have that surveillance video from the Wendy's where you see, there it is, you see Brooks running. Investigators say he turned around and pointed a taser at the officer, and that is when the officer fired the shots in Brooks' back. We're going to go back to these live images. We just saw a few arrests happen live on air. Of course, we'll reach out to authorities to ask them exactly how many arrests were made just now. But officers with their shields, with their helmets on, with their vests, have advanced towards protesters. It looks like protesters are on the other side too. This is a new image now that we're just seeing. Traffic, though, has not moved for an hour now. We don't even know what those drivers must be thinking. I wanted to ask Beth Yates, and I'll ask her in a few minutes, if any drivers have gotten out of their cars, but we can see if that chopper can maybe go up a little bit. We just saw some people being walked to the patrol cars in zip ties or handcuffs, so we do know that a couple arrests have been made. And just look at how many cars are really parked on that highway there. They cannot move. And surprisingly, look at these images. If you remember, if you've been sticking with us, the fires are still going. And now I don't see one fire. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 small fires on your screen. These really just popped up. I have to say, in the last 30 minutes or so, we saw one fire burning. We got word that there may even be a small fire inside of the Wendy's there, but it looks like outside the Wendy's, more small fires are popping up. So we're definitely going to reach out to Atlanta Fire Rescue and ask them if there are any plans to put these flames out, because we do have a lot of people in the area. So of course that can be dangerous. But yeah, those flames were not there the last time we went over to this shot. What you're looking at, the building on your left, is the Wendy's. We do know that protesters, according to our reporters on the ground, broke into that building, busted out the windows, busted out the doors, broke glass, and that is when they said they saw smoke coming from that building. But again, we have fires outside of the building. This is all really the backdrop for the highway that has been shut down now on this night of protest, Saturday night. We do know that they went out there at 8 o'clock, but that was really the continuation of a number of protests that have been popping up all throughout Atlanta all day. The first protest really was at midnight, and CBS 46 was there. We were the only cameras there documenting all of those protesters as they were there in front of their Wendy's after Rashad was shot and killed. We're going to go to Molly McCullum now, who can give us more of an idea as to what's going on traffic-wise. Molly.
Absolutely. You can see it right there, and you can actually get another view on our GDOT camera. This is right by University Avenue. What you're seeing, all the backup is the southbound lanes. The northbound lanes empty right now because they have completely shut it down with the protesters on the highway right now. You can see lots of those flashing police lights, and this is going to continue until they get this protest off of the highway. So avoid the connector. Absolutely avoid it this evening if possible, because we're going to continue to see these delays, and they are extensive on the downtown connector. In fact, a lot of these delays in the southbound lane extend all the way back just to the Grady curve, so you cannot go southbound on the connector right now. In fact, if we go ahead and take the traffic computer, I want to show you exactly where this is and where we're looking at in downtown Atlanta. You can see where those lanes are blocked, and where you see purple, that's never a good sign, especially on this traffic map, because that means all lanes are shut down. So I do want to show you how these delays extend all the way up to the Grady curve. You cannot go southbound on the connector. You have to take 285. Even in southbound towards I-20, you won't be able to make it to I-20 in the southbound lanes. Now, if you're coming from I-20 and trying to get into the northbound lanes of the downtown connector, you can do that, but you cannot go southbound. In fact, let's look at the south side of these delays near Langford Parkway. As you go, you cannot go northbound on the connector, and of course southbound you will not be able to make it in that direction either. So at this point, the best alternative is to take I-285 in any direction you're trying to go into Atlanta right now, and avoid the connector with those delays continuing to stack up. And Brittany, it looks like things are not going to be moving at all until they get the protesters off the highway.
A lot of traffic there, Molly. Thank you so much. We're going to give you another live look now at what is causing all of that traffic. The protesters, if you're just joining us, we got to catch you up as to what's happening here live. Protesters took over the highway around 9 o'clock tonight, and they shut down I-75 by University Avenue, which led to backups on both I-75 North and I-75 South. Officers have since, in the last maybe 10 minutes or so, officers have since gotten in their shields and their helmets, and they started walking and advancing towards those protesters, making arrests. It looks like we're watching some sort of police and law enforcement getting off of the highway there as Chopper gives us live images. And we have to go back to the Wendy's. This is the Wendy's at the center of this incident and investigation. And right now you see, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 5 small fires, little fires outside of the Wendy's here. Oh, I see a 6th one. Again, every time we go to this shot, we are seeing a new fire that has been set by people that are outside the Wendy's. I don't want to call them protesters necessarily because I don't know if they were part of the original group or they just sort of came to the scene there. So, but it looks like they are setting fires. We do know that reporters are on the ground. They're working to get to a safe distance because, as you can see, things are still developing there on the ground with fires being set and just a lot of people in the street there. And of course, we want to be as safe as possible. So let's go to our reporter, Bobeth Yates, who has another viewpoint of all of that traffic that's at a standstill. Bobeth.
Yeah, Brittany, it hasn't really changed much since we've been here. Right here, you can see southbound traffic really backed up. I just checked again. Now this traffic is going all the way back to Mount Zion. So as you can imagine, southbound traffic backed up from University all the way to Mount Zion. That's a couple miles. And earlier I heard you mention, I see people coming out of their car. Not yet. I haven't seen anyone really come on, but I have seen people turn their cars off, windows down, but no one actually on the highway. But it seems like the traffic continues to be delayed. Right now, it's not moving at all. When I did Waze earlier, it's saying it would take about 45 minutes to get from University to 14th Street. But again, I don't think that is correct because traffic is not moving at all. And many of the side streets have been also packed with people as they try to make their way north or figure out a way to get around all this traffic. But again, Brittany, we'll be out here trying to figure out how long these folks are going to be waiting in traffic, and we'll bring you updates as we get them.
Bobeth, let me ask you this quick question. Are you seeing any of the drivers getting out of their cars? They have to be restless just sitting there in their car for so long.
No, I haven't seen anyone get out. All I've seen was people turn their car off and open their windows. One guy earlier had his door open, but he did not get out onto the highway. Right now, all we've seen is a couple cars just turned off. Like the one in front of us seems like it's off. There's no lights on that one at all. And there's been a couple more of that where, people just, I guess to save their gas, just kind of shut their engine off and are waiting with the windows down. But no one on the highway as I've seen so far.
All right, Bobeth, thank you so much. We'll get back to you in just a moment. So again, no telling exactly how long people will be stuck in their cars. And when you look at that, it looks like traffic is moving on one side of the connector. It's hard to see exactly which side this is. I don't know if a producer can tell me exactly what we're looking at, but it looks like some cars are able to start moving there. This is the first time we've seen any movement from any vehicle in the past hour and 15 minutes. So as protesters have taken over I-75 and I-85 in protest of the shooting and killing of Rayshard Brooks. And we do just want to, if we have those pictures now, we can go to those images. Again, this is a northbound. I just got told this from my producer. This is northbound on I-75, I-85 by the University Avenue exit. It looks like cars now are moving. Again, this is the first movement we've seen since protesters shut down the highway. We have seen in the past 15 minutes officers make arrests in order for this to happen. So, of course, this is developing now. And I do want to sort of get you up to speed and let you know how we got here. It is 10:15 right now. And about 24 hours ago, 27-year-old Rayshard Brooks was at a Wendy's. According to investigators, he was asleep in his car, and officers arrived and they gave him a sobriety test and then tried to make an arrest. They said that there was some sort of tussle, as you can see on your camera. This is actually cell phone video from a witness from other people who were at the Wendy's. And then you see what happened here in this surveillance video. That's where this picks up, and that's where this story picks up. Officers say that they took the officer's taser, that Brooks took the officer's taser and started running and pointed it back at officers. And that is where that officer you see on your screen, a white police officer, we are still waiting to learn his name, turned around and shot Brooks in the back. And we have learned that since then, attorney Chris Stewart has chosen to represent the family as they handled this case and so many others of unarmed black men being shot down by police officers And we also know, developing today, that Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms has called for the firing of this officer. Again, we don't know his name yet, and has also told us and announced today major breaking news that Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields, has resigned. So we have a lot of developments that are happening all throughout the day, really. Shields did send out a statement saying that she will support Mayor Bottoms in whatever role she is assigned and whatever her vision is for the department. Of course, we know that there is an interim police chief right now and that there is an immediate search for the person that will take over that job. We want to head back out to live pictures right now. This is the first time we're seeing this. Traffic finally moving after an hour and 15 minutes of I-75 and I-85 being completely shut down, stopped to a halt there. If we can sort of stay on the highway there just so we can see traffic moving now. What you're looking at is some of those fires that were outside of the Wendy's. I saw 6 of them maybe 6 minutes ago, but now I see that they're dying out a bit just naturally. I didn't see any Atlanta Fire Rescue putting out those flames, and it looks like protesters aren't as close as they were, although I do see some people still in the street there. I don't see any law enforcement from our vantage point. They could be either in front of the protesters or in back of the protesters, but it's hard to see. And I know those images are dark on your screen, but just to let you know what I'm seeing as I'm watching it live with you, there are some protesters there on the outside of the Wendy's standing in the middle of the street there. If we can get a chopper to go back over the highway, I-75 and I-85, so we can see traffic moving, this is definitely breaking news, as this is the first time we've seen traffic move in an hour and 15 minutes. But in the meantime, until we get that shot, take a look at what's happening right now. A fire, another fire inside of the Wendy's on University Avenue. There, now we have both images. So the fire is on University Avenue there at the Wendy's inside. Looks like the drive-through window. This is the second fire that we have been told happened inside of this restaurant. The first one was told to us by our reporter. She said she saw possible flames and really smoke coming out of that restaurant after people had busted the windows and broken in. And now we see these flames coming through, shooting through almost, and they look pretty large through the drive-through window, it seems to be there. I don't see any people outside of the restaurant. It's hard to see. I do actually see a person on the left side of the screen and another fire now being set. So fires keep popping up. We don't know who's doing it, what they're doing it with. And it looks like another fire. This is happening live, guys. Another fire in the front of the restaurant. I can see those flames. They're small, but we can see those flames there shooting into the sky. This is another vantage point for you at home. You can see the smoke from all of those fires we've been talking about for the past 30 minutes or so. This is the result. Smoke now just billowing into the air. It's making the air pretty thick from what we can see. We can only imagine what it's doing to the air out there on the ground as people just continue to walk in the street. People are walking by that gas station there. What I can tell you is what's interesting, we haven't seen this in a minute, cars are now passing through. And of course, we know that is because the highway has since reopened, at least on I-75 northbound, after those protesters shut down the highway for such a long time, all protesting the shooting and killing of Rayshard Brooks. So we see a lot of people, looks like maybe a dozen people on the right side of your screen, just there in front of the Wendy's. This on the left side of your screen, producers, can you tell me exactly what we're looking at here? It looks like an awning. It looks like a building. Okay, this is a shopping center, according to my producers. This is a shopping center that's next to the Wendy's, and now we're giving you another look at those fires that are continuing to spread in this Wendy's. You can see the front sign, the Wendy's sign is actually charred a little bit from those flames that are just sort of going throughout the building at this point. Of course, we're going to ask Atlanta Fire Rescue, where are you to put out these fires? Those flames are now shooting as they grow minute by minute. They're shooting out of that drive-through window. Just take a look at your screen. Of course, this is the first time we're seeing this. We're watching it live with you. Those flames are growing as we continue to watch these images. And if you look at the front of your screen, that's the front of the restaurant. If you've ever been to this Wendy's on University Avenue, that's the dining area in the front on the right side of your screen. And there's another fire there. Now looks like Chopper is giving us another shot of traffic. I believe this should be the I-75 south side. Producers, let me know. Okay, this is the I-75 south side. This is still at a standstill. We know the I-75 north cars were moving. We saw that in the past maybe 10 minutes or so. But it looks like they're This is breaking news right now. Cars are now being let through. I-75, I-85 no longer shut down. It was shut down for the last hour and 20 minutes. We brought you every moment of that blocking of the highway live on air, and it looks like cars are now being let through. This is the first time traffic has moved. We know that this has caused extensive backups throughout all of downtown Atlanta, as we heard from Molly McCullum. And she's going to give us another traffic report right now. If you can, Molly, break down what you're seeing.
This is the first time that we've seen traffic move, especially in the southbound lanes, and those delays were extending all the way back to past the Grady curve. We're talking about past I-20, and there's another view. This is just behind where the highway opened, a little bit farther north on the southbound lanes, but we did see people hop back in their cars earlier on this camera. We did see people waiting outside their cars, walking up and down the highway, because as Brittany mentioned, this area has been at a standstill for the past hour and 20 minutes or so. What you're seeing on the other side of your screen where the lanes are empty, that is the northbound lanes. Those are back open. We're not seeing many cars move through there right now because it was shut down for so long. A lot of people started avoiding the highway. We've seen maybe 1 or 2 cars come through, but obviously the focus right now is on the southbound lanes. And Brittany, I think we're going to hand it back to you as we're seeing a little bit more activity happening at this Wendy's on University Avenue.
I mean, boy, Molly, those flames are growing by the minute. We're watching this live. If you are just now joining us, we've been watching this fire since it was first set, maybe about 10 minutes ago, and you saw, a few sparks here and there. But now look at this fire as it continues to consume that entire drive-through window, which is what we think that area is. It's basically, you can see pieces of that building just falling off as protesters are now in the street. This is all happening live as well. You see some activity here by the Wendy's on University Avenue. People here, and I don't know if these are protesters from the earlier protests or these are people that just joined in, but they have actually taken over the street. And you have to bear with us as we're bringing you all this information live. Chopper is just sort of taking different shots of what's happening down there on the ground. So we're going to head back to this fire that we're watching really just consume this building. You can see now it's going into the roof of this. Where we're actually looking at the fire going into the roof of that building. And just to give you a reference point to bring you up to speed as to why people are protesting by this Wendy's, why people are setting fires inside of this Wendy's. This was the scene of an incident maybe about 24 hours ago where Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed by a white police officer while he was there last night. According to GBI investigators who had a press conference earlier today, they say that the 27-year-old fell asleep in his car, and the officers showed up, tried to give him a sobriety test, and then they tried to make an arrest. There was some sort of tussle, as we've seen from different cell phone videos from witnesses, and they say that Brooks took one of the officer's tasers. He got up and he started running with the taser. In the surveillance video that we've seen that's been released from GBI, we also know that at some point Brooks turned around with the taser in his hand, and that's when we know the officer fired shots. We see some fireworks going off right now, set by people as they start running off to the right of your screen. But just to get back to how we got here, Vic Reynolds, the director of GBI, saying that is when, in the surveillance video, as you can see, Brooks turned around with the taser and the officer shot him in the back. And of course, we're waiting to figure out exactly who that officer is. We're going to head back to our Bobeth Yates, who has been on the ground. Bobeth, are you seeing traffic move right now?
Yeah, we saw a couple car length movements, so not a lot. But you can look out here, you can see just a little bit of a crawl. I would say still less than 5 miles an hour. But it's definitely better than no movement at all, as folks literally have been standing here for hours, about an hour and a half, I think, as you mentioned, as they try to make their way north. Again, when I checked, it said it would take about 45 minutes to get from this exit on 75, that's University, all the way up to 14th. And as you can see, that's the southbound lanes, but the northbound lanes completely shut down. We're seeing no traffic coming through the northbound lanes, and the delays on the southbound side is going all the way back to what we were told was Mount Zion Boulevard, and many of the side streets are also packed. Now, Brittany, earlier today, before we came here to this side, we actually were at a press conference with the attorneys representing the family of Rayshard Brooks, and they told us that the picture that's being painted isn't a full picture. In fact, they talked about earlier that day or earlier yesterday how Brooks was actually spending the day with his daughter. She is celebrating her 8th birthday today. Yesterday, he took her out, had her little pampering, had her nails done. Today, he was supposed to take her to the skating rink as a birthday celebration. And as both attorneys, it was Chris Storch and the other one, name fails me now, said they were with the family, and while they were sitting there, they were having a party for that 8-year-old, and they were going over the details of their case during this party for that 8-year-old. So attorneys said they were just saddened by this whole ordeal, and they said they're so frustrated that they're having to deal with this yet again. And one of the things that kept on coming up was the video that was released that showed Brooks running, fleeing from the officers. As you can see right now, before I go to that, you can see some police officers heading north. They're actually heading south in the northbound lane, if that makes any sense. So they're heading north in the northbound lane. I'm sorry. So you can see this isn't good, but they're adding to the scene right there. But as I was saying earlier, one of the things the attorneys were saying is that the video that is going to be one of the key evidence in this case shows Brooks running from the officers and then turning with the taser in his hand. And they said around that point is when the officer shot. But they said that cannot be used as a reason for using deadly force. Take a listen to what the attorney said.
You can't say he ran off with a weapon that could kill somebody when you say it's not deadly. You can't say you don't have other options. Where was he going to go? He was barely jogging away. You could have boxed him in. Support came in, I think, 2 minutes. He would have been boxed in and trapped. Why did you have to kill him?
Yeah, so as you can, the attorney said he actually lost a couple of cases on the same very issue where officers said that they used a taser and it wasn't deadly force, so they can't turn around and now say that a taser is deadly force. They're saying you can't have it both ways. Another thing they also mentioned was that the time it took for aid to be rendered to Brooks as he was laying on the floor, they said it took several minutes. They said in between the time he was shot and the time that they came over there, checked his pulse, multiple minutes had passed, and that was, time that could have been important to save his life. In addition to that, they said they have video of officers picking up shell casings before they're rendering aid, and they're claiming that act of picking up the shell casing could be a way that could be trying to conceal evidence of how far he was when he was shot. But again, a lot of details are coming out because all of this happened with a packed drive-through, and so many people were watching, so many people were recording video, and all of that now law enforcement, these attorneys have to compile to figure out what is next. GBI says they're going to be doing their investigation and they're going to try to do it as quickly as possible, but also as thorough as possible. And then they're going to turn over all their information to the state attorneys, and then they will decide if charges will be filed against the officer involved in this shooting. But Brittany, we are seeing a little bit more movement now, going back to what we're seeing here. You can see it's almost like a steady flow, just about maybe, I would still say 5 miles an hour, but it's not stop and go traffic as what it was when I first started talking to you. So you can see it actually going. I'll send it back to you right now in the studio.
All right, Bobeth Yates, thank you so much for that as we look at live images of traffic now moving on I-75 south and I-75 north. We have to, though, bring you up to speed as to how we got here. Just 24 hours ago, we know, according to officials, that Rayshard Brooks was at the Wendy's on University Avenue. He, I guess, fell asleep in the car, according to officials, according to GBI, who has taken over this investigation. Fell asleep in the car. Police were called. They tried to do a sobriety test and then tried to make an arrest. There was some sort of a tussle between Brooks and the officers where his taser was taken. We've seen this unfold on several witness cell phone videos. The taser was taken, and then we see what happens on that surveillance video where Brooks is running from officers, and he turns around for a quick second with that taser in his hand, and then you see an officer shoot him in the back, and that has set off a firestorm on social media, and has set off a firestorm in the streets as people are upset at the death of another black man at the hand of another police officer. Of course, we don't know if that officer will be fired. We heard Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms calling for that officer to be terminated today. We also heard that Police Chief Erica Shields resigned today. So a lot still developing right now. I do have my colleague Rick Fulbaum now in the studio. Rick, would you like to join in on this coverage and add anything that you're observing right now?
Well, you know, I wasn't supposed to be here tonight. But I got a phone call that I was needed, and I'm glad to be here. What I'm sad about, though, is that I need to be here. You know, we've been through so much here in Atlanta over the last several weeks, several months, even if you're talking about COVID-19. That to see this happen and to see the city going through this sort of collective trauma again is very upsetting.
We're going to go to Yasmina. She's on the ground right now. She has a ground shot of what's unfolding. Yasmina, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Brittany, we're still at the intersection of University Avenue and Pryor Road. You can see there's a lot going on here. The Wendy's where this shooting happened is actually on fire right now. Maybe 30 minutes ago or so, we did see an Atlanta fire truck that attempted to get into this area, but protesters would not let that fire truck through. And in that time, of course, that fire got much, much worse. I mean, even just within the last 5 minutes or so, that is some really thick smoke coming from that Wendy's. There also looked to be a lot less people out here than when that fire first started. You can see that traffic is also now moving through this intersection while protesters are also in the road and on the sidewalk. This just one of several scenes that we're seeing near here behind us is where we showed you the protesters on the interstate earlier. So there are a lot of different scenes going on, but what you're looking at right now is that Wendy's. You can't even see the Wendy's sign anymore. It is on fire. We've got the smoke. I haven't seen another Atlanta fire truck attempt to come back into this area, so we're just kind of waiting to see what happens. You can see a lot of people are in this parking lot across from that Wendy's now. A lot of people in the road, cars coming through, and Atlanta police are behind us, so they are not over in this area. Brittany?
All right, Yasmina, thank you so much. Again, several fires popping up out there outside of the Wendy's off of University Avenue. You have to think just, what was it, midnight last night when CBS 46 cameras were there when we saw the first protest, and our cameras were the only cameras that were there, the first protest in regards to the shooting and killing of Rashard Brooks. And now look at what has unfolded after several protests throughout the day, and now several fires on the ground just outside of the Wendy's there. Once again, my colleague Rick Fulbaum is here and has been following this coverage all day long and is now joining me in the studio. So, Rick, what do you think about this, being that, you know, we're now entering our third, I've really lost track of time, our third week of protests, I believe?
Yep, third week of protests, and we've been dealing with the coronavirus for a number of months, and now we have this. You know, and you really just have to think about the resilience of the city of Atlanta and whether the people here are going to be able to respond to this kind of thing, you know, in a way that that they'll feel good about tomorrow. I mean, that's really the bottom line. And you know, so far, you hate to see the destruction of any kind of property, and sadly, that's what we're looking at. You know, you understand the emotions behind it, but you don't understand the violence and the destruction, the arson. So, you know, such a disruption, you know, I think that there needs to be, you know, you think about the kind of the kind of response that we got from the city after the first night of riots or the first night of marches and protests after the death of George Floyd. And you remember the overwhelming force that the city of Atlanta came in with. And you have to ask yourself, well, you know, obviously a different decision was made tonight. This was just completely unexpected, although you have a hard time believing that or understanding that as we take a look at the video on the right-hand side of your screen of the final moments of this young man. And, you know, once again, we are left with a piece of videotape, in this case, two different angles of videotape to look at and to try to make some kind of sense out of it. And we heard from the attorney for the family here saying, why did he have to die? Why did you have to kill him? That was the question that he has for the police officers. And I think that a lot of people watching this video are asking themselves the same thing.
Right, and he also said the attorneys are Chris Stewart and Justin Miller saying, you know, you had other options. Very interesting. I did a story earlier this week as we continue to look at live pictures and this video, talking to one of the people that are now on the task force that has been put together by the mayor to create better policies and procedures for Atlanta police. And he said, this is a quote, "We're going to have our own George Floyd situation occurring if we keep allowing that to happen." And, you know, a lot of people that I've been talking to, protesters in the past 2 weeks, were afraid that we are going to have an incident here in Atlanta. And once Rayshard Brooks happened last night, many people just saying enough is enough, and other people saying they're just tired. And so you see people outside protesting really all day. You see people protesting into the night, so tired that they decided to get onto the highway, get onto I-75, get onto I-85, and stand there for an hour and a half, not allowing one single car to get through. They shut down a major highway in a major city. I didn't see any violence from our vantage point. Of course, we'll continue to keep communication with our reporters on the ground, but we haven't seen any violence between protesters and police officers. We did see those arrests happen live on our air. Of course, we're reaching out to law enforcement right now to see exactly how many people were arrested. Rick.
And Brittany, there was some tear gas deployed. Did I hear that?
Yeah, our reporters said that there was tear gas deployed at some point today.
You know, that's something that obviously we watched over the last couple of weeks with the protests in downtown. And Brittany, you know better than anyone, having been there and having been, you know, sort of socked in the face with that, with the tear gas. You know what that's like. You know, I think that taking over a highway, it's certainly an inconvenience for many people, but it's not violent. It is a way to exercise, you know, one's First Amendment right to go out and peacefully protest. You know, so in that sense, it seems like a better solution than the fires that we see on the right-hand side of the screen. You know, our political analyst Rashad Ritchie is joining us now on the phone. And Rashad, as we take a look at these pictures and we talk about this story, yet another story, Rashad, what are you thinking tonight?
I'm thinking that I'm very sad for my city. I'm thinking that policing has to be reimagined. The community is demanding it. I'm also thinking that this happened, obviously, at the absolute worst time. There's no good time for any police shooting, police-involved incident like this. But this happened not only in the middle of a global pandemic, it happened in the middle of a racial pandemic, in the middle of a protest, in the middle of this city. And for those who are upset and protesting, there's definitely a collective understanding across the planet. And what you see are expressions of frustration, unlike you have seen in modern history. And people like myself and other local leaders, we are doing everything we can do to keep as much peace as possible during civil unrest.
Is this our George Floyd, Rashad? Is Rayshard Brooks our George Floyd, or are there too many differences in the two cases?
Well, there definitely are some differences, but here's what's happening, Rick. These are distinctions without differences for many, because we had Ahmaud Arbery before we had George Floyd, and we've had many others in Georgia and some in Atlanta that have still been unsolved or not prosecuted. And when you talk to some of the protesters, and I want to make sure viewers know that there's a distinction between protesters who are typically more organized and what you're seeing tonight. What you're seeing tonight is an uprising of the local community. These are people that live in that general area who are coming out saying, not here, not now, why did this happen? And so there's a difference. But today there's an emergence. Tonight there's an emergence of the protester class as well as the local community coming together and saying that this should not have happened. But there are differences between what happened with George Floyd and what happened to this young man. However, in the middle of frustration, nobody's really talking about the nuances in the moment now. They're talking about, once again, an individual who seemingly was intoxicated and allegedly failed a field sobriety test is now dead. That's what protesters and members of the community are saying and baffled by.
And Rashad, we just have to tell you what's happening right now live on our air since you are on their phone. Part of that Wendy's where this all unfolded, the Wendy's you were just talking about, is now in flames, engulfed in flames. We watched that fire start in the drive-through window, and it has just built really, or continued to build moment by moment. And now all you see on your screen right now are red and orange flames coming and shooting through that Wendy's restaurant. Again, the scene of where Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed yesterday. Rashad, do we still have Rashad Ritchie on the phone?
I'm still here.
Okay. Let me ask you this. After seeing what happened last night, and we do know that you are on that board, on that committee that the mayor has put together, what will this information do for you all, for that board? How will this influence how you guys will move forward?
Well, let me say this first off, because obviously the big news today was that the chief of police resigned. Here's some insight. Many of us on the committee, we were going to recommend an overhaul of city leadership with the police department anyway. So it is no surprise to us that she resigned. She will likely be reassigned to another post and still remain active with the Atlanta Police Department, as she should. She's been with the police department over 20 years. She has given the city a significant amount of good service. But beyond that, there's a significant disconnect between community and law enforcement, especially when we're talking about Black and brown communities. There's a disjointed perception of what policing should be. As far as the council is concerned, the council will make recommendations about use of force tactics. I know that what will come up in our next meeting is the use of tasers. As many are saying, the young man who was killed, Mr. Brooks, was able to grab the taser of the cop. That's what is seen allegedly on the tape. Now, the question is a taser a lethal weapon? Well, there's another question then, because police officers, in order to be trained to use a taser and certified to carry a taser, they must be tased themselves, which would suggest that a taser is a non-lethal weapon, and it is classified as a non-lethal weapon. So if we're saying that this is a justifiable killing because of the taser, well, even police agencies classify the taser as non-lethal. So where was the lethal part of him having the taser? So that's going to be a conversation that we will have as a council, as the use of force council appointed by the mayor this week.
All right, Rashad, thank you so much for your perspective tonight. Of course, we'll keep you close by as we continue to watch these live images right now. We have watched live on air the Wendy's where this all went down last night, where Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed by Atlanta police. It is now engulfed in flames. We watched this fire build flame by flame. Really, it is now shooting through the roof. If we're getting images of it on the left side of your screen, but it's shooting through the roof, really taking over that entire building. Protesters were around that building for much of the night. It looks like now they are just spilling out into the street. As we heard Yasmina Alston say, not that many are out there anymore. And we do know that the protesters that were on the highway have been arrested, and now traffic is moving. But again, this building is still burning, and I've been asking this question for the past maybe 40 minutes or hour. Where is the Atlanta Fire Rescue?
Well, you know, I will tell you, Brittany, that we saw something very similar on the first night of protests here after George Floyd, and that is where there was a police car that was set on fire, and no one did anything about it. It was allowed to burn. And then we saw a number of other fires that were set, a couple to structures, a couple to other automobiles. And it seemed like there was at least on the part of city leaders, the fire department and police department, first responders, some kind of, tacit, decision that was made to let these fires just burn themselves out rather than send crews in the way. We also know that some fire crews that have attempted to respond, Cortez Stafford is joining us on the phone. This is actually a perfect person to talk to with Atlanta Fire Rescue. And we are wondering, Cortez, about these structures that are just sort of allowed to burn. Why is that?
Well, we can't get to them. I mean, it's too dangerous to try to get through the protesters to get to the fires. By us forcing our way through, we're putting our firefighters at risk and also the safety of the protesters at risk. I know that's interesting to say, but we have to be concerned about citizens in the roadway as well.
We're talking with Cortez Stafford. I'm guessing, sir, because my producer told me in my earpiece that you were available for us to talk to. You're with Atlanta Fire Rescue. You're a member of the Public Information Officer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
I'm a Public Information Officer.
And your rank, just so I know how to refer to you?
Sergeant.
Sergeant Stafford. So why don't you give us an update, please, on the work of Atlanta Fire Rescue tonight, responding to these many calls?
So we put together a task force just for the protests here at University and Pryor Road in this area that we're working right now that's congested, consisting of 2 fire trucks, a ladder truck, and a battalion chief, and also the escort of law enforcement. We have not been able to make it to the Wendy's, which is at 125 University Avenue. That's the address. The fire started out as a small fire. As a matter of fact, we weren't quite sure if we had a fire inside the Wendy's, but it started out as a small vegetation fires outside, but it does look like the Wendy's itself has been set on fire. It's fully involved. We are not able to access it, and it's too dangerous to try to get our units in there at this time.
Hi, Cortez, Sergeant Cortez Stafford. This is Brittany Miller here. We've been watching this fire sort of happen moment by moment live on air. We do know that there is a BP gas station close by, pretty close to this Wendy's here. Any concern that the fire will spread to the gas station and maybe blow up?
I have to say we don't know. We're watching it, monitoring closely. Obviously, the gas station is less than 25, 20, 30 yards away. So that's a major concern for us. The concern that we have is that it won't get to the tanks, which are underground. So that's probably the best place for those tanks to be, and that's how they're built. We're monitoring closely, and if we can get in there to put some wood on the fire, number one, and save the gas station and any other buildings around it, then we'll do so. But right at this time, it's too dangerous to try to go to that location.
Sergeant, real quickly, we know that some first responders have actually come under attack from some of these criminal elements out on the street, as they have tried to respond to fires. Is that something that your men and women have come in touch with tonight?
We have not had any cases of any that I'm hearing. When I just spoke to our commander, incident commander for tonight's incident, we have not had any reports of damage to our fire trucks. Now, we have had people stand in front of the fire trucks, and we had to remove one person off of our fire truck while we were trying to get to that Wendy's fire. But more than anything, people are just standing in the roadway, and we are unable to get down University Avenue and Pryor to get to that location. But we have not had anyone damage any of the apparatuses tonight that I'm aware of at this moment.
Sergeant Cortez Stafford with Atlanta Fire Rescue. Sergeant, thanks so much. We appreciate your time and the information as we come up on 10 minutes before 11 p.m. and we continue to watch a fire that is burning out of control now at a Wendy's on University site.
I'm about to come on the other side.
This was the site last night where Rayshard Brooks at the drive-through there, his life came to an end after he was involved in an officer-involved shooting. And you can see the fire rescue just sort of standing and watching. Yasmina Alston is standing by right now. Yasmina, tell us where you are and what's going on there.
Yeah, Rick, so hearing from Atlanta Fire that it's a dangerous situation to get to, we actually moved from where we were as well. We were on the other side of that bridge and have now moved. One thing that's changed, obviously, is that fire is much larger now, but also Georgia State Patrol is now blocking all traffic from going towards that Wendy's. It's sort of a mess out here. All of the traffic being rerouted, having to come back the other way. The interstate is still shut down, and of course you can see a lot of police activity still on the interstate and down here where we are. But that fire just massive. I mean, we originally just saw smoke, and then you can see those flames grew, and I mean, it's just a waiting game. We heard Atlanta Fire say it was dangerous to get over there. That's kind of what we experienced as well. Hearing, talking about all of the people that were just standing in the road and making it difficult to get over there. Once that fire got bigger, a lot of people did scatter just because it's a scary situation. Back to you guys.
All right, Yasmina, thanks very much. A scary situation. You don't want to hear that. And you mentioned that at gas station, Brittany, and I think that we heard from Sergeant Stafford that that is a major concern of theirs. He said, we don't know whether or not we're going to be able to contain the fire at the Wendy's and keep it from spreading. But he did say one thing that I think was encouraging, at least, and that is that the tanks at that gas station are underground.
Right. One thing that I just want to mention, we've covered protests here since late last month, and this is the first time we're seeing anything like this. We saw a few car fires on the first night of protests, but just take a look at the left side of your screen and just look at the powerful images you are seeing right now live. This is on University Avenue as red and orange and yellow flames shoot up into the air as we have watched live on TV this Wendy's catch fire, or someone set a fire, and then that fire really consumed the entire building as protesters continue, or people in the neighborhood continue to walk around that building. And we do know, again, just to bring you up to speed, we know that some protesters that were on the ground there, but way before the fires were even set, were on the highway on I-75, I-85. They shut that highway down for about an hour and a half before officers moved in and put them in handcuffs and took them away. Of course, we are reaching out to our law enforcement sources right now to figure out who was on the highway there, who those protesters were, how many of them were arrested. We know more than 500 people were arrested in the protests in the past 2 weeks. So we have to see exactly how many people were on that highway and who was responsible for shutting it down. But you know what? We did not see any sort of clash between officers and protesters when they did meet and when they did put them in zip ties. But this is just compelling video when you think about how we got here, where we started maybe 24 hours ago with the first protest, hours after Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed in the parking lot of the Wendy's that is now on fire, Rick. This is the Wendy's at the center of this investigation. This is the Wendy's that the GBI is now looking into, because this is where, that parking lot is where a 27-year-old Rayshard Brooks, a black man, was shot and killed by a white officer. And of course, we'll get to the details of exactly what happened. GBI saying that he was asleep in the car. They tried to do a sobriety test. They tried to make an arrest shortly after that. There was some sort of tussle between Brooks and the officer. If you look at that, if you've seen, you probably have seen it, that cell phone video, you see Brooks get the taser and then he starts running. At some point he turns around with the taser, and that is when, just like in a split second, if you watch that surveillance video, we see Brooks shot by that officer. We're going to head to Brittany Edney right now. That's our other reporter who is live on the ground. We've had team coverage for the past several hours right now. Brittany, what can you tell us where you are?
Well, I'm outside City Hall, but let's talk a little bit about the scene over at Wendy's. Fire, of course, as we've been covering, this was where everything started last night and where Brooks was shot by that officer. That officer, I am told by Mayor Keisha Lamps Bottoms, has been terminated. The second officer in that video that a lot of us have seen circulating at this point, that second officer is on administrative leave until this has been investigated thoroughly through. We learned all of this during a press conference today with the mayor at City Hall. Another big development development that we had from officials is the fact that Police Chief Erica Shields, she did offer to resign, and Mayor Bottoms accepted that resignation. So Chief Erica Shields is out at this point. We have a interim police chief, and one thing that Mayor Bottoms said is that I think is important to point out is while she may be out as her current role as police chief, that doesn't mean that she is necessarily done with the city of Atlanta. Let's also remember that former Chief Erica Shields has a long-running history with this department, coming on in 1995. The mayor said at this point, though, they don't know what her exact role may be, but kind of insinuated that there could be some kind of future with Shields and the city of Atlanta. Brittany.
All right, Brittany Edney live outside of City Hall for us, just giving us a recap of all of those major developments that came out of Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms' press conference today. But we have to just continue to watch these flames right now. And as we watch that, Brittany, any word on if that officer would be fired, and any word on the identity of that officer?
Right now, as far as both the officer that shot him as well as the other officer involved in the video, we do not have anything as far as identification. We have been told that it's going to be coming down the pipe at some point. We haven't been given an exact timeline, just that to know that it is coming. So we're waiting, of course, on that information, and we'll bring it as soon as that becomes available. We do know as well that not only did the mayor call for the officer who shot Brooks, call for his termination, but that did go through. So that officer has been fired. Brittany.
You know, Brittany, you talk about Chief Shields, former Chief Shields, and her history with the department. And I think, it really, you do have to take a step back and say, what a fall from grace over the last couple of weeks for a police chief. And Brittany, having been out there with the protesters around Centennial Olympic Park Drive in Marietta, that day, it was the first day of protest when the police chief came out and began to talk with the protesters one-on-one. She was, okay and comfortable just sort of listening to them. She seemed to be, very understanding of their concerns, and she got so much credit from so many people for having gone out into the crowd and made herself so accessible and available. Perfect. To have gone from that to handing in her resignation, only a couple of weeks later, it really is a stunning fall.
180-degree turn, correct? And we have to point the fact out that the spotlight has really been on not only Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, but also now former Police Chief Erica Shields. We've seen both of them very active in the community, heading out at the protest just 2 weeks ago. And this will be video that we'll share in the 11 o'clock hour on CBS 46. But just 2 weeks ago, we did see Chief Shields at the time go out into the protesters, try to have some conversations, try to initiate that healthy dialogue with protesters, and she was shoved at that point. So we have seen her in that community role. Rick.
All right, Brittany Edney, thank you so much. She is live in front of Atlanta City Hall. We are going to start our CBS 46 News at 11 in about a few seconds here and just bring you up to speed as to what we know right now. Breaking at 11, protesters setting a fire at the scene where an Atlanta police officer shot and killed Rayshard Brooks, who had fallen asleep while in the drive-through lane of a Wendy's on University Avenue in Atlanta. CBS 46 was first on scene of that shooting last night. After a confrontation with police, Brooks allegedly took the taser from police, ran off, and then was shot in the back by an officer. We do know the GBI is investigating.
Take a look. This is surveillance video from the deadly shooting. Very difficult to watch. The officer accused of the shooting has been fired. The second officer seen in the video has been placed on administrative leave pending the investigation. CBS 46 with team coverage from the family of the man killed, plus hear from the family's attorney about what's next for them in this investigation.
CBS 46's Yasmina Alston live where the shooting happened in front of that Wendy's. Protesters really started last night after midnight when CBS 46 was the first on scene. Yasmina.
Brittany, that Wendy's that you're talking about where that shooting happened is completely on fire. We watched what started off as a small fire has now taken over that Wendy's. You can see the flames there. It got pretty intense over in that area once that fire got bigger. A lot of people, of course, ran away from that area. We were a little bit closer and decided to take a safer distance away from that fire as well. One thing that's changed is that Georgia State Patrol now has the road blocked off. All of this traffic that's trying to go towards that Wendy's is now being rerouted to turn back around. The interstate also is, you cannot get on the interstate and you can't come off at this University Avenue exit. Earlier tonight, we saw protesters on the interstate. They shut down the traffic, and while traffic is moving on the interstate now, it is moving a lot slower. You can still see a lot of Georgia State Patrol troopers are still on the interstate as that traffic is moving. So again, back live out here, that Wendy's where that shooting happened is on fire. We heard earlier from Atlanta Fire that they are trying to get to that area, but of course it is a very dangerous situation. Brittany?
All right, Yasmina, be sure to stay safe out there. She is live on the ground for us. Thank you so much. Our team coverage continues tonight with Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields stepping down following that shooting. CBS 46's Brittany Edney is live with more, with a look back at her tenure here in Atlanta. Brittany.
We had a lot of news come out of Atlanta City Hall this evening, from a termination, a resignation, and just major leadership changes.
Chief Shields has offered to immediately step aside as police chief so that the city may move forward with urgency in rebuilding the trust so desperately needed throughout our community.
Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms says she accepted Shields' resignation. Here's video from just 2 weeks ago of Shields amongst protesters. At one point, she got shoved. Her resignation also comes after the added spotlight on the department after 2 police officers were fired for using excessive force when they tased and pulled 2 college students from their car during a protest.
I firmly believe that there is a clear distinction between what you can do and what you should do.
Shields has been with the department since 1995. Mayor Bottoms says Shields' future role with the city is still being decided.
There has been a disconnect with what our expectations are and should be as it relates to interactions with our officers and the communities in which they are entrusted to protect.
Erica Shields also released a statement just after her resignation. I'm going to share a part with you. It says, quote, "I have served alongside some of the finest women and men in Atlanta Police Department. Mayor Bottoms has my support on the future direction of this department." As for who's going to be in control now that former Chief Shields has resigned, we are told by Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms that former Assistant Police Chief Rodney Bryant, he is going to be the interim police chief for right now. Reporting live outside of City Hall, I'm Brittany Edney, CBS 46 News.
And Brittany, we understand that former Chief Shields is going to stay with the department.
Well, that's right, Rick. Maybe to some capacity, possibly the city as well. What we were told specifically by the mayor was that while they don't know what Shields' future role will be with the city, it's possible that she has one. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we've seen the last of Shields, because she could have some side of title either with the city or possibly with the police department moving forward. Still very little details about that at this point. Rick.
All right. Brittany Edney joining us live. Thanks very much, Brittany.
Right now, we have CBS 46 political analyst Rashad Ritchie on the phone. You've been following this story and so much more. You're actually on the committee to bring about change with officers here in Atlanta. Rashad, what do you make of all of this?
Well, it's time for a change, and that's why the committee was put together for the city, and we really served at the request of the community. The community stood up and said, we need to change and transform policies. And part of our policy mandate to change or to recommend for change is use of force. The council is called the Police Use of Force Council. And how ironic is it that tonight, once again, we're talking about a use of force incident. And I want to make something very clear that will probably start coming out Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. You had 2 cops who responded. two cops who were involved, two cops who received the same exact training, and they were Atlanta police officers. However, one officer said he needed to use lethal force, and another officer did not. Why the distinction? Why the difference? Why is it that one cop said this situation calls for me to kill the suspect, the alleged suspect, and the other officer said it did not? That is a question that has to be answered at some point in the very near future.
Rashad, as we all take a look at this videotape of this, the death of this young man, and it comes at two different angles, so you have to watch both tapes in order to get a complete picture of what it is that happened there. And even then, I'm sure we don't have a complete picture. But what jumps out at you?
You know, what jumps out at me is just because you can do something, it doesn't mean you should do something. And I think that is the disconnect between community and law enforcement, especially when we start talking about our Black and brown communities. That jumps out to me when you look at the entire scene of what happened between the officers and Mr. Brooks. When you look at what's happening tonight, community and law enforcement should work together. Law enforcement obviously was developed, made to be an expression of community and not an opposition to community. And we are striving as a society, as individuals who care about our city, care about our country. We are fighting to make that connection happen again. And I believe we can do so with the right people in leadership and with the right movement forward. And we have to listen to what community members are saying.
Rashad Ritchie, one more question from me. For those that can't see you, you are a Black man. Explain and sort of help us understand, or help viewers understand, the grief and the anger that so many people are feeling right now that has now turned into people shutting down highways and setting Wendy's on fire.
Well, there's a collective frustration, but there's also an individual frustration. People who are immature, they express themselves in immature ways. I wouldn't go and damage a building, but I did shed tears this morning. When I saw the murder of George Floyd, I shedded tears at that moment in my life. And when I saw the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, the first time I saw it, I paused and I could not talk for 2 hours. And I talk a lot. I talk for a living, actually. So this was how it affected me. It's affecting people, especially Black men and Black mothers, in a particular way. And if it impacts someone who happens to be immature, and they don't really know how to get access to the people in power and how to create change through a policy and legislative process, then their frustration is limited in its expression, and they start lashing out on things that's close to them, that's familiar to them. And that's why it takes a leadership model that steps in the middle of that and says, listen, we understand the energy because all of us are experiencing the energy, but this is how we focus that energy into a lasting, transformative movement.
Rashad, I have one more question for you. You said that there needed to be a change of leadership. You told us that your task force was going to recommend a change of leadership at the police force even before Chief Shields handed in her resignation. Is there anyone else who has to go? Are there any other leaders in your mind, in the minds of some of the other members of the task force, who where there needs to be a change?
Well, I've spoken directly with 4 or 5 task force members about the leadership at APD. And this was before, obviously, tonight. It's not the entire task force because we did not get to have that conversation. Yes, there are others who are in leadership command who may have to be reassigned because the structure is a top-down structure. That's how every police agency works. And if we're talking about a cultural change, there has to be a cultural change reflecting leadership and also the leadership of the city. The city has the Citizen Review Board, and that Atlanta Citizens Review Board has to be strengthened by legislation from city council. And that is also a good place to start true reform for how.
CBS 46 political analyst Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Rashad, thanks so much. We'll talk again soon. Chief Erica Shields' resignation comes less than 24 hours after the deadly parking lot shooting. The former chief's been with the department since 1995. Her stepping down comes after the Georgia NAACP called for her to leave her position following weeks of violent protests and now a deadly officer-involved shooting.
Let's head to Yasmina Alston, who's on the ground. Yasmina, we're hearing loud booms coming from our cameras there. What's going on? Yasmina, can you hear us?
Apparently not.
All right, we're going to try to reconnect with her in just a moment. But before we tried to get to her, we heard some loud bangs and booms, and then we saw some sparks coming from the ground, which we can suspect are fireworks just from being there on the ground and seeing how these protests unfold. But we have to let you know that this protest started off very peaceful. People were just chanting. They were in the streets. We talked to families that were out there with their young children. And then once the sun went down and protesters moved on to the highway peacefully, there was no violence on the highway. Down below, that's when we saw people breaking into the Wendy's there, busting windows. And then we saw small fires being set outside of that Wendy's there. And just to catch you up to speeding and let you know the significance of that Wendy's and why we're focusing on that Wendy's, let's go to actually let Yasmina right now. Her shot is up and her shot is ready. Yasmina, what's going on?
Yeah, Brittany, sorry about that. What you're looking at now is the Wendy's is still on fire. We still have not seen Atlanta fire trucks be able to make it over to that area. From what I'm seeing from where we are, it looks like there are more people than before over in that area, closer to the Wendy's. When the Wendy's first caught on fire, we sort of saw everyone running away from that area as the fire grew, but it looks like people are starting to move back into that area. Over here on this side of the interstate, we're starting to see traffic back up. There's nowhere to go. People can't go towards the Wendy's and they can't get on the interstate and they're not able to get off of the interstate. So we're just sort of seeing people stopped here. For a while there, cars were turning around and going the other way, but I don't know if we can see the cars here. Everyone is just stopped and that traffic is backed up. And you can see Georgia State Patrol there does have that roadway blocked off. And of course, people are walking up to try and get a closer look. Again, that Wendy's where the shooting happened is still on fire. Tonight we've watched that fire grow. And it looks like more people are over in that area now on the ground. And of course, a pretty large police presence is out here as well. So we're just sort of waiting to see what happens. We're waiting to see if the fire trucks are going to be able to make it over there. We're waiting to see if police are going to do anything. And we'll, of course, keep you updated throughout this newscast. Brittany.
You know, Yasmina, as we take a look at these pictures, it almost looks as though the flames have intensified just within the last couple of minutes. And we did hear a large pop. I don't know if you were there at the time that this fire broke out, but do you have any information about who started this fire? And you know, we heard from from the public information officer with Atlanta Fire Rescue, Sergeant Cortez Stafford, told us that it started off as a very small fire.
Rick, that's right. I'm not sure who started that fire. We just know that at one point, everyone just sort of ran over to that Wendy's, and then shortly after, we saw a little bit of smoke and heard of a small fire that was inside of the restaurant. Is from what we saw. We, of course, don't know where exactly that fire started, but people were throwing things at the Wendy's, and then that's when we saw a smaller fire that eventually grew into what we're seeing now. I mean, from here, you can't even see the Wendy's anymore, and all I'm seeing is just smoke everywhere.
And Yasmina, you know, you were on the ground the first night of protests here in Atlanta when we saw the first fire of the Atlanta Police Patrol car and two other fires. How would you compare both of those scenes, being that you're there right now?
Yeah, so that first night that you're talking about, that first night of protesting, and when we saw downtown businesses, the windows shattered, this is probably the most similar to what I saw that night and what you saw that night as well. So things definitely escalated quickly throughout the day from the time we first got out here and we saw, you know, just one group protesting to what we're seeing right now.
All right, Yasmina, there on the ground, of course, continue to stay safe as those flames continue to grow. I mean, we have watched that building really get consumed. We do just want to let you know what we've learned tonight is that the Brooks family has retained attorneys. L. Chris Stewart, who we know is also representing several other families with similar cases, as well as Justin Miller. We do have a soundbite from their press conference earlier today.
You can't say he ran off with a weapon that could kill somebody when you say it's not deadly. You can't say you don't have other options. Where was he going to go? He was barely jogging away. You could have boxed him in. Support came in, I think, 2 minutes. He would have been boxed in and trapped. Why did you have to kill him?
That was attorney L. Chris Stewart along with Justin Miller. He even said after that you had other options. He had a very emotional press conference where he also said he's tired and enough is enough. What you're looking at right now is a live picture by University Avenue. It has been a wild night down there. We've seen protesters take over the highway. We've seen small fires being set around a Wendy's, and then now that Wendy's really erupting in flames, Rick.
Yeah, just to let everybody know and catch everybody up, it is the weekend. Perhaps people not paying as close attention to the news as they might during the regular work week. But this is yet another case of a white police officer, in this case a member of APD, fatally shooting a young African-American man. And this happened after a struggle outside of a Wendy's restaurant on the south side of Atlanta. And it happens obviously within the context of weeks of protests after the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis, and also months of difficulties regarding the coronavirus pandemic, which we have to mention is still ongoing and has affected the African American community and the Latina community much more so, disproportionately so, than it has the white community here. So we have all of these tensions sort of coming to a head, and we watched the protests that were taking place here in the city and around the country after the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. And, you know, now to have another young African-American man, in this case a 27-year-old man named Rashard Brooks, who had allegedly fallen asleep in his car and was blocking the drive-through window at this Wendy's restaurant on University, you know, to have this happen here in our own backyard is something that, you know, no one here in the city of Atlanta wanted. And to see these buildings burning at the hands of protesters who have turned into arsonists, essentially, is something as well that no one wanted to see happen.
Absolutely, and just really watching this unfold has probably left so many people at home speechless because it took such a quick turn, and we've seen that. History has shown that here with the protests in Atlanta. But something we have to mention here, Atlanta police, the department, and some of the officers were already in hot water because of what happened the last time we had protests a couple of weeks ago, where we saw that video that was only on CBS 46 cameras. We brought that coverage to you live, where you had Spell House students being stunned and tased, being dragged out of their cars. And we saw that some of those officers were fired after that. Some of those officers were even charged after that. So this is yet on top of that incident, Rick, that we saw live on our air. That's right. And earlier today, we heard from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, who announced the resignation of Police Chief Erica Shields as she has stepped down. She, after many, many years with the department, apparently is going to stay with the department in some kind of as yet to be determined role, but stepping down from her position as chief so as not to get in the way of the reforms that she says and so many others say are necessary here in the city of Atlanta. It is Saturday night. It's 20 after 11. On the left-hand side of your screen is a fully engulfed Wendy's restaurant on University Avenue on the south side of Atlanta, where a fast food restaurant that was the scene of the death of a 27-year-old black man last night is now fully engulfed in flames after a day that started off peaceful, protesters around the city, and then, as we have seen in the recent past, Brittany,
things taking a turn for the worse.
And almost 24 hours ago is when we saw the first protest. CBS 46 was there. We were the only cameras there. We saw the first group of maybe 100 protesters outside of that Wendy's. And to look at where we are 24 hours later after so many developments throughout the day is just astonishing to see on TV. We don't know where things are going to head next. We're still waiting to see what's going to happen with this fire that's been burning now for hours, Rick. I mean, we saw this again. If you're just joining us, we saw these flames sort of bursting and pushing through the drive-through window live on air. And then moment by moment, they just grew and shot through the ceiling. And now this building is torched and charred. And we saw protesters setting other fires around that building. We still have protesters on the ground. They've been with us all night. We have Bobeth Yates with the latest information. Bobeth, exactly where are you?
We're still at University, just where the entrance of 75 is. You can see we have a lot of officers in the area. Literally just a moment ago, this entire street was blocked with protesters' cars. They were going car by car, knocking on the doors, telling them to get back in their car, or they were going to arrest them. And if you can see right here, the highway is still shut down as folks are starting to kind of congregate around it. And this down here is University. On the other side of this is where that Wendy's is and where most of the protesters are. You can see, if you could zoom in, that's where a lot of people are actually kind of congregating. But we are not allowed to go past this. Highway patrol is blocking the road. There are some people that are trying to, to see how far they can get as they walk. But for the most part, officers were telling us not to go down there and trying to turn us around. So I think you kind of have to have a reason to continue going down that street. But it seems to me that there's a lot of people, not protesters, just standby-bys trying to see what's going on out here, Brittany. And, it doesn't seem to be violent right here, but it's definitely a lot of people. There is a police presence, and, it just seems like a lot of people just are gathering, trying to see what's going on. And earlier today, you can see the frustration from the people here. And earlier today, the attorneys that represent the family were also frustrated. They kind of spoke to me and they were saying that they're just tired of having to do this. In one instance, that one of the attorneys, that was Chris Stewart, he likened this situation to another one. I don't know if you remember the shooting of Walter Scott. Apparently, Chris Stewart represented Walter Scott a couple years ago, and it was a similar incident where Walter Scott was running from police, and he somehow they had a scuffle with a taser, but he started running away. That officer in that Walter Scott incident was actually turned himself in and was prosecuted for shooting and killing Walter Scott. And they said this is so similar to that. This is a situation where a taser was involved, the person was fleeing the scene, and they were really frustrated that they're once again having to deal with this and, just keep going back and forth with, officers and the deadly use of force in incidents what they claim is not necessary. But I'm going to send it back to you as, folks again continue to gather back here. And we'll be out here getting more images for you as you need it.
Bobeth, I just wonder if you could talk to us more about your conversation with the attorney that's been hired by the Brooks family. And we heard a little bit of sound from him a few moments ago where he talked about the fact that, you can't say that taser that he had fired was lethal force because you yourself, the attorney was saying to the police department, I guess, say that that is not lethal force. Tell us more about that, because I think that as people watch the different angles of this terrible scene unfold, and they see Rayshard Brooks obviously running away, but then also turning around and holding that taser, and there is a bit of a spark that seems to come from that taser. I don't know whether that's from him firing it, but that's something that a lot of people are going to sort of hone in on. And say, well, wait a minute, this officer may have been trying to defend himself. Go ahead.
Yes, Rick, that is definitely a point that was made. Now, but there's two issues that were brought up. The first one, as you mentioned, they're saying a taser is not deadly use of force. It's not made to be deadly use of force. And in the past, when someone has died out of the use of a taser, they've lost cases because the defense the officers raised was that was not the intent, it was not deadly use of force, and it is not something that usually can kill you unless you have some other issue going on, medically. Now, the other thing they raised was they're saying that the time between where the taser was actually deployed and the time when the gentleman turned was just too short for that to be the reaction. The attorney said that they kind of felt as if, if the gentleman was trying to taser the officer, one, it would have been impossible because the distance between where the officer was and where he was, the taser couldn't reach him. But also that the second officer that shot, saying that he reacted too quickly, the time between where that the Brooks raised his hand to turn and the time between the officer shooting does not align. So they seem as if it was almost already in play, is what they're saying. But again, this is what the attorney representing the family is saying.
Sure. And I'm glad that you clarified that. Worth repeating. Bobeth Yates live for us. Bobeth, we'll check in with you in a little bit. Yasmina Austin is also down on the streets there near the scene where all of this is unfolding. And Yasmina, why don't you describe the scene as you see it right now?
Yeah, so if you look down on the other side of the interstate under the bridge, you can see there's a group of protesters there near that Wendy's, the same Wendy's that we've been showing you all night that caught fire earlier tonight, and then of course grew into a very large fire that, to my knowledge, Atlanta Fire has not been able to get to yet. We're still seeing the smoke from that fire. Now, on this side of the interstate, Georgia State Patrol, they do have that area blocked off, so no traffic can get to side. One of the changes that I have seen is I believe some cars were able to get back on the interstate, but Georgia State Patrol is also clearing out this area here, trying to get some of that traffic moving, and some people even left their cars just parked in the middle of the street. So now they're working on trying to figure out whose cars these are and whether or not they need to be towed. So a lot of moving parts out here right now near that Wendy's.
Yasmina, as you take a look at sort of the tone, how everybody is responding and acting, here we have a building that is engulfed in flames. But how would you describe the police, the people who have come out to sort of check it out and see what's going on? Is there a lot of concern, a lot of urgency, a lot of stress? What?
Well, we've seen, a lot of different emotions from people throughout the night. As far as police, I have seen them, of course, sort of set up near the interstate ramps, the entrance ramps and the exit ramps. And from what I'm seeing right now is Georgia State Patrol doing a lot of work on this end, trying to keep traffic moving and keep people moving.
Yasmina, let me ask you this. You've been there on the ground pretty much all day. What do you think was the turning point for that protest? I remember you interviewing a family with a young child, and then, this is where we are. So what do you think was that turning point where things just changed?
Yeah, that was a much different scene when we interviewed that family earlier to what we're seeing now. The turning point really was when that first person or that first group of people started to throw things at the Wendy's. I think that's sort of when everything changed and the mood out here changed as well. And now we've got the Wendy's on fire. So definitely a much different scene than what we saw earlier when we interviewed that family, like you said, Brittany.
Okay, and it looks like we can see a little bit maybe officers with shields. Can you see that, Yasmina? It's hard for us because we're in studio, but I don't know I think we see officers with helmets and shields back there.
Let me take a look here at Aeon's camera. Yes, and that's something that we can try to get closer to and get you a better picture of for our next live shot, just to kind of see what's going on down there.
Okay, of course we want you to stay safe as well, and we will check back in with you soon.
Such a familiar scene, Brittany, for you and for so many others who followed coverage of the protests over the death of George Floyd, where we saw officers lined up in formation, wearing tactical gear, holding shields and batons and getting ready. Although I must say, it does not feel, at least anyway by looking at these pictures, doesn't feel like those people who have gathered there are ready to charge or anything like that. It seems more like they're just standing by and trying to watch and see what happens.
Okay, so my producers right now are telling me that we are going to wrap up our coverage here and continue our live coverage on Peachtree TV. Don't go on CBS 46. Don't go anywhere, of course.
Our coverage continues.
We have more coverage as it continues.
All right, and thank you so much for joining us. It is 11:30 on Saturday night, and you are taking a look at live pictures from downtown Atlanta on the south side, where there are buildings on fire, including a Wendy's restaurant that was the scene last night of a terrible incident involving a young 27-year-old African-American man named Rashard Brooks and police. Brooks had evidently fallen asleep in his vehicle, blocking the Wendy's drive-through and causing some problems there when police confronted him, and that eventually led to Mr. Brooks being shot and killed by the police. And of course, what began as a peaceful day of protests here in Atlanta took a turn for the worse when the Wendy's restaurant where all of this unfolded became the scene of a fire. People began to throw lit objects into the drive-through window of the Wendy's, and the fire spread from there. Our CBS 46 colleague Bobeth Yates is out on the street. She's been following a number of different angles of this story, including the resignation earlier today of the Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms announcing that. And Bobeth, why don't you give us a sense of where you are and what you're seeing?
Well, I'm at University. The road is blocked off, but the sidewalk just opened up. You can see folks actually walking down closer to where the actual Wendy's is, where the fire started. If you zoom in, we don't see any flames anymore, but we do see the sign. But you can see crowds gathering right there on the other side of the highway. Again, the University and 75 still shut down. You cannot get on or off the highway from here, but the crowd just continue to kind of to grow, and we're seeing even kids out here. Now, we have not seen much violence, but we definitely have seen a lot of people. So right now the crowd is just gathering. And earlier, one of the angles that you mentioned that I saw, I ended up talking to the attorney involved in this situation, and he just says, you know, he's just really frustrated and tired that he's having to do this over and over, and that something really needs to be done, saying that it's a matter now not just of Black lives being killed, but more an issue of police training. And they said it was really an issue of how come one officer felt the need to use deadly force, especially when it came to a taser when their life wasn't in danger. So, you know, it just seems like a lot of the people out here have similar beliefs, and that's why they're out here protesting. Again, I haven't seen any violence at this moment, but this area is what was ground zero where some of that violence has occurred. But I think because of the police presence, this has definitely calmed down a lot. I'm going to send it back to you right now because I no longer can hear you guys. So I just want to make sure that I can get back the IFB so I can hear you guys just in case you have any questions.
All right,
but I'm going to send it back to you in the studio right now.
All right, Bobeth Yates there on the ground. Go ahead and get that situated. We have another reporter on the ground giving us a different vantage point. Yasmina Alston's been there all day. Yasmina, what's happening there?
Yeah, Brittany, so things on this side
of I-75 have calmed down a lot since the last time that we talked to you in the last couple of hits that we've done. Traffic in this area is now gone. Georgia State Patrol is working on clearing out the cars that were just left here in the middle of the road. You can see that they've blocked off the street, so you're not able to get to the other side by car. I believe Bobeth mentioned that you can walk over on the sidewalk, so we'll try to get a closer look as well. But on this side, things have definitely calmed down. A lot of the bystanders that were in the street, that were on the sidewalk, they have left the area as well. So, and actually to my right, there's a car that's being towed that someone left. So they're kind of clearing up on this side of things. Brittany.
As we take a look at these live pictures, Yasmina Alston down on the ground for us, Bobeth Yates as well. And you can see law enforcement there just trying to keep a perimeter. In the distance in this shot was the Wendy's restaurant that was the scene of last night's confrontation between 27-year-old Rayshard Brooks and the police officers who were involved in his death. CBS 46's Brittany Edney is down. She has been following this story all day. Brittany, why don't you tell us where you are? What's the vantage point there? What can you see?
Rick, as far as out in front of City Hall, it's been very quiet this evening, although there was some big announcements made earlier today from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. You know, the biggest news as far as big leadership changes came when we heard that Police Chief Erica Shields had offered her resignation, and the mayor told us that she had accepted it. So, you know, Chief Shields had been with the department since 1995. Now, as for what's going to happen with her next, there could be some sort of role for her with the city, because Mayor Bottoms also told us that that is still up in the air. They haven't decided, you know, what her next role could be, but there could be a position possible for that. We also learned that, of course, the officer who shot Brooks, that officer who has not yet been named, we did learn, however, he has been terminated from APD. I do want to share with you something that the mayor said in regards to that officer's actions.
While there may be debate as to whether this was an appropriate use of deadly force, I firmly believe that there is a clear distinction between what you can do and what you should do.
And with Shields vacating that seat, we are also told that former Assistant Police Chief Rodney Bryant, he is going to be acting as interim police chief for the time being. Guys.
Brittany Edney live for us. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms calling former Chief Shields a solid member of the Atlanta Police Department for over 2 decades. And she says that Chief Shields had offered to step aside in order to help rebuild trust in the community. And that will be necessary. If it wasn't apparent before today, Brittany, it's certainly apparent now.
Absolutely. And just to get you up to speed and let you know what you're looking at right now, this is a live picture of downtown Atlanta by University Avenue. We are on the other side of the protests. Out in the far distance, you can see there are people there. We do have reporters on the ground at every angle. This is the calmest I have seen this area of Atlanta all night long. Keep in mind, we've been watching 24 hours of protest at this point, starting at midnight last night when CBS 46 was the only crew at the Wendy's where the first protest really unfolded shortly after Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed by a white police officer. And then we saw different protests popping up all throughout the city, including Centennial Olympic Park, where we've seen several protests in the past 2 weeks. And then we saw this protest, which started it in the late evening. There was another protest that sort of attached to this one at 8 o'clock. And that's where we saw that turn, according to Yasmina Alston, a reporter that's been there all night. She says people started throwing things into that Wendy's and busting windows, breaking into the building. Right. Okay, we do know that we have a crew actually walking to that Wendy's. Speaking of the building, was engulfed in flames. Take us with you, Bobeth. Walk us through the scene there.
Okay, so we just walked past where the police were blocking the road. So this is 75 just by University. We walked underneath the overpass, and this is getting closer to where protesters and what we're told is the SWAT riot gear team is on the other side of this. Now, we just spoke to a couple protesters. And I asked them how peaceful it is. They said it has come to a standstill, and it's just really a line of protesters and a line of those officers in riot gear, and they're just at like a standstill at that point. They said no tear gas or anything has been thrown. Protesters are not throwing anything at them, and there's just at a line at a standstill right now. We decided to stop and not go too far. We're waiting on security to come to help us as we continue our walk. But right now we're underneath the overpass where 75 is, and that right in front of us you can see is where the crowd of protesters are meeting up with the officers that are in riot gear. They're at a standstill right at that light, and protesters we just spoke to again say things have been peaceful. Officers aren't throwing anything at them, and they are not throwing anything at the officers.
Bobeth, I just wonder.
Now,
I
we
just want to
hope
make
get a
sure
little
that.
closer. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry to interrupt you, Bobeth, but we're seeing pictures of flames. I just want to clarify that the video on the left-hand side of the screen, those active flames, that is video from a while ago. That is from earlier this evening. That is not a live picture because, am I correct that the fire is out at the Wendy's?
I can't say it's out because I can't see it, but I can tell you from our vantage point right now, I do not see any flames, and I was told that the flames are out. But again, we haven't been able to get close enough to actually see those flames. So I'm going to say possibly that is from earlier, but
let me just
again,
I just want to clarify and ask our producer if the video on the left-hand side of the screen is from earlier this evening, because we have a live bug on the upper left that could be confusing to some people. The video is not live. The video of the burning Wendy's restaurant is from a short time ago.
Right, and the video on your right, on the right side of your screen, however, is live, and we do have a live reporter there on the ground. Other than Bobeth Yates, Yasmina Alston is also there. Excuse me, Yasmina, have you gotten closer to the protesters?
Yeah, Brittany, we are on the move now. We came past Georgia State Patrol that still has the road blocked off so that you can't drive over to where that Wendy's is, of course, with the Wendy's being on fire, but there's still a large group of people over near that Wendy's. Georgia State Patrol has been busy clearing out the traffic on this side. When we talked to you guys earlier, a lot of cars were being turned around. They were trying to get on the interstate. They were trying to come off the interstate, and of course, that wasn't possible. So over here, you're actually seeing one of the last cars being towed. Someone got out of their car and left it. So one of the Georgia State Patrol troopers actually asked, hey, whose car is this? No one came forward, so now that car is being towed to clear that roadway. But a much different scene than what we've seen earlier on this side. We are, of course, working to move closer to the other side, closer to that Wendy's where we were earlier. Brittany.
Yasmina, something we haven't really talked about between you and Bobeth, and we know this from covering the protests 2 weeks ago. Is it dangerous for you guys? We know that you have security there on the ground, but describe what it's like in terms of the emotion. Is it tense? Is it dangerous for what's going on down there?
Yeah, so Brittany, you know this from when the protests first started. There are definitely those moments when you just don't know what's going to happen. You're hearing from protesters, and then you might also hear something from police, but you're not sure what exactly is going to happen next. And it's just sort of a do we stay? Do we move? So there are definitely moments where you do wonder, hey, I just don't know what's going to happen. Here tonight with the fire at the Wendy's. At one point in time, my photographer Ayan and I, we felt okay. And then when the flames got bigger, we thought, all right, we might need to get out of this area, as did many of the protesters that were there. So it's definitely a situation where you have to know what's safest for you to do. And that goes for us and the protesters as well, and police.
Yasmina, are there a lot of protesters out there compared to what you saw earlier? I know before you were saying that the numbers were thinning out a little bit.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that there are as many as what we saw earlier in the day, but there's still a good group. And I think a lot of people came back because when that fire at Wendy's got big, a lot of people left the area. And what we were seeing this afternoon was different groups coming from different parts of Atlanta and coming to this area to protest. And we're getting closer now. You can see that there are still, of course, crowds of people near that Wendy's right now. So I'm trying to see. I see some red lights near the Wendy's as we're getting closer. Is that a fire truck, Ayan? You see? Okay, so my photographer, he says that he does see fire trucks. So I'm assuming that Atlanta Fire has made it over to the Wendy's. So we'll go over there. Are we showing the Wendy's now? Yeah, so you can see the Wendy's sign, which is something that we couldn't see when we were showing you that fire earlier and all of that smoke. So now you can see that there is in fact a Wendy's there.
Huh. We were talking earlier with Sergeant Cortez Stafford of Atlanta Fire Rescue, And Brittany, you were talking about the fact that there's that Texaco station, a couple of other gas stations right nearby.
A couple of them.
And he called it a major problem. And this was before those flames were under control. But thankfully, they were able to bring those flames under control. And he mentioned the fact that the tanks, the gas tanks at those gas stations are underground. And so that was something that he said was sort of working to their favor. And thankfully, we did not have any explosions. This is a fire that did not become anything more serious, because certainly there was the potential for that, for it to become much more serious. You know, we should mention that these protests here in Atlanta have been largely peaceful over the last several days, many days now. The protests have continued, but there have been dwindling arrests, and it seems as though the city got into a bit of a groove, if that's even possible, when it comes to protests, between the protesters and law enforcement, where, you know, at the very beginning we saw a lot of arrests, people defying curfew and finding themselves arrested. And then it got to the point where the mayor was able to lift the curfew because people were being so well behaved, and a lot of the problems that we had seen early on were no longer problems. But then something like this happens last night, where you know, a young black man dies at the hands of police, and of course we find ourselves at another very, very tense situation. Bobeth Yates is down on the ground for us now. When we see law enforcement behind you, we're glad you're in a safe area. Why don't you tell us what's going on there?
So we made it on the other side of 75, and they have the on-ramp blocked off here. This is a Bearcat, I was just told, that is blocking the highway. You can see two levels of officers. You can see officers here, and if you zoom all the way down, there's officers over there. But what we've noticed was we've even seen some of the protesters who are prepared for, I don't know, I guess whatever. Some of them were wearing helmets. They had goggles. They had the mask on. So they're definitely ready for, I don't know, for a clash, I guess I would say, with officers, just in case things take a turn. But as you mentioned earlier, I heard Brittany ask Yasmina how safe it was. Well, we have not had any issues, but in our interactions we had at our last press conference, we were with an MSNBC crew that actually said they were attacked, and we were with a CNN crew that said they were also attacked. So for us, we're definitely concerned about our safety. So we try to be in areas where, you know, law enforcement presence is definitely high. And here's one of those people I was telling you about. You see how they have a helmet on? They're literally ready for, you know, a clash and are prepared for just about anything. They're wearing goggles, they're wearing these gas masks, they're wearing the motorcycle helmets, and are prepared just in case things take a turn for the worse. You can see it's calm right now, but there's still smoke in the air, and you can also see just a lot of people just hanging out. This entire intersection just by University is still shut down on both sides, and folks cannot get on the highway, even getting on northbound, southbound on 75. So both sides are completely blocked off, and, you know, protesters just continue to be hanging out in the street. Now, earlier today, as I mentioned, one of the things we were able to do is speak to the attorney representing Brooks' family, and what they were saying was that, you know, they're just tired of having to deal with this situation, and they were visibly frustrated, just as some of these protesters out here. They said they'll continue, of course, to fight, but they say that they're just tired of having to do this, and they liken this incident to the one that happened a couple years ago. That was the shooting of Walter Scott. Walter Scott was tased and then shot by police officers, and one of the attorneys representing this case, Chris Stewart, also represented Walter Scott in his case. And in that incident, that officer actually was charged and dealt with some of the consequences for shooting Walter Scott as he ran away in the back. So again, they were liking this incident to that, and they're like, you know, how many years later that they're still having to deal with another incident like this. But out here, protesters are still gathering. It is peace, but there is a heavy presence of law enforcement. We'll continue to be out here and bring you updates as we get it.
All right, Bobeth.
I'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you. Bobeth Yates live for us there. Antonio Brown is the city councilman who represents, I believe, it's District 3 here in Atlanta. He played a very active and visible role during the protests immediately after the death of George Floyd. And he was actually, I'm told, at the scene last night, not long after this latest incident. Mr. Councilman Brown, why don't you tell us, first of all, thanks for talking to us. When you got there last night, what time was it? What did you see?
Yeah, hey, thanks so much for having me. Yesterday I arrived on scene around 1:45 in the morning, and I saw it was just a ton of chaos and confusion, and most of the residents that were there were just completely outraged and were demanding answers from the local police. And it was just a very unfortunate scenario because, you could just see the visible hurt, that the residents were feeling and just how they were reacting to another life being lost, and it was just really, really sad. And
we're watching the surveillance video that was released seeing the death of Mr. Brooks here on the left-hand side of our screen. And I'm sure that you've seen this video now as well, sir, from a couple of different angles. As you watched it, what jumped out at you?
It was just obvious that, that our police force, could have done a better job of de-escalating the situation without resulting in the use of excessive force and, taking the life of Mr. Brooks. I mean, as a police force, we have a responsibility to our community. And, one of the things I've been saying since the beginning is that we have to reinstill the trust between our local police and our community. And it's obvious that there is no trust on both sides of this issue, on the resident side and on the police side. And if we're ever going to move forward, we have to do a better job. We have to be intentional of curing just kind of that whole dynamic that has kept our communities divided.
Atlanta City Councilman Antonio Brown on the phone for us tonight. I'm sure we'll be talking more in the days and weeks ahead. Thanks very much. Bobeth Yates, we see you, Bobeth. We're looking through your camera angle there, and we see you moving around with activity.
Yes.
What's going on?
Well, we're seeing the riot police start moving up. You can see them as they're starting to push protesters back. We also just saw another group of law enforcement, about 10 of them, start just leave the scene. But as you can see, as riot police start making their, excuse me, ma'am, as riot police start to make their way towards us, the crowd is also moving. But it seems as if they're leaving the scene. The last group, because protesters are still behind them, but it's, they're just kind of walking away. So at this point, I would say at least like 20 or so people, and they're just like walking, but the crowd is on the backside. So we're not sure if they're just leaving the scene or what, but you can see some protesters now throwing water bottles, but they seem to be leaving the scene. Some of them are even taking off their gas masks. Another group went into the Bearcat just a moment ago. So it looks like they're wrapping up for the night and leaving protesters here. So let me see if I can ask one of them. Are you guys leaving the scene? Are you guys leaving? Are you leaving the scene? Well, they didn't answer, but it does appear to be that way.
Yeah.
So they're definitely on this side, and as they kind of wrap up, you can see some protesters kind of following them, kind of taunting them. But for the most part, again, some of them have taken off their gas masks and seem to be, getting on the entrance to the highway where they've blocked off.
Wow, that's unlike anything we have seen before, Bobeth. What are protesters doing as those officers retreat?
They're kind of taunting them, yelling at them, telling them, go, and screaming obscenities. I'm kind of actually wrapped in them. I'm trying to find the photographer right now. because at this point I'm on the side with the police officers, but it seems like now they're kind of following them. They've created a new line earlier where we saw the other officers were, and they're just coming to a line right now, and they're pulling officers back. You can see them, like one officer just pulled one of them back to their line, and it just seems like now they're leaving and all of them are on this side.
Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up,
I'm going to let you listen to some of the crowd.
don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot.
Okay.
You a bitch. You a bitch. Don't shoot. Don't shoot.
And this is a scene that is familiar now to anyone who's been following the news over the last several weeks since the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis on Memorial Day, a couple of Mondays back, and the protests that have hit the city of Atlanta and metropolitan areas around the country, where you see the protesters on one side, you see the police on the other, and at this point, thankfully, it is peaceful now. There has been a fire tonight. The restaurant that was the scene of the death of the young man last evening has been burned to the ground, and there were a number of other fires set as well. But again, a familiar scene where you see the protesters sort of realizing that this is it for them. They're not going to be able to go beyond the law enforcement there, and so they walk back and forth and they chant what they want to chant. But on the left-hand side of the screen, that was earlier this evening. That is the Wendy's restaurant where Rayshard Brooks died, in the parking lot right near the drive-thru last evening. And those flames burned for a long time, right near several gas stations that were in the area, causing what we heard from Atlanta Fire Rescue, causing a major concern for firefighters on the ground who simply could not get over to that scene. It wasn't safe enough for them to do so, but eventually, thankfully, they were able to get there and put those flames out. And now we just see the lingering protesters who are clashing with law enforcement there on the scene. And it's not a physical clash, it's just sort of a standoff. There doesn't seem to be any pushing or shoving going on.
Right, but those protesters are fired up, and you have to wonder and think as we head into midnight, 3 minutes until 12, will this go into tomorrow? Will we see the same sort of protest tomorrow? Keep in mind, the first protest was at midnight, exactly 24 hours ago, just an hour and a half or so after Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed in that parking lot. I understand that we still have Yasmina Alston, who is live on scene. Yasmina, exactly where are you?
Yeah, Brittany, so what you're looking at now is the Wendy's that was on fire earlier. This is what's left of it. Atlanta police have all now cleared this area, but you can still see that there are some people right in front of the Wendy's. Looks like taking pictures and just sort of looking at what's left. So this is what we're seeing now. We've made it past the police line. Again, Atlanta police have cleared this area. I know Bobeth said that she was seeing them clearing up also where she is. So this is what's left of that Wendy's that we've been showing you all night that was set on fire where this shooting happened. And at this point in time, people are gathered around it and just looking at what's left. Brittany?
And Yasmina, all those other fires that were around the Wendy's, I think we saw maybe 4 or 5 fires at one time. Those are out too, right?
Yeah, so I had only seen one other fire, I think that was near the front side of the Wendy's, but yes, that is out as well.
Okay, so things, it looks like, are calming down. It's been several hours. This all started earlier today when the sun was up. By 8 o'clock tonight, more protesters joined the group that was already there on the ground. They moved onto the highway. I know it seems like it happened a long time ago, but earlier tonight, the highway was shut down on 75, 85, and traffic couldn't get through for an hour and a half. Do we want to go back out to Bobeth Yates or Yasmina just so they can continue to tell us what's happening and developing? It looks like officers are actually having a conversation with protesters that are on the ground there, and that's an image that we've really seen here in Atlanta. We've seen it throughout different cities that are having protests in the name of George Floyd as well, where officers will just sit there and have a conversation with protesters and try to build that relationship between the community and police, which is just so strained at this point in time,
Yes,
and this point in
Brittany.
history?
It definitely seems like they're having a conversation right now, but that's not everybody. Literally, that's just this one officer. On the other side of this line, it's really chaos where officers are being yelled at by protesters, but they've been very civil, trying to calm them down. And in fact, there was another officer I just saw shake the hand of another protester. So it seems like, you know, they're calming down a bit. The road is now open so cars can come through, but they've definitely backed up to the entrance of the entrance ramp of 75, and you can see this line of officers who are now just being confronted by protesters. Some of them are peaceful, some of them are having conversations, others are yelling, and officers are just, you know, ignoring, for lack of a better word, and not responding.
If you're just joining us, it's just after midnight, Saturday night / Sunday morning here in Atlanta, and we are about 24 hours or so since the death of a young African-American father of several young children who was killed or who died late Friday night following a confrontation and struggle with police officers outside of that Wendy's on University on the south side of downtown Atlanta. This was obviously a shooting that happened at a very, very sensitive and stressful time here in the city and here in the country as a whole. Since the death of George Floyd in Minneapolis, Minnesota, there have been protests here in Atlanta and around the country, in fact around the world, to protest unjust treatment of minority communities at the hands of police officers and law enforcement. And so this happens amidst that kind of a setting, and you can imagine they were already inflamed tempers and hard feelings. For this to happen amidst all of that made it even more difficult. And by nightfall on Saturday night, that Wendy's where the shooting took place was in flames, and demonstrators had shut down the downtown connector, as Brittany said, for about an hour and a half. There is video of this shooting, as there has been video of shootings in the past, including George Floyd. There are two different camera angles, including one that was released by Georgia Bureau of Investigations, which has taken the lead in investigating the death of Mr. Rayshard Brooks. On the left-hand side of the screen, you can see this video. Mr. Brooks had allegedly fallen asleep in his car at the drive-thru of the Wendy's there on University, and it was causing quite a backup, and that led to the police responding to the scene. And you can see Mr. Brooks there running away and turning briefly behind him. He had apparently gotten his hands on one of the officer's taser guns, and you can see him turning briefly with a spark coming from that taser gun, and that is exactly when the officer who fired the fatal shots unloaded his weapon, shooting and killing Mr. Brooks. The question on the part of the Brooks family attorney, who's been retained, is why did you have to kill this young African-American man? Why did he have to die? A lot of people saying the police should have been trained better to de-escalate the situation of a man asleep in his car at a fast food restaurant, as opposed to letting it devolve into what we see there on the left-hand side of the screen with a dead 27-year-old man.
Right, and other people, you know, just city leaders that we talked to throughout the week really were worried that it was going to come to this, that Atlanta would have their own case of George Floyd, as they said. And this is where we are right now. Protesters, though, are still fired up. They're still standing there. They've been there for hours. It looks like they're not letting up anytime soon. So, you know, Rick, what we saw throughout the past 2 to 3 weeks was we saw things go from really intense situations, really evolving situations with violence and vandalism on night one. We had curfews on night two with the National Guard here. We had supported law enforcement from different agencies throughout Metro Atlanta. And then things calmed down, as you mentioned. And now it seems that we are right back at square one with just that intense sort of protesting that we're seeing now in front of the Wendy's there, what was the Wendy's on University Avenue. So we have to wonder will the mayor bring back the curfew? Will she reestablish that curfew that she took away last weekend because things were so calm?
We shall see. We have heard from Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. She came out and spoke on Saturday afternoon and mentioned and announced to the city that she had accepted the resignation of the police chief, Erica Shields, who had decided to step aside as police chief as a symbol of unity in an attempt to be helpful to the city during this time. We're also told that she'll remain employed by the city in some kind of role that has not yet been decided, but she will stay with the city of Atlanta while Rodney Bryant will serve as interim chief as the city conducts what they're calling a national search to find a replacement for Chief Shields. But that is a good question about the protest, because that was something that the mayor put in place after a night of violence. After the first night of protests here turned violent, we all remember the defacing of the CNN sign at CNN Global Headquarters, the breaking of windows there at the CNN Center building, and the destruction of a police car that was set on fire on that first night. It was after that that the mayor put in place the curfew, and I think it's a very good question as to whether or not she might consider doing that again.
Of course, we'll try to answer that question in the coming days. Right now, though, we need to head to CBS 46's Yasmina Alston. She's still live there on the ground. She has a different angle and vantage point. Yasmina, what are you seeing on your end?
They don't want no fucking, they don't want no crime. Nobody has a gun.
Yeah, Brittany, that's right. We just we moved over from where we were by the Wendy's and moved closer to one of the ramps for the interstate. You can see that Atlanta police, they've got this area blocked off, and then of course you can see the group of protesters moved, and you can see some conversations happening up here. There have been some heated conversations as well coming from some of the protesters, and you can see they are engaging with police up here. And to give you an idea of where we are, this is not too far away from that Wendy's where that shooting happened. We showed you that maybe 10 minutes ago. There were still some people down there as well, just looking at what was left of that Wendy's. So again, you're taking a look at Atlanta police and protesters here right near 75, one of the ramps to get onto the interstate. Brittany?
There's still a lot of protesters out there, Yasmina. One more time, are they trying to get on the interstate right now, does it look like?
Brittany, yeah, there are still a lot of protesters out here. I don't believe they're trying to get on the interstate. I feel like there is just that engagement and that conversation with Atlanta police here. But no, I haven't seen anyone trying to get on the interstate. We do have some people that have sort of climbed up the hill over here, but aside from that, no one's tried to make any moves onto the interstate.
I want to ask you, Yasmina, can you walk us through, because you've been there on the ground at that same location all day long, giving us great coverage. Can you walk us through, because I remember this live shot where officers are trying to block protesters from getting on the interstate, and how they actually got past those officers to later shut down the entire highway in the city of Atlanta?
Yeah, Brittany, so that actually happened after another group of protesters came to make one big group of protesters. So we had one group already here, and then we had another group that came in, and once that second group came in, that's how they were able to make their way onto the interstate. Now, police were blocking the entrance and the exit ramps, but a lot of people, they went up the hill, the side hills, to jump over that guardrail to then get onto the interstate. So at that time, there were some Georgia State Patrol troopers that were on the interstate, but not quite enough for the group of people that ended up on the interstate and, of course, like we saw, shut down that traffic.
And is it all the same group?
And it looks like someone just threw something towards police, and we saw a few people just now scatter. I'm not sure what was thrown. A couple of people scattered, not many, so not sure what's about to happen next, but we'll kind of stay here and keep an eye on it. So because this is very similar to what we've seen at past protests, where we see something being thrown, and then of course we never know what's going to happen after that.
And Yasmina, we're working to confirm this on our end, but just from what you've seen, have you seen any sort of violence at any point between officers and protesters? And I know we saw some arrests with people on the highway, but have you seen any on the ground there?
No, I have not seen any violence and have not seen any arrests here on the ground as of now.
All right. Thanks very much, Yasmina. We'll let you see if you can gather some more information for us as we take a look at these scenes. And you're right, Brittany. There's still a lot of protesters out there. We also see the law enforcement there. They're wearing their masks. It's crazy that we have to include this in our commentary and our coverage, but there is a global pandemic that is still in effect, and you do see some of the protesters there wearing masks, like that young man on the right, but I've also seen other protesters out there obviously not wearing masks and not social distancing. And we heard from health officials that anyone who participated in the protests downtown over the last couple of weeks should go and get tested, and that should go for everybody who's out there again tonight. To be in such close proximity to other people, it's important to make sure that you go out and get tested for COVID-19. But this really just seems, and we see the police officers there with the shields and the tactical gear, and you see the number of protesters holding up their cameras. This was something that we saw quite a bit of, where the protesters really just sort of wanted to get a good shot. This is sort of the money shot of all of those riot police officers who are standing there just in case things get any worse. Hopefully that won't be the case. Bobeth Yates joining us now once again. Bobeth, why don't you, first of all, I want you to talk to us about the scene as it is right now, but I also want to talk, because I know that you've been in touch with the attorney that's been hired by the Brooks family to represent them. I want to talk to you about that too, but first of all, let's start with the scene as it is. What's going on around you?
Well, the scene is up and down. At one moment, it's actually quiet. Then next moment, it's chaotic. You have people yelling at us. They have them yelling at officers. Right now, there's actually a clash. And this guy right here, Jay Wesley, you are a part of the
Atlanta Nightlife Alliance here.
And so you're out here tonight. You're not afraid. I know you've had some incidents where you were in the hospital for things that have happened.
Right. It's just all about, at this point in life, you have to be on either the right side or the wrong side. There's generational communication issues that's happening, whereas our legacy political leaders aren't out here, but you have the young rogue leaders that's standing up, taking up, and having a voice. And it's not the traditional way that we're used to handling civil justice, which is our parents and grandparents have told us, pray, sing, listen to gospel music, go to church. This generation have a different way of handling matters that's,
Are you afraid for your safety?
A little bit, only by the police, because I've already been attempted to be arrested being out here. If it wasn't for the protesters, I would be in jail right now, maybe alive, but I screamed and yelled for help, and the protesters came to my rescue.
All right, well, thank you, Jay. Well, as you just heard, he says he's not afraid of the protesters. He's, in fact, afraid of the opposite, the police officers. And to what your points you mentioned earlier, Rick, I did speak to the attorneys representing the family, and they said, the deadly use of force when someone has a taser was definitely an overuse. And they say the issue is about training, and they said they want officers to actually get better training to de-escalate situations. And they likened the situation to multiple cases they had where a taser may have killed a person, and they sued the law enforcement agency, and that law enforcement agency said, you know what, it wasn't deadly use of force. So now the officers are saying you can't have it both ways. Either it's a deadly use of force or it's not. And if it was not, there was not a justification for this shooting. But again, that is what the attorneys for the family saying, and I'm going to send it back to you guys right now in the studio, because it seems like things is escalating a bit up here.
Okay. Bobeth Yates on the ground there. We want to make sure that your safety is taken care of there as we take a look at these live pictures, and you can see the officers there in their tactical gear and the protesters with one arm and fist raised in the air. It's a familiar sight over the last several weeks here in Atlanta. It's a little after midnight on a Saturday night, and you said these protesters look like they're fired up, and it looks like the police officers are more than happy to let them have their say. There really hasn't been any kind of no clashes that we've seen.
Yeah, Yasmina Alston has repeatedly said that there was no violence between police officers and protesters. Protesters look like they're not letting up. Their fists are still high in the air. They are there with a mission. They're there with a purpose. They're there with a message. Something that I want to mention, we had our own reporter, Barmel Lyons, on this story earlier this morning, and she was able to talk to some of the family of Brooks, and she said that he is a father of 3 daughters, 8 years old, 2 years old, and 1 year old. Yesterday was one of his daughter's birthdays, and he was actually celebrating with her the evening of his death. So that's just to give you some background on Brooks. Let's go to CBS 46's Yasmina Alston just to let us know what's going on the ground there, Yasmina.
Yeah, Brittany, so we're in the same location. Still seeing some pretty heated exchanges here between protesters towards the police. They are staged here in front of this ramp onto the interstate, and then you can see the protesters on the other side, of course. So this is where the majority of people are now when we talk about the entire scene of what we've seen as far as where the Wendy's is, as far as what we saw earlier on the interstate. This is now where the majority of people are. Again, we're seeing that exchange between police and protesters. And just that dialogue going back and forth. You're hearing different questions being asked, and I'm noticing a lot of people have their phones out. A lot of people are wanting to capture what's happening here tonight. Brittany?
Yasmina, how many protesters are you seeing now? I know the numbers have fluctuated, but just to get an updated number now that it's 12:16 in the morning on Sunday.
I would say in the spot that we're in right now, probably maybe 200 protesters in this particular area. Again, there's still some people that were down by the Wendy's and on the other side of the interstate as well, but that's about the number for this area here, what we're looking at.
There are a lot of officers in comparison to the protesters, or more police?
I would definitely, more protesters for sure, not as many police. There are some further down on that ramp, but as far as being right up here on that front line, there's not as many. And when we look back at some of the other protests that we've seen in the last couple of weeks, that Brittany, you covered as well, it's not near the amount of law enforcement that we've seen at those protests compared to tonight.
Yasmina, for people that might just be tuning in, it's a Saturday night. The city is reopening. Perhaps people were out to dinner and are just catching up with the news. How did things go from a peaceful protest earlier today to the destruction of a restaurant there on University, the Wendy's restaurant, and the protest, the scene that we're looking at now? How did it get from one thing to the other?
Yes, there was really that turning point of when we just saw one person or a couple of people who went over to the Wendy's, and we started hearing things being thrown at the Wendy's, and then eventually that small fire turned into a much larger fire. So that's sort of when we saw that change, and that was of course also as it started to get dark, closer to dark, when everything sort of changed out here.
All right, Yasmina, stand by if you would. Let's go back to Bobeth Yates, who joins us now. And Bobeth, I just wonder, because we heard from Vic Reynolds earlier on Saturday, the director of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. That is the body that will now be handling this investigation into the death of Mr. Brooks. He's promising a thorough investigation. Is the family of Rayshard Brooks confident that they will get justice, that investigation will be thorough, and that it will be conducted properly?
Based on what the attorney says, no. One of the things they pointed out to us was they said they do not believe that Rayshard Brooks was actually pulled over for a DUI. They said they were, during that press conference with the attorney, there was no DUI or sobriety test being actually taking place. They said witnesses saw them talking, and then all of a sudden they saw them getting arrested, and then they saw the tussle, then they saw Brooks running away. But they said at no point did they say the officers put their hands hands up, do the traditional follow my finger or take something out to actually test the alcohol level through that blow test. So they said they don't trust this so far. But one thing they did mention, the attorneys did say, is the video that was released was beneficial from the surveillance video from the parking lot of Wendy's that was released was beneficial because it showed that officers took time between shooting Brooks and the time they actually called for assistance to check on him was multiple minutes. And between that, it showed that officers were picking up shell casings and tampering with evidence. And so the family isn't necessarily thinking this is going to be done thoroughly. But again, this is information coming from the attorney, so we also have to put it in perspective. So I'm sure officers, GBI will say something completely different because they say they're going to be looking at all the video from people that were at that Wendy's, and they're going to be gathering everything as quickly as possible because they say they don't want to, make people wait too long to pass this information on to district attorney.
And what do we know, Bobeth, about the two officers who were involved?
Well, right now what we're knowing is that only one officer pulled a gun. We don't know if both officers are being terminated, but we were told that one officer would likely be terminated. I know that's what the mayor called for earlier, or if the officer has not already been terminated. So right now there's just a lot of background history from those officers because their names haven't been released to us yet, so we don't know who they actually are. My understanding is they're trying to figure out who they are, if this is their first incident. Now, the attorney did suggest that if this situation happens so likely, there's a possible that this wasn't their first time doing something like this.
All right, Bobeth.
So I'll send it back to you guys.
Okay, stand by, please. We mentioned Vic Reynolds, the director of the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, and I mention this because Bobeth talks about the skepticism that the Brooks family and that so many others in the community have regarding the thoroughness and the fairness of the investigation that is about to take place. Reynolds called for patience earlier today. He said that the public should not rush to judgment. And I'm going to quote him here. He said that we realize there is a tremendous amount of emotion and passion involved in these cases. And certainly in the way the environment is now is only enhanced. I would just humbly and respectfully ask the public to wait a minute. So a plea there that does not seem to have gone over well, at least with the folks that were involved in the burning of that Wendy's tonight, because police responded there to this Wendy's at about 10:30 p.m. Saturday evening. 125 University Avenue is the address there, and this is the site of where the police showed up last night after they got a complaint about someone sleeping in their car and backing up traffic at the drive-through window of this Wendy's. You would think that this may be something that police have had to deal with in the past, and you wonder, along with the attorneys who've asked the question, why did a man have to die because he had fallen asleep in his car in the parking lot of a fast food place?
I think that's the question a lot of people are asking tonight. They're on the ground there and even on social media. But let's head back out to the protest where we have about 200 people, according to Yasmina Alston, who can also give us an update as to what has developed in the last few minutes. Yasmina?
Yeah, Brittany, so it almost looks like the crowd grew a little bit more in the last 10 minutes or so, but we're still seeing that dialogue, those conversations between Atlanta police officers and then the protesters who are here. An idea of where we are, we're not far from that Wendy's, and it actually looks like over here some of the officers with the shields have moved up a little bit from where they were. If I'm looking over there, yeah, it looks like they've moved up a little bit. I think that's closer to where Bobeth is. But again, we're seeing that dialogue between officers and protesters out here right now. The majority of people are in this area where we're at now compared to earlier when they were in the intersection not far from here and closer to that Wendy's that we saw was on fire and is, of course, destroyed today. Brittany?
And Yasmina, you know, just being on the ground there, we know that things can change very quickly, going from calm to chaotic. Are the officers wearing their gas masks, and is there any indication that things could escalate to maybe tear gas or something else like that?
Yeah, some of them have the face shields on. I don't see, well, we've got a couple over here to my right that do have those gas masks on. As far as what we're thinking is going to happen, I'm really not sure. And Brittany, again, this is very similar to what we saw when we first started covering the protest, where we just don't know what's going to happen next, where from one minute to the next things change and happen so quickly. So we're just sort of waiting to see what does happen, waiting to see if police are making a move, or waiting to see if any of the protesters are making a move. But again, right now there's just that dialogue happening.
All right, well, dialogue is good. It's better than confrontation and violence. Yasmina, stand by. Earlier Saturday, we heard from the family of Rayshard Brooks, who we now know is a father of 3 young children, one of whom was celebrating a birthday this weekend, one of his 3 daughters. Let's take a listen to some of that sound from earlier Saturday.
I just think for me, the most hurtful thing for me is to watch the video, wake up and watch that video. I got 2 little boys. They see the same video. That's their cousin. That's what hurts so much. I thought Atlanta was higher than that. I thought we was bigger than that.
And then you hear from one of the cousins of Rayshard Brooks, and you see the anguish and the upset. What did he say at the end? I thought Atlanta was better than that. Is that what he said?
It was hard to make out. Honestly, I was just really taken aback by his emotion.
Yeah.
And that's the emotion that we're seeing from so many people, especially in the Black community. In really just the past few weeks, we are getting into hour 3 of our coverage. We have passed 24 hours of protests here in Atlanta. We've been protesting in Atlanta for weeks now. Again, things calmed down, but tonight they have ramped up. And as Yasmina Alston just told us, more protesters have descended upon that intersection just in front of the Wendy's where all of this went down. That's at University Avenue. Look at this woman right here you see on your screen. Her fist is high in the air. These protesters are not going anywhere, and they weren't going anywhere when we saw them shut down the highway around 9 o'clock today, and they shut that highway down for about an hour and a half. So this protest really has just continued to develop throughout the night. As you can see right now on our GDOT camera, the highway is now clear. Traffic is now moving, but that was not the scene just a few hours ago as police had to move in, advancing towards protesters in their shields, in their helmets, really ready to take down those protesters. Of course, they did it without any violence. There was no resisting or anything like that. They put them in handcuffs. We are reaching out to authorities to find out exactly how many people were arrested, but we have not seen, just in case you're just joining us, we have not seen any violence between protesters and officers. We've seen dialogue. We've seen people taking over the highway. We see some officers walking on that grassy hill right now. Just let's see where they're going. It looks like some protesters are running, but it's hard to tell exactly where they're walking to. We've seen a building caught on fire. So this has just been an unfolding of, they're running right now, of different events. I'm not sure why they're running. Let's go to Bobeth Yates so she can give us a better idea of exactly what's happening. What's going on, Bobeth?
Because they walked across the street. That's how you... The fuck is they on? Yeah.
Bobeth, can you hear us?
All right, right now it looks like they're walking towards... Right now it looks like they're walking towards their cars. So it doesn't seem as if they're actually staying out here. And protesters are kind of yelling back and forth, saying, yeah, run, go. So it looks like that they are just leaving, I think, for the day. They've been here probably around the same amount of time as we have been, hours now. So it seems as if either their shift is over or they've been cleared to leave the scene. But protesters don't seem to be going anywhere now. That was just a small group, so I would say around 10 people, probably a little less, have left. On the other side of the street where you're looking right now, you still have Highway Patrol blocking off the intersection of University, and then and there is still a large police presence at that line where protesters are kind of, and law enforcement kind of clash, for lack of a better word. Again, it has been peaceful, but they have been going back and forth verbally, yelling back at each other. And depending on the moment, it's peaceful. Then in other instances where the conversations are very nice, and in other instances there's yelling and back and forth. This one seems to be one right now. You can see the officer finally responding. He's been yelled at multiple times by protesters. So, you know, it seems to be like an argument, and they're like, you know, added, very emotional on both sides of the issue. And I'm going to send it back to you guys because I'm having trouble hearing you.
All right, Bobeth, and this is the scene that Bobeth was describing, where an officer is actually engaging in conversation, heated conversation, but conversation with the protesters. We're trying to make sense of the images that we're seeing on the screen. We saw a number of officers walking away from the scene, walking towards their vehicles, perhaps, as Bobeth was reporting. We don't know why. The speculation was maybe it's a change of shifts, and that could very well be the case, because it seems highly unlikely, Brittany, that the police would cede this area, this neighborhood, to protesters after holding them at bay for so many hours as they have. And we also know, and I wonder, Brittany, if you could talk about this, given your experience on the streets during the protests over the last several weeks, when the police want to move the crowds, they move them. I mean, there really isn't, they know exactly how to do it. So it's, you know, it seems as though, you know, what they're doing now, allowing these protesters to sort of linger, is a decision that someone has made to just let this keep going on. Because if they want to get them out of that area, they certainly know how to do it.
Right, but and Rick, you have to remember the way in which they would get those crowds to disperse really changed from night 1 to maybe night 7 of protests when we were covering them. You know, nights 1 through 3, they were dispersing tear gas, and we, you know, some of our crew members were hit with rubber bullets as they were shooting those into the streets. And then later, after the curfew was put in place, we saw officers sort of announce, you know, this is your final warning to get out of the area. And then instead of deploying that tear gas, they would start those discussions and those dialogues. And that's really what we're seeing here. And in talking to protesters, they still got them to move back. They still got them to leave that area. But it's unclear if they want them to leave that area right now. I mean, it's 12:32 in the morning. It's hard. 12:32 in the morning right now. And protesters are still going strong. So they are exercising their First Amendment right, certainly. It's just a matter of how long do we think these conversations will go on. We are at hour 24, 25 of protests here in Atlanta over the shooting death of Rashard Brooks. We're going to go back to Bobeth Yates, who is right in that line between protesters and officers. What does it look like there, Bobeth?
This area right here is just a little chaotic. At one point, they were kind of taunting the officers, saying, you're about to lose your job, and singing that. But this is just part of the scene. On the other side, it's a lot different, completely peaceful. But there are people, as you see that lady's walking by, burning sage, just kind of clear the energy. And it seems as if this area is probably where that energy needs to be cleared. And in fact, you just seen another person, you know, blatantly just light up a blunt in front of officers and literally just smoking weed. So, you know, it's just a matter of taunting them, I think, at this point. They're just wanting to be disrespectful, just to show that, you know, they're angry. I think it's a matter of saying, hey, I'm angry. I'm not going to put up with it. I don't respect you anymore, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to show you that while I can. But you do see one protester right there trying to calm the scene down. She's the one that's burning sage. She's telling protesters what they're doing is wrong and kind of trying to calm that scene down. So there are some people here that are not necessarily trying to incite, but trying to do the complete opposite. But this was the area. And that's a young lady who's taking on some of these men that have been a little bit rambunctious. So it kind of seems like, you know, it worked because they have definitely calmed down since she came around burning her sage. But again, this is just one of those areas. The rest of this protest appears to be peaceful arrest of this line of officers, but we are seeing more officers step away, some being replacing them, some, one officer leaves, another one comes in, just to give them a break because they have been dealing with the protesters back and forth for some time now.
All right, Bobeth Yates there on the ground, standing between protesters and officers. Something that I want to mention is that we have gotten the body cam video that we've been waiting for all day. GBI director Vic Reynolds said that we would get it sometime before 11 o'clock p.m. We got it around 12:06. This is the body camera video of exactly what happened on the shooting death of Mr. Brooks. So right now we are working to get that video to you on air and online. We have it in our possession, and we're working to put it on air. In the meantime, though, let's head back out to Brittany Edney as we work to get that video. Brittany, what can you tell us from where you're standing?
Well, right now, I just want to give you kind of like a recap of the news that we got earlier today from inside City Hall when Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms spoke to the press about Police Chief Erica Shields, telling us that not only had she accepted her resignation, but also the officer who shot Brooks, that officer has been fired. We did confirm that with the mayor's office shortly after that press conference at 5:30 earlier this evening. I can also tell you that the secondary officer who was also involved in that shooting last night at Wendy's, he is on administrative duty. So we've had a lot of changes, not only in city leadership, but also as far as the status of those two officers as the case is being investigated. It's also worth pointing out that, former police chief Erica Shields does have a long-running history with this police department, working there since 1995. So a 2-decade more than career for Ms. Shields. Keisha Lance Bottoms, the mayor, also spoke about how her position with the city might not yet be over. So while she is resigning from her duty as police chief, that doesn't mean there might not be another spot for her somewhere else in the city. Details on that still have not come out yet. So we're waiting to see whether or not there could be another spot for her, either with the city of Atlanta or within that police department. Guys.
All right, Brittany Edney, thank you so much. I just want to break this news right now live on air. I just confirmed with Atlanta Police the names of the officers. Officer Devin Bronson, who was hired in September of 2018, and Officer Garrett Rolfe, it's R-O-L-F-E, hired in October 24th of 2013. Those are the officers that were involved. Atlanta Police telling me that it is Officer Rolfe, or Ralph if I'm pronouncing it correctly, is the one that has been terminated. Again, the officers' names, Devin Bronson and Garrett Rolfe. Former Officer Rolfe is the one that has been fired. That information breaking into our newsroom right now at 12:37. We're going to go back now to the ground just to see exactly what's going on. Yasmina Alston, what can you tell us?
Yeah, Brittany, so we just missed it here a couple of minutes ago. Everyone was shouting Black Lives Matter. We're still in that same location that we were in the last time that we spoke with you guys, and you can hear now that there's music and some chanting as well. And again, there's even a small group over here that's still having that dialogue with police. So that's what we're seeing over in this area. I'm sure you can hear some of the drumming that's going on now. And again, some of the protesters were chanting Black Lives Matter here not too long ago. So there's still a lot of energy out here. Again, this is a little bit different from what we saw earlier in the afternoon, but there's still a good crowd out here. Brittany?
All right, Yasmina, any indication when this may be over? You told me that the protests were really growing in terms of the numbers there. I don't know if you have a chance to talk to anybody, maybe in the last hour or so, or at some point today. Was this the plan, or do they plan on staying out there for this long?
So when we first got out here for the initial protests that were happening at the intersection, we did have some people tell us, hey, this is going to go late into the night. And we saw that happening. Once we saw the damage start at Wendy's and we saw nightfall come, that's when we saw more things starting to happen out here and a little bit more activity. Of course, the interstate being shut down. So people did say that in the beginning. They did say that, you know, as night came around, that there would be more activity out here.
Well, you can see the animated gestures of that police officer on the left-hand side who's been engaging with some of the protesters, shaking his head there at whatever it is that he's hearing. You know, in the past, when we have watched the police break these crowds up, it has been because a curfew was in place. Tonight, there is no curfew. So there really is no way for police to send people home and use a curfew as a reason for clearing the streets. So if things were to escalate and if police were to resort to other more aggressive tactics with these protesters, they will not be able to use the curfew as part of the reasoning behind it because, again, there's no curfew in place tonight. Whether that is the case tomorrow, whether the mayor will put in place a curfew for Sunday night remains to be seen. Bobeth Yates is down among the protesters as she has been. Bobeth, describe the scene for us.
Well, Rick, it's up and down. Right now, it seems like it's calmed down just a bit. Protesters no longer yelling. That young lady that had the stage came back, and right now you just see like a little bit of dialogue. They're talking to one officer, and you know, both sides seem to be a little animated, but the fact that you mentioned earlier, you know, dialogue is always good. It's a conversation, so it seems like they're definitely having some exchange where they're getting through to each other with either the officers hearing and the protesters hearing. So I think that's always positive because it's definitely calmed down compared to what it was just a moment ago. And this side, though, is definitely calmer. We are seeing some protesters start to slowly leave. A couple people told us earlier that they're heading home. Right now, there's like another group just starting to walk away. But, you know, there's still a good crowd out here. I would say at least 100 or so, a couple hundreds. So, you know, we've seen protesters leave and we saw some officers leave, but there's still a good number of them out here.
All right, Bobeth, as we take a look at these scenes, and it's just so reminiscent, Brittany, of what we have been watching over the last couple of weeks. The location is different. This is further downtown, south of downtown, as opposed to right on Centennial Olympic Park Drive in Marietta, where we saw a lot of the other protests sort of centered near the park there. This is a different part of town, and of course, the reason why these protests are taking place there is because this was the scene on Friday night of the death of a 27-year-old black man at the hands of police officers. This is a man named Rayshard Brooks, the father of 3 young girls who evidently had fallen asleep in his vehicle at the takeout line, or the drive-through window line of a Wendy's on University in this neighborhood. The police were called to the scene, and it resulted in Mr. Brooks dying there after being shot by police officers. The video that we have seen is about to be supplemented by new video, Brittany, that you've learned is about to be released and hopefully soon. And that will show us the body camera video from the officers who were involved in this. And that, is something that's relatively new. Body cameras on police officers is becoming more and more widespread around the country. And it's so helpful to have these images in cases like this, because you do get not the full picture, but you get just more information behind what it is that led up to a confrontation between law enforcement and a member of the public. You get to see it from a camera that is running and operating on the uniform of the officers who were involved in this. And just to go over and to repeat what Brittany has been able to report just within the last several minutes, confirm that the 2 officers involved in this Friday night altercation were Devin Bronson and Garrett Rolfe. And it's Officer Rolfe who has been fired from the force Apparently, it was from his weapon, it was from his gun that those deadly shots were fired. But again, we're coming up on 1:45 on Sunday morning. The weather outside it's a beautiful evening. So, I mean, for people that want to be a part of the action and witness history, you do understand in a lot of ways why people would want to come out and be a part of it and see it with their own two eyes, especially if they live nearby.
Absolutely. And one thing, we've been mentioning the similarities to the protests over the past few weeks and things that we have seen before. But one thing that we have not seen before in the city of Atlanta when it comes to protesting the shooting and killing of black men in our country is a 24-hour protest. Usually protesters go home, they come back maybe in the morning, or they come back around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They descend upon Centennial Olympic Park. But people have been protesting, different groups have been protesting since 12 o'clock Saturday morning. And now it's past 12 o'clock Sunday morning. And we saw really protests all over the city, ultimately ending here in front of that Wendy's that is now just really probably just a frame, if that, charred and burnt from the fire that we saw that was just going for hours there. So this is a different type of protest in that way, Rick, in that this has been going on for so long, which really points to how fed up people are, how tired they are, but not tired enough to go home, because this is something that draws up a lot of emotion, a lot of anger, a lot of grief, and a lot of passion, because so many people that are on the ground there think to themselves, and this is from me being a black person and me also talking to people, this could be their son, this could be their dad, this can be their grandmother, this could be their sister, this could be anyone that they know. And so they're going to stay there, as Mina Alston has told us, for as long as it takes until they get that justice that they feel they deserve.
Well, I think that as someone who is not black, but who has been asking himself and friends of mine, these questions over the last several weeks, as we all grapple with these issues and how best to respond to them. If this had been a white man sitting in his car, having fallen asleep at the drive-through window of a Wendy's, would he be alive right now? And I think that a lot of people would say yes, that confrontation between police and a white man, in a hypothetical situation, of course, would not have resulted in the death of that young man the way that it did on Friday night.
Right, and that's the inequality that so many people across the country are protesting. Let's get another look at our protesters here in Atlanta with Bobeth Yates. Her camera has been on the ground giving us this angle of sort of that line between protesters and the police. Has anything developed in the last few minutes, Bobeth, that you can tell us about?
No, I wouldn't say anything has developed. In fact, what I would say is that it's gotten a little lighter. I keep slowly seeing protesters trickle away. So it seems like they are actually trying to, go home. But again, there's still a large crowd here, and we're definitely seeing more dialogue between officers and protesters. One of those protesters that was having a heated conversation with officers earlier, they started laughing at some point, and their interaction just kind of lightened up, where earlier they were yelling and cursing at each other, or at least they were yelling and cursing at law enforcement. But now it seems like things have gotten a little bit less hectic. Folks are talking a little bit more, and in the midst of that, we're also seeing a lot of the crowd and protesters that were out here start to make their way back to their homes. So the crowd just seems to be a little bit lighter and gradually getting lighter and lighter. Another thing that I've noticed too is the demographic of the crowd. There have been a lot of younger people here. And by younger, I mean maybe high school age. So it seems, the crowd has, while it's still a mixed, I would say majority black, but the age group is definitely younger than what it was earlier. So Rick, I'll send it back to you unless you guys have any questions.
Well, Bobeth, we just watched we have a very good camera angle of one of the officers engaging in conversation with the protesters. When we saw some of the protests taking place over the last several weeks, there was occasionally, Bobeth, someone who was sort of taking the lead. And occasionally you would see one of the protesters with a bullhorn, and that person would sort of give instructions to the crowd. Is there anybody out there right now tonight that seems to be running the show when it comes to these protesters, who seems to be sort of organizing things?
No, it does not seem like they have an actual protest, like an organizer. I did see one young lady that was burning sage and trying to calm the crowd down, but I don't think she's an organizer. She's just one of those people that just kind of wanted to switch the mood because it was getting a little hectic. So she was standing at some points in between protesters and law enforcement and just kind of talking back, saying, no, calm down, and burning the sage. But as for someone directing everyone out here, no, it's almost like a free-for-all, and people are just, approaching the line of law enforcement and interacting with them as they go. But for the most part, it's just a free-for-all. Again, the conversations have become a lot more civil, less yelling at each other, and a lot more communication. But it doesn't seem like someone is organizing this crowd.
And on the side of law enforcement, anybody telling the protesters that they've got to leave any particular time, or does it seem like law enforcement is content to let them stay as late as they want?
To be honest, I'm impressed with law enforcement. They've been yelled at and they've been cool. They're not telling the protesters to leave. Most of the interactions that I'm seeing with law enforcement and is just the dialogue of the conversation, because many of them have attacked law enforcement, saying, especially the black ones, saying you're not on our side. You're supposed to be black. You're supposed to be protecting us. And for the most part, these law enforcement officers have just been communicating with the protesters, saying that's not the case and kind of explaining back and forth why. But if you look behind me, beyond this, we're seeing the Bearcat, I think that's what it's called, that was blocking the street, is now moving, so they're heading out too. And if you can see a lot of the officers on the highway, you can see them reversing, and they're heading away also. So it seems like more law enforcement officers are leaving the scene. And hopefully, as they leave, the protesters may also leave, but we're seeing them thin out too on this end.
You take a look at the faces of those members of law enforcement, and you have to think about the tumult that the department has been through over the last just 24 to 48 hours. We have seen the resignation of the police chief, Erica Shields, who will be reassigned to another job within the department, but still, to lose your chief is a big deal. There is an interim chief in place, but that rank and file, these law officers are dealing with the fact that there is going to be a leadership change at the top for them, and what this could possibly mean. And at the same time, as Bobette said, they are acting in the most professional way that you could possibly imagine. I've yet to see any questionable behavior or gestures even on the part of law enforcement there, as they continue these conversations with, I guess, a dwindling number of protesters, but still protesters nonetheless, as we come up on 8 minutes before 1 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. Taking a look at these scenes now that we have been watching for hours, and Brittany pointing out that this is a protest that has lasted for about 24 hours. And so that's dedication, and it's also it shows the level of frustration, Brittany, that you talked about so eloquently. We have just been told that we have pictures of the officers who were involved. On the left-hand side is Officer Devin Bronson. He, we're told, is on administrative leave. On the right-hand side is Officer Garrett Rolfe, who has been fired. These two members of Atlanta Police Department who were involved in the altercation last night that resulted in the death, I should say Friday night, of Rayshard Brooks in the parking lot of a Wendy's fast food restaurant.
And just to give you some more information coming from Atlanta Police tonight, we know that former Officer Garrett Rolfe was hired October 24th of 2013. Officer Devin Bronson was hired September 20th of 2018. Once again, we do have the body cam video from both of those officers from the night that Brooks was shot and killed in the parking lot of that Wendy's. We are working to get it on air as soon as possible, but we want to let you know that we do have the body cam video, and that will add certainly to the GBI's investigation, and it'll also add to the number of other videos that we've seen just from witnesses, cell phone video. We also saw the surveillance video that we played over and over again coming from the Wendy's restaurant. So really all these videos together will be key pieces of evidence, as we've heard Bobeth Yates say throughout the day, key pieces of evidence for the GBI investigation that is now underway. Of course, keep in mind the GBI is also investigating the case of Ahmaud Arbery. So they have a lot to do, especially here in Georgia, with all of these officer-involved shootings. On the left side of your screen, though, you're still seeing protesters face-to-face with Atlanta police officers. Their shields are still up, their helmets are still on, and they're still having that dialogue and those discussions that we really saw come to light in the past 2 weeks or so after those nights of tear gas and after those nights of rubber bullets in downtown Atlanta. And this has sort of been the tone and the nature of protests in the past few days, where you just saw officers choosing to have dialogue with those that are in front of them and having that needed communication in hopes of maybe releasing some of that tension and easing some of that strain with officers in the community. We are approaching 1 o'clock in the morning. And just to let you know, we have come a very, very long way with these protests. We've been covering them since the sun was up, really, since early this morning. Speaking to the Brooks family, we moved on to protests at Centennial Olympic Park. We moved on to protests here in front of the Wendy's. We had a press conference with Vic Reynolds with the GBI today, where he talked about the investigation and the latest in the investigation, also asking for people to be patient with him as he continues to go through all of the nuts and bolts. And after that is done, he did say that he would do it quickly and then hand those that information over to the district attorney's office so that they can handle it. We do know Paul Howard also announcing today that they're also doing their own investigation, and he tweeted out earlier today that his own investigators were on the scene shortly after this happened. Remember, CBS 46 cameras were also there. We were the first news station on the scene shortly after 12 a.m. on Saturday, documenting what was happening, and that's when we saw the first protesters. Our photojournalist Aon Nettles saying that maybe 100 protesters were there or so for that first protest shortly after Mr. Brooks was shot and killed by the Atlanta police officer. So it's just been a very long day, and it doesn't look like it's letting up any time soon. Who knows what the rest of the weekend will hold as we continue to wait to air that body cam video from this incident, Rick.
Yeah, that will be interesting to watch, especially now that we've seen the faces of the two officers involved. And I wonder, now that we have seen their faces, if it makes sense to maybe go back and look at some of the surveillance video and the other images, the video of this altercation, now that we can sort of put a face to them and we have their names as well, just to see exactly what their roles were. It makes sense, at least just I'm guessing here, that it was Officer Rolfe who fired his weapon at Mr. Brooks, causing his death. And that's the reason why he has been fired outright, while the other officer involved has been placed on administrative leave. But we'll get that video back up for you. And again, this is going to be an investigation. GBI will be in the lead. That is typically the case when there are officer-involved shootings. But obviously here we have one that comes amid heightened tensions around the city, where there has been a lot of anger, a lot of emotion on the part of protesters and people all over when it comes to justice and equality for members of the minority community when it comes to their altercations or their interactions with law enforcement. Let's take a listen to Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, who spoke earlier on Saturday. She talked about the resignation of the police chief, Erica Shields. These were her words from Saturday afternoon.
While there may be debate as to whether this was an appropriate use of deadly force, I firmly believe that there is a clear distinction between what you can do and what you should do.
And so there was the mayor denouncing the actions of the police officers involved. And that on the left we saw very briefly was former police chief Erica Shields, who only a couple of weeks ago was receiving so much praise because of the way that she went out into the crowds and talk directly to the protesters and listen to their complaints.
We're going to head to Yasmina Alston. She has some activity on the ground. Yasmina?
Yeah, Brittany, we're seeing some heated exchanges here on the line where we're seeing Atlanta police, and then we're seeing protesters as well. And actually, a couple of minutes ago, on the other side of where we are, we had a car come through and start doing donuts in the intersection, which briefly got everyone's attention, but that car quickly took off. So if you can hear here that dialogue happening, there's a woman here. She's obviously very upset. And then we've still got Atlanta police there on the other side as well. So we're just, waiting to see what happens. We have no idea how much longer we'll still be out here. So we've got the protesters here still the same crowd, if not a little bit smaller. So we'll, of course, keep you updated as things change. Brittany?
Yasmina, when that car was rolling through, we saw the tail end of it. What exactly happened? Were they there for just a few seconds? Were they in the middle of protesters?
No. So this was an intersection that's on the other side of where we were. And there are some people over there, just some bystanders. But the intersection was pretty clear as that car came through and did those donuts briefly and then took off again. So we're not really sure where that car came from. But that sort of got everyone's attention for a minute and then brought everyone back over to what you're looking at now.
Well, and you can hear it in their voices, and we have heard it in their voices for weeks and weeks now, and those voices cry out loud tonight in the early morning hours of a Sunday, and another difficult weekend in the city of Atlanta. You saw the protests when the person who died at the hands of police was in Minnesota. And these are the protests that we see now when the person who dies is here in Atlanta. It looks like there's some activity. Bobeth, what's going on there?
Yeah, right now we're walking, and you see protesters seem to be walking onto the highway on 75. I'm going to get out of the way so you can see it, but they literally said they couldn't get on the other side, and all of the officers moved on this side. So now they're heading on to the entrance ramp of 75, and they seem to be walking there. Now, I don't know if once they get to the top of this hill, if they will be met by law enforcement, but the cars that were lining the street of the exit ramp has moved. So, but I don't know if it's clear at the very top of it. Right now, I would say a good 50 to 100 people are walking up to that exit ramp, and officers on the other side of the street have not moved. They continue to secure the on-ramp of 75 while this group goes forward to get onto the exit ramp of 75.
Bobeth, it looks like I see a flashlight up there. Is that police up at the top of that ramp?
I didn't make it all the way up yet, but it doesn't seem to, because it's not red and blue lights. It looks like white lights. So I'm assuming it is not law enforcement, and it is just one of the protesters shining a light.
Can you give us a shot of what officers are doing right now as these people walk onto the ramp? Are they next to you, that line of officers?
No, officers aren't doing anything. They're completely on the other side of the street. We're going to turn around. Oh, there is an officer up there? Okay, so I'm being told that at the top of that hill where protesters are going, there is an officer but let's turn around. That is where, right now, and that is where protesters were. That's where the line was, and you can see that line of officers have not moved. But protesters continue to make their way up this hill onto the exit ramp of 75. There's a group right now running down. You see them running down, going over the barricade. But it does not appear. I still haven't seen police lights.
Bobeth, how many people would you say are making their way into the highway right now?
I would say upwards of 50.
Okay, so it's 104. We have 50 people going onto the highway.
Yeah, so there's about 50 people going on, and we saw like maybe 5 or so run for some reason, but it doesn't seem that the good majority of these people are coming back down.
All right, well, it does make sense perhaps that that there could be law enforcement up at the top of that hill to keep the protesters from getting onto the highway, not wanting to have them shut the highway down, and that's what happened earlier in the evening on Saturday. And just sort of going through social media, Brittany, as we take a look, people driving and doing donuts there, right there in the middle of that intersection. And of course, that gets to be very dangerous. People driving that kind of speed, that kind of manner, when there are so many people out and about on the streets. And so we hope that nobody gets hurt there. But a lot of talk on social media that I'm seeing about how the downtown connector in a lot of ways is symbolic of of the difficulties of the minority community here in Atlanta. And I must say that I'm not as well read on this as I should be, and as I will be once I get to do more research. But there is at least some interesting tidbits that I'm finding that this connector is, has sort of always been a sore point, mainly because of the way that it has divided these communities, these neighborhoods. As we take a look at another fire, flames, right there, someone has set another fire, which is not a good thing. Just when we thought that things might be beginning to calm down, there is another fire, and we don't know exactly what it is that's been set alight.
And Rick, I don't mean to interrupt you. We need to go to Yasmina Alston, who is also on the ground, can give us a different perspective as to what's happening. Yasmina?
Yeah, so a lot happening again. Water bottles being thrown again. And then if you look over here, it looks like behind this gas station near where that Wendy's is, we're seeing another fire. I'm not sure exactly what's on fire, but you can see the flames there. Is that what we're showing now? Yes, you can see those flames. And that same car that we told you about came back into the same intersection and did the donuts here again, which of course got a lot of attention from the crowd. So most of the crowd that we had over by the police, they are now over here in this intersection, and it looks like a lot of people are going down to where that fire is. So we'll work to figure out what's on fire down there. But you can see the flames, so another fire that we're seeing here tonight. Brittany?
Yasmina, as we take a look at those flames, it's a little hard for us to get a sense of how close it is to the gas station there. Here are people running back down that ramp where Bobeth was a moment ago. But we want to make sure that the fire that we're seeing, Yasmina, is not too close to those gas stations.
Yeah, so this one doesn't look to be as close as the Wendy's was to that BP gas station. But again, you've got several gas stations at this intersection, and two in particular right in front of where I'm seeing those flames. So the question is just what exactly is on fire, and like you said, just how close to those gas stations is that fire. But from what we're seeing, they all look pretty close.
We were speaking earlier Saturday night with Sergeant Cortez Stafford with Atlanta Fire Rescue, and he told us this was when the Wendy's was still on fire. He told us that was a major concern, the fact that it was so close to gas stations nearby, that was something that they were keeping an eye on, because obviously if any of those gas stations were to have a fire, things would escalate, things would become much more serious very quickly. This is the scene there as yet another fire is burning.
And it looks like on the right side of the screen, that is Bobeth Yates' camera. It looks like some of the protesters may have walked back down that ramp that we saw them walking up just a few minutes ago. This is another angle of the fire that Yasmina Alston was just talking about. Keep in mind, we saw a number of fires that were set all around that Wendy's there earlier today before that Wendy's fire was set, and that entire building was engulfed in flames. And now we have this little fire here. Bobeth Yates, what can you tell us in terms of what's happened in the last few minutes?
Well, the group that actually ran up to the ramp on the exit ramp of 75, they ran back down. They were met by law enforcement whose lights are now on, and they've definitely deployed what it seemed to be like some sort of flash bomb or maybe tear gas, because the group came running very quickly back down. Now, on the other side, we're also seeing just people kind of scattered now. Before, where they were just kind of lining, along where the officers were on the on-ramp for 75, but now they're just all over the street on both sides of the highway, or of where University and 75 meet. But the crowd is thinning out.
All right, Bobette, if
Surprisingly.
you can go back to the ramp, are officers making their way down, or are those protesters?
All protesters. Actually, that's not. It does seem like officers are walking them back down. You can see a group of officers bringing them down. A lot of these officers were lining the bridge right over 75 on University. But now those officers have come down, and they're kind of created a line similar to what we were seeing all morning on the other side, or all evening.
And how are protesters responding to those officers? You know, we were questioning whether those officers were at the top of the on-ramp. Turns out they were. They're coming down right now, advancing towards those people that were trying to get on the highway. Again, how are they responding to officers moving towards them?
Not violently. They've been similar to what you've heard before, just, yelling, saying that, they're upset and yelling Black Lives Matter. But for the most part, they've been overall civil. At one point when they started coming down, they seemed afraid and they started yelling and running down. But for the most part, it seems like this group is running out of gas. A lot of people are sitting along the highway just, relaxing. They're not necessarily yelling at police officers. They're just kind of standing in front of them at this point.
All right, our Bobeth Yates there live on the ground. We are now at 1:11 in the morning on Sunday. It's hard to believe that we've come this far, because we've had several hours of coverage at this point. We've had more than 24 hours of protests here in the city of Atlanta. We still have news crews on the scene. We still have protesters going strong as this protest goes strong. We just had another fire set not too long ago. Remember, we had the Wendy's that was just really taken over by flames, which has now been torched and charred and scorched as well. And then we also had several fires, smaller fires around that building, that restaurant, that have been set throughout the entire night. And this is right next to several gas stations, Rick, and that was a major concern for Atlanta Fire Rescue earlier tonight.
Well, can you imagine? I mean, if one of these fires were to spread to a gas station and there were to be some type of either larger fire or explosion, with all of those people out and about, and there's that car again doing donuts, you really just don't want to see that happen. And so it's a major concern on the part of firefighters. And this is going to be a concern as well, to see someone in that vehicle there doing donuts and putting other people in harm's way, including some officers that might be out there trying to protect the protesters. You just hate to see that. But that's what's going on here. Bobeth talking about how they're losing steam a little bit, and that is understandable after so many hours of protests. But there is no curfew. And so there is really no law or rule in place that police are able to enforce right now to say it's time to go home, as long as these people are protesting peacefully, even at after 1 a.m. and they're not breaking any laws. And so the police are sort of letting them linger, letting them mill about, keeping them off the highway, keeping them from putting themselves in harm's way, or putting any drivers on the connector in harm's way. You can understand that, but there certainly isn't anybody trying to tell these people at this point that the party's over, the protest is over, and it's time to go home. As we take a look at on the right-hand side of your screen, the two officers we now know who were involved in the deadly shooting of Rayshard Brooks, Devin Bronson, on the left-hand side of your screen, and relatively new officer who only joined the force back in 2018, Garrett Rolfe, on the right-hand side of your screen, the officer who has been fired. Officer Bronson has been put on administrative duty. Officer Rolfe has actually been fired from the force, we presume because it was his weapon that fired the fatal shots that killed Rayshard Brooks, a 27-year-old man, a father of young daughters who had fallen asleep. Perhaps he was drinking, unclear. The details are unclear at this point, but he had fallen asleep in his vehicle in the line for the drive-through at the Wendy's on University Ave. That's what led to someone calling the cops in the first place. And then it was the scuffle that came about when Mr. Brooks tried to question why he was being arrested. And there was a scuffle that eventually led to Rayshard Brooks getting his hands on the taser of one of the officers involved. And then he ran away, briefly turning back towards the officer, and it looked like firing the taser. And it was then that we saw the police officer, Officer Rolfe, discharge his weapon and fire at Rayshard Brooks, killing him in the parking lot of that Wendy's restaurant.
And we're still working to bring you that body cam video live on air. In the meantime, though, you can watch it on our CBS 46 YouTube page. We do have the other video that you see on the left-hand side of your screen. This is witness video, and we also have the surveillance video that was released by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation earlier today. I think one question we need to bring up and address is, where do we go from here? What is next in this case and in this investigation? So we know that protests are continuing into the early mornings, early Sunday morning, as officers stand on the front lines with protesters as they continue to set fires down there on University Avenue. We know that the GBI is still working this investigation. They're gathering all that evidence. Now they have at minimum, 3 different versions and 3 different angles of this shooting of Brooks. And so now they have to take all of this and bring it to the desk of Fulton County District Attorney Paul Howard. He will then take over from there and bring about any charges if he sees fit. Once again, he did tweet earlier today that his own investigators were also out at the scene last night, or Friday night, I should say, when this first happened, doing their own investigation. But this is just the beginning, Rick. We have to realize that this is just started on Friday. We're in Sunday morning, and this is just the beginning of this case, this local case that we now have of police brutality, one that is certainly making national headlines.
That's correct. And all eyes are going to be on the investigators and the prosecutor to see exactly how this is handled. We should say that this is a prosecutor who has not shied away from charging police officers, as we saw in the charges that were leveled against the officers involved in the tasing of that young couple during the protests a week plus ago. And that was something that caused a lot of problems within the department, that the officers had been charged while trying to calm protests. And we heard from, there was a story that our colleague Jamie Kennedy broke around that time, that the officers from other jurisdictions who had come to Atlanta to help out with the protests no longer wanted to offer assistance because they were afraid that they might conduct themselves in a way that would lead to them being charged with some kind of a crime. But you're right. Those are the questions that need to be answered. And this is the very beginning of that investigation. So we'll see exactly what happens, Britt.
All right, so let's go back to the ground now, where we've had our team of reporters all day. Bobeth Yates, Yasmina Alston also there. We're going to head to Bobeth Yates first for another update as to what is going on. Where you are, Bobeth?
Well, right now, we've just moved out to the very center of the line. You can see that protesters are now once again kind of clashing with law enforcement. Earlier, this entire line kind of thinned out, and you could see officers very clearly. It was only like a few, but now they're back at it. They're yelling, they're confronting officers, and it just seems like, again, it has become heated again. So it's like it dies down, gets back heated, dies down, gets back heated. But again, the crowd is still thinning out. There's still a lot of people out here, but it was nothing compared to what it was maybe even 30 minutes ago, I would say. But now we actually have 2 sides. So you have this side here where I'm looking at. This is the on-ramp to 75. And if we swing all the way around to the other side, you can see on this end, protesters are also clashing with. We can see that protesters are also clashing with officers on this. So you see that officers are on this side also. But we're definitely dealing with a lot of protesters as they try to get a little bit more hectic. One thing I also realize is that there's a store here that is actually open. That Texaco station, or that actually not the Texaco, the Chevron station is actually open right now. That Chevron station is open and people have been going inside there and they're actually still selling items, and they have been open through this entire thing. So we're definitely seeing, one of the reasons that people are able to keep out. So, and protesters are definitely get a little bit high, a little bit more heated than they were earlier. But it's kind of a mixed bag because one moment they're up, one moment they're down.
All right, Bobeth.
So we're definitely seeing a lot.
Okay, stand by if you would. We want to get to this body cam video that we've been telling you about that we have just been able to turn around and get on the air. This is the body cam video from Officer Rolfe.
As hard as you can tell you to stop.
You see, this is a sobriety test
Stop. Very good.
where Rayshard Brooks is tested.
That's it. How many? Right.
Just take me home. I'm ready to go.
So you had about 1.5 drinks, but you don't remember what kind of drinks they were?
No, sir.
All right.
I really don't, Mr. Ross.
All right. I think you've had too much to drink to be driving. So put your hands behind your back for me. Yeah, put your hands behind your back.
Hey, stop fighting. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. You're gonna get tased. You're gonna get tased. You're gonna get tased. Stop. Come on, man. Stop. You're gonna get tased.
And that's it. We do not see the actual shooting in this video. You can see the body cam evidently falling off of the officer and then just sort of shooting straight up.
All right, so we're going to watch the video. Again, this is from Officer Rolfe's camera. This is the officer that was fired today from the Atlanta Police Department. We're just going to continue to watch it live right now. This is Rayshard Brooks. You see him standing here talking to officers. We'll let you listen to the audio.
You don't remember what kind of drinks they were?
No, sir.
All right.
I really don't, Mr. Ross.
So,
all right. I think you've had too much to drink to be driving. So put your hands behind your back for me. Yeah, put your hands behind your back.
and that is the struggle that the GBI was talking about when they addressed the media today. From there, that's when the other videos that we've been watching all day, the cell phone video and the surveillance video, really pick up. And we have more video right now that I've been told by my producer that we are downloading to really give us a full picture of what unfolded in those few minutes in the Wendy's parking lot where Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed. This is a live picture right now. Protesters are still face to face with officers. Officers have not moved. Protesters have not moved. I'm going to have to ask our field crews on the ground if Georgia State Patrol is still there. We do know they were providing some assistance and backup earlier today, but we have to see the status of those officers now that the crowds have thinned out. But these protesters are not budging. You know, the question is, how long will they stay out there? Will we see any more fires? Will they try to go back on the on-ramp to get back on the highway? We've seen all those things in the past maybe 30 minutes or so, and things that we didn't think that we would see again. So, you know, this is still a very unpredictable situation. Things have taken different turns throughout the past 25, 26 hours right now, and these protesters are still going strong, and police officers are still standing strong as well and not letting up. One thing we can say, though, that they've been willing to do is have dialogue and discussions with those protesters. We haven't, on our end, seen any tear gas deployed. I know our field crew said that they had heard that tear gas was deployed at some point, but since we've been live on air, from what we've seen, we have not seen that. We haven't seen any physical altercations or clashes with officers and protesters, and that is definitely something that we're happy about.
I think we have to talk about the tape, though. This is
right.
the body cam tape that we've just been able to turn around to show you, and we're going to get some more for you as well. What we see here, though, is very instructive, I think, and I am not a trained police investigator, but it does certainly appear as though the officers who were involved in the altercation with Rayshard Brooks seemed to be conducting themselves in a professional manner. There was certainly nothing that stood out from when they asked him to step away from his vehicle, to when they gave him the field sobriety test, which we saw, to the questioning about what he had had to drink, and then the explanation. As we take a look, this is more video now, and you can see that officer there in the picture that we're looking at is Officer Devin Bronson. And you can see his face right there.
Do we have audio for this video that we can play? Okay. Okay.
So it was while they were trying to cuff him, Brooks that is, that Brooks resisted. I mean, it's very clear, I think, that Brooks resisted being put in handcuffs and tried to break away from the police officers.
And the GBI said there was, some sort of tussle between officers and Brooks. The issue, though, that the family attorney has brought up is that when Brooks ran away with the taser, with apparently what seemed to be a taser, and turned around and pointed it at the officers, according to police, is that he was shot then, and they are asking why those shots were fired, being that the taser is not a lethal weapon. But we are learning exactly what led up to that incident. You can see Brooks in the car there. This is moments before he was shot and killed in the parking lot of the Wendy's. We hear officers ask him, if he's had any drinks tonight, how many drinks he's had. He's like, I really don't know. We saw him take that sobriety test.
So how did this car get here?
Here's some audio here.
I mean, it was here before I came. Like, this is my car. It's a rental car, my sister. But, I mean, like I told her, I came here, I met her here.
Okay.
From the beginning, and she picked me up. And, I mean, we went out.
So you met her here at the Wendy's?
Yes.
And then you went out with her?
Yes.
And then she came and dropped
back
you off?
Here.
Okay.
And, I mean, like I told her, I mean, hey, babe, I just want a burger or I want fries. She said, hey, no problem. I'll take you there.
All right.
You get your fries and you come back to the hotel.
Okay.
No
So
problem.
the reason why we're here is because somebody called 911 because you were asleep behind the wheel while you were in the drive-thru, right? You recall that?
I don't.
You don't recall that? You don't recall just minutes ago where you were passed out behind the wheel in the drive-thru? You don't recall that at all?
Absolutely.
Complete blur.
I wasn't driving. Like I said, I just drank. My girlfriend, she probably was sleeping, but like I said, babe, I want French fries.
So far as I'm aware, you're the only person that's been seen in this vehicle, right?
Yeah.
And you've been in the driver's seat the whole time. So how did the car get into the drive-thru line with you behind the wheel?
She drove here. I said, babe, I'm drinking.
In a black car.
In a black Volvo.
And you got into your car.
And I said, hey, you know what? No problem. I'll just meet you at the hotel.
Okay.
And she said,
all right.
Hey, get out.
Hold on. So after she drops you off here in her black car, your car was parked where?
Here.
Okay. So how did your car get from here to the drive-thru line?
I never moved.
So how did it get there?
It never did get there. I told you I was in her car.
Well, we've got a 911 call of people reporting a guy passed out behind the wheel in the line. This officer gets here and sees you. Everything's on camera. Sees you in the line.
Here in the line.
In the line.
I wasn't in the line. Did I pull you over in the line?
Well, you
walked up, you had to wake up, man.
You didn't pull him
right
over.
Here?
No, it was here. I had to wake you up.
Well, look.
Then you went back to sleep and I had to wake you up again.
Like I said, I'm sorry if Your Honor, I just got something to eat. I went to visit my mother's gravesite. I'm not causing any problems.
Well, we got to make sure that you're safe to operate a vehicle. Now, do you know where you are?
Yeah, absolutely.
Where
I'm
are
in
you?
Forest Park, Old Dixie Highway.
Old Dixie Highway in Forest
The
Park?
Home Lodge is there, right here. Subway.
Right. Subway, okay.
So it's a Subway right here. I'm cool. Like I said, I could.
So you think that you're in Forest Park right now?
I'm on Old Dixie Highway, Clayton County.
Right. No, you're not.
Well, Forest Park, Georgia.
No.
Jonesboro, Georgia.
No. And try again.
I have to. I mean, like I said, I'm on Old Dixie Highway.
Nope.
I'm not on Old Dixie Highway.
Nope. Quite a ways away from it.
Huh? This is a bridge is here.
Nope, no bridge.
No, I'm saying Old Dixie Highway.
You're not near Old Dixie Highway.
I'm not.
You're not even in Clayton County.
Where am I?
You're in Atlanta.
Yes. Old Dixie Highway.
Old Dixie Highway is not in Atlanta.
It's Forest Park, Georgia, right?
Right. This isn't Forest Park. This is Atlanta.
I mean.
Anyway, how much have you had to drink today?
I drank early.
Okay. How much have you had to drink?
That's when I had, one drink.
You're not being honest with me. How much did you have to drink?
I had one drink.
Be honest with me. Over the course of the entire evening, from the time you started drinking until your very last drink, how many drinks did you consume?
I had one drink.
What kind of drink was it?
A margarita.
Okay. How big was the margarita?
It was just a small cup.
A small cup?
Yes,
All
sir.
Have you taken any medication today?
No, sir.
Any drugs of any kind? Marijuana, cocaine, nothing like that?
No, sir.
Do you have any medical conditions, physical defects? Hold on, let me finish. Do you have any medical conditions, physical defects, or injuries that would affect your ability to walk, balance,
sir.
or operate a vehicle safely?
I'm okay.
Nothing whatsoever?
No, sir.
No issues I need to know about?
No, sir.
All right. Could you just take your hat off for me? Just leave it in your car for me. You just leave it in your car. Can you step out with me, please?
Yes, sir.
Just walk back here. Do you have any weapons on you or anything like that?
I don't have anything on me.
Is it okay if I pat you down? Just make sure.
I have just money, gas, and that was it.
Is it okay if I pat you down to make sure you don't have any weapons?
Absolutely.
All right, can you just turn around, face away from me real quick? What is this? It's just a bunch of money in your pocket?
It's just my wallet.
What's all this?
It's your money.
How much money do you have in your pocket?
I mean, maybe a couple $100.
Okay. Just like a bunch of ones and stuff. Here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just walk over here with me, please.
This is Wendy's.
Yes, this is Wendy's.
Yes, I do remember.
You can see the sign, right?
Absolutely.
All right.
I just came to get something to eat.
You mind just put your phone on the trunk of your car? I don't want you to have anything in your hands.
All right.
All right, so no medical conditions, no injuries, no physical defects. Anything.
No,
Are you comfortable
sir.
walking in these shoes?
Absolutely. Well, they're brand new. I just bought them.
Can you walk in them without falling, stumbling, anything like that? Staggering? You walk in them okay?
I just bought them.
Can you walk in them okay?
I mean,
you don't have to show me. I'm just asking. Are you comfortable walking in the shoes?
I mean, they are comfortable, but
I just like to do some field sobriety tests, and if you'd prefer, you can keep them on. If you're more comfortable with it, you can take them off.
I hadn't been, like I said, I hadn't been operating this vehicle.
Yeah, you have. All right, so.
So she came here. I got in the car. She parked. I have no problem. Like I said, I was just trying to get me something to eat.
Okay.
And go back to my hotel.
All right. Well, we have a police officer that actually personally witnessed you operating the vehicle, so we know you're operating the vehicle. All right. But are you comfortable walking in the shoes?
All right, so you're watching just one of the videos that we just got into our newsroom. This is body cam video from one of the officers who responded to the 911 call of Rayshard Brooks in the parking lot of a Wendy's off of University Avenue. You can watch the full body cam video with audio on our CBS 46 YouTube page. But what we just saw, we saw this from the very beginning, officers approaching Rayshard Brooks and him having a conversation with officers. They, ask him repeatedly, do you know where you are? He says that he believes he's in Forest Park. He says Jonesboro. He says Clayton County. And officers tell him, no, you're in Atlanta. And what you're watching right now is that tussle between officers and Brooks that was reported by GBI. But just to give you another recap of the video, so they were talking for a pretty long time, Rick. They were going back and forth. I think they even laughed at some point, making jokes. And he was trying to explain. Brooks was trying to explain that his girlfriend had dropped him off in a black car, a black Volvo, dropping him off at the car. Officer said, no, we got a 911 call that you were actually asleep in the drive-thru of that Wendy's, and he had no recollection of that at all.
Well, it's just very sad to watch, knowing
Absolutely.
that these are the final moments of this young man's life, knowing that the officer whose voice we hear asking the questions is moments away from firing his weapon and firing fatal shots at Mr. Brooks. It is just a very sad scene. As we take a look at these live pictures now, again, Bobeth Yates is down amongst the protesters there who continue to be out on the streets. There is no curfew in place for tonight. And Bobeth, we see a number of fire engines and ambulances making their way into the scene there. What's going on? Do you know?
No, they're actually leaving the scene. They were actually in the back of the Chevron station in the back. They're pulling out. They're heading away. And it seems as if, as they left, a large crowd also of protesters also started to leave. But I keep saying the crowd is thinning out, but there's still a lot of people out here. And as some leave, others are coming. In fact, we just had one protester that had a bullhorn, started yelling, justice, no peace, and the entire crowd kind of started chanting along with them. A crowd that had been sitting down all of a sudden got energy once more, and they are back at it, confronting police officers. And, that line of officers are still being met with angry protesters as they come out here just trying to voice their concerns. But if you look down the street where those fire crews are, you can see there's still a large group, people walking away from the scene. But again, there is still a lot of people here.
All right, Yasmina, thank you so much. We're going to head to, Bobeth Yates. We're going to head to Yasmina right now to see what she's seeing from her vantage point. Yasmina? Yasmina, can you hear us?
We're talking. You guys hear me?
We hear you very faintly. I think that's you.
Okay.
I believe on the opposite side of what Bobeth just showed, but what we just saw happen was SWAT actually, it looked like they escorted the Atlanta Fire Department over near where the Wendy's is. I can't see them anymore from where we are now, but keep in mind we still had that fire in that area behind where the Wendy's was, which I was hearing that fire was a dumpster. I haven't confirmed that yet, but we did see another small fire back there. So again, in the last 5 minutes or so, Atlanta SWAT escorted the Atlanta Fire Department into this area so that those fire trucks could get back here and, of course, get any of those fires that we're seeing out. Brittany?
How many police and law enforcement do you see right now? Just sort of set the scene with how many protesters you see and what police are doing. The images are kind of dark as we get into the early hours of the morning.
So the area that you're looking at over there, and I think they're throwing more of the fireworks now, but the area you're looking at over there, I think I saw maybe 2 of the SWAT trucks drive over there and maybe 1 Atlanta police car. Most of that police presence is back here near the interstate where they've been set up on some of the ramps to keep people from getting onto the interstate. So I think mainly the goal with that movement that we saw was to get the Atlanta Fire Department back to some of those working fires.
And did we just see some fireworks being set, Yasmina?
Yes, you did. Yeah. So, yep, there's one. Oh, that looked like it.
Can you turn the camera to the left a little bit?
Can you turn the camera to the left a little bit, where the fireworks are? Yeah, so we've been seeing this throughout the night, really, those fireworks being thrown, which always catches everybody off guard. But yeah, we did just see someone throw a firework over there. Hopefully everyone made it out of the way.
And Yasmina, does it seem to you, and it might not be easy to answer, that these are new protesters that have come down as the night has gone on, or are these folks that have been out there all night long?
So from what I'm seeing, it looks like a new group of people from what we saw originally this afternoon when we saw the protests and interviewed one family to the groups that we're seeing now. I think a lot of people are coming and going as the night goes on.
Well, it's interesting that there might be some new pockets of protesters arriving at the scene, just as law enforcement seems to be moving in the opposite direction and sort of leaving this space open. There still is law enforcement. I think we all think about the protests of the last several weeks, and a couple of major differences. First of all, We know that there were curfews in place for most of the heaviest protests that took place in the city of Atlanta after the death of George Floyd. Curfews were put in place. And then we also saw the Georgia National Guard that was brought in as a result of an executive order declared by Governor Brian Kemp that allowed members of the Georgia National Guard to actually assist with law enforcement to get those streets cleared during protests over the last several weeks. Neither of those things, not the curfew and not the National Guard, is in place tonight. And so that's why you see sort of these stragglers that are just, milling about, people that have come out on a summer evening, and they're upset and they're not going anywhere.
And that's exactly what we saw on night one, in downtown Atlanta. We had no curfew and no National Guard, and then that changed by night two. What you're seeing on your screen now, left side is our live image, right side is another look at the body cam video that we got a few hours ago, and we just aired online, and it's on our social media as well, so you can watch it in full. But this shows the moments that led to Mr. Brooks's death. This is where that struggle happens right now, and the body camera, we believe, according to Vic Reynolds, actually fell off during the altercation. It looks like right now, though, we need to go to our live images. It looks like something is being thrown.
It's like they're breaking some windows.
Yeah, Yasmina, can you tell us what's happening?
Yeah, Brittany, so literally within the last couple of minutes, someone started throwing something through the gas station, that to-go store there, and the entire group went over and they're breaking those windows. Everyone's running over, you can see that now. They were all over at the liquor store and have now moved across the street to what you're looking at now. So they are in fact breaking the windows to this business.
Do you know what kind of business it is and where is it in relation to the Wendy's?
It looks like the convenience store for the gas station. It's called a to-go store. Now everyone's running back this way. I'm not sure what happened over there, but it is a convenience type store, and it's right next to the Wendy's. So we see that gas station, and then we've got the Wendy's over there.
And that does look like we see some smoke there. I'm not sure if you could see it from your vantage point, but it looks like it could be some kind of a smoke bomb from the police.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but whatever it was, it made everyone run back over this way and stop throwing stuff at that store over there. So,
all right, we have Bobeth Yates, who has another angle of the same situation. See if she can see what is happening on that side.
Well, Brittany, I'm at opposite side. I'm a little further back from Yasmina, closer to the line where officers and protesters have kind of clashed. If you look at my line now, there's only a handful of protesters that are standing alongside this line of officers. They have all moved over towards Yasmina, where that to-go store is. And right now, it does seem as if that was some sort of pepper spray or something that has been launched. And fire crews and it seems to be police officers are lining the street. And the crowd is now starting to make their way back towards me. But for the most part, everyone ran off down towards that to-go store and left this line of officers here. Surprisingly, the officers here did not move. They did not try to follow the crowd. They kind of stood their ground at this entrance to 75. And now you can see the group starting to come back up. Many of them were hit with tear gas, and they're covering their face, covering their eyes, and they're running away. I think at this point they're not even coming back to this area. They're running past me and walking down the street, leaving. So I think that's what it took to get them to kind of move. Because you can see now, look, they're going past where the crowd is and making their way on the other side of the bridge where we started maybe 4 hours ago. And that smoke is actually coming towards us.
All right, Bobeth, we want you to be safe, but you can see people running, covering their eyes. You can see someone actually just put some liquid on their eyes. They're covering their mouths. and covering really their faces as they run from the building. As the reporters told us, that was just vandalized. They threw something into the convenience store that was by the gas station, which, to give you a reference point, is near the Wendy's where Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed, Rick.
Well, you know, we were wondering when this would happen, and I guess this is it. Police deciding at 1:44 or thereabouts on a Sunday morning that it was time, that they were no longer going to allow the protesters out. And certainly not when they began to throw rocks and other items at that storefront. You know, as long as they were protesting peacefully, it didn't seem like the police had any problem with that. But as soon as they began to destroy private property, really within a minute or less, we saw the deployment of that device, whether it was a smoke bomb or tear gas or whatever it was, we don't know. But that was really, that crossed a line for law enforcement, and it led to them you know, using tactics that we had not yet seen. And this is what happens. You see the folks, it's very painful. You were there, Brittany. You experienced this. I did not, but it sounds awful to have to breathe this stuff in.
It is, and you could see just by the visual evidence that you're watching on your screen right now, the protests that we saw, the hundreds of people that were standing face to face with officers is no more. That crowd has dispersed. It looks like on the right side we're walking with protesters as they walk away from wherever that tear gas was deployed, and we heard even our own reporter just coughing right then. The thing is now, what usually happens, Rick, if we're looking at protests in the past couple weeks, is that crowds disperse, but then they come back or they relocate somewhere else.
Right.
So now it's a matter of, if at 1:45 in the morning on a Sunday, are you going to go back to this same location? Are you going to go back to where officers are standing and where they're standing guard? Or are you going to go home? Or are you going to relocate and congregate at a different location? So we're looking at officers right now. Protesters, from our vantage point, this is a pretty tight shot, have not made their way back to that front line of officers. If you can imagine, that's where they were standing, having those discussions, having those dialogues. But in the last 15 minutes, as we just saw live on air, things took a turn, and that is what we've been sort of talking about for the past 4 or 5 hours. Things can change so easily in these situations. They are so fluid, and this is me talking as a person that's been on the ground with you know, my colleagues out there. You just never know what's going to happen. So when we would talk to the reporters and ask them, what do you think is going to happen? They truly don't know, because things can change in an instant. This is a live look on the left-hand side of our GDOT camera. It looks like I-75-85 northbound at University Avenue. This is the scene where protesters actually shut down. I know it seems like a long time ago, but around 9 o'clock today, since we first went on air live, protesters went onto the highway and shut it down. They were standing in a straight line. No cars could get through. More protesters, you know, filed in behind them, and they did that for about an hour and a half before you know, officers moved in, advancing towards them with their shields that we see them with now, with their helmets that, again, they are wearing now, and moving towards those protesters. We did see several protesters get arrested live on camera. It was not an arrest where they were you know, pushed to the ground or anything like that. Their face was in the ground, but it wasn't a violent arrest from what we could see. Of course, we're working to learn exactly how many arrests were made. We know that just in the last few weeks, more than 500 people were arrested. 500 protesters were arrested, according to Atlanta police. So that number, of course, has since grown because of tonight's arrest. What you're looking at right now, it looks like a tank of some sort with protesters around it yelling at men in uniform. We know that tear gas was just deployed, so protesters are scattered. Where will they go next is the big question. Hopefully one of our reporters on the ground can answer that question and let us know what they're seeing. Bobeth or Yasmina, can you fill us in?
Actually, we're going to give them a little bit of a break, because I'm told that both of them have actually breathed in some of the chemicals that were released into the air. So we want to give them a chance to catch their breath.
Oh, absolutely.
And clean their eyes. But you're right. I mean, it's sort of like David and Goliath here. You see these protesters, you know, maybe a dozen or so of them on the right-hand side of your screen, sort of, shouting into the wind in a way, shouting at these members at that tactical vehicle and the law enforcement officers, the SWAT team members, or whoever it is that are down there on the scene. They are adamant to keep these protests going, even as we continue to see a number of other people disperse and go, perhaps go home or go in another direction. One of the things that we saw, Brittany, in the protests that you were covering a couple of weeks back was the ability that the police had not just to disperse the crowds initially with a tear gas or something, but to also then do a sweep of the streets, almost like a grid going up and down literally every single street to make sure that any protesters who may have tried to sort of hide out and wait for things to die down so that they could come back out. The police wanted to make sure that that was not the case, that those people were not able to come out and cause any more damage. But here we just simply don't have those numbers. We don't have, there's certainly a lot of law enforcement out there, but not what we saw a couple of weeks ago. Like we said, the National Guard is not there as well. And they provided a big boost, not just tactically, but also just in terms of sheer intimidation factor, I guess. If
force.
You were a protester out in the street looking to cause trouble, and all of a sudden you see all of those men and women in uniform coming at you, it might cause you to think twice before going ahead and doing anything. But things do seem to have calmed down a bit as we come up on about 10 minutes before 2 a.m. Sunday morning. It's been a long night. Saturday was a long day for the protesters, also a day in which we saw and learned of the resignation of longtime Atlanta Police Department Chief Erica Shields, who stepped down from her position after many years with the department, over 20 years plus with the department. She has resigned her position. But that, not enough as far as these protesters are concerned, some of whom we see now, inside one of those gas stations that are nearby, going inside, and we don't know exactly what we're looking at because it's obviously there's a lot in our way. But if this is similar to what we have seen in the past, perhaps there is some looting going on. Again, we hope that's not the case, but it looks like it may be.
Right, they are inside the store. We see several people. We just saw a person try to throw a rock. There he goes again at the window or the door of that store. We're working to learn what store this is and where this store is. If producers can work to get that information just to give a reference point. But more people are descending upon this store as some people are inside, some people are outside, now throwing rocks repeatedly. Looks like he's going to continue to pick up and throw that rock until that window and that glass breaks. So, of course, we're going to hang on this shot so we can see what develops and what happens. This is 24 plus hours of protests here in Atlanta. This is the turn that it has taken. We've been talking about this all night. We didn't see it up until now at 2 a.m. Sunday morning. This is the Food Mart, it looks like. I'm looking at the Texaco station just by the Wendy's. If we can go back to that shot just so we can see what's happening. But we saw some people trying to break into
here we go.
Right, here we go with the officers in riot gear. This is a scene that we've seen over and over again when those buildings begin to get vandalized. Officers come out in that show of force, Rick, that you were talking about. They have their bats, their batons, they have their face shields and their gas masks, and they have what I'm assuming are zip ties on their waist, as they always carry those. So they are advancing towards the group of people who are in that area, some of which are trying to break into a building. Let's see where they go. Let's see where they're headed and what they do next. If we can zoom out a little bit. Oh, and look who's behind them. We have more officers, Atlanta police in different riot gear as they continue to move forward. And we're just going to continue to follow them. This is all developing at 1:53 in the morning. It was mainly peaceful up until this point. We did have a couple of fires that were set, but in terms of the interactions between police and protesters, it was peaceful. But we know that we had tear gas just a few minutes ago where even our reporters were impacted by that. And we saw people running and coughing and covering their mouths. And officers right now moving towards that convenience store at the Texaco, it looks like, as some people were outside throwing what seems to be a rock or some sort of hard object at the window or the door of that food mart. It looks like they were going to continue to throw it until that glass shattered. Officers, though, are not having it. They have moved closer to that store, and we're going to hang on this shot just so we can see exactly what they do next. Of course, we see their gas masks on, so we can connect the dots there, and we know what has happened before. So right now, it looks like they have that entire perimeter. If we're going by our images on our screen right now, we're going by our photographers on the ground. Looks like that entire perimeter around the Texaco, which is very close to the Wendy's, by the way, has been blocked off and is now surrounded with Atlanta police officers. And honestly, Rick, these officers came out of nowhere. These are not the officers that we saw before in Bo Beth Yates's shot and Yasmina Alston's shot and live shots. These officers came out of nowhere. So they are definitely here. There's several of them as they descend upon this area where people are trying to and successfully did break into a convenience store there.
It's sort of like the arrival of the cavalry. They came in and they began to push these riders out, and this is where protesters go from being protesters to being criminals. And we've just watched it with those people who were participating in trying to break the windows and break into that convenience store. And that seems to be the red line. Law enforcement will not let the protesters cross. They do not want to see any destruction of property. And that is when they move in. We had those images of the convenience store with the people inside looting. And I would say it was probably, we had those shots for less than a minute. And then all of a sudden we saw that line of officers carrying batons moving their way towards those people who were destroying that private property there. So that is really, that's going to be, that's going to be a line that the police will not let the protesters cross. As we take a look at, perhaps here's a young man that may have found himself under arrest. It's a little hard to tell by what we're looking at here, but police evidently moving him, taking him, you can see, in a different direction away from those crowds. They are trying to clear the scene. We've mentioned, though, that the state troopers are there now as well. We've mentioned that there is no curfew in place. So in terms of enforcing something and telling people they must get off the streets, it's something that the police are, they do not have a curfew that they can point to. But clearly, as soon as someone begins to take part in the destruction of property, that is against the law, and that gives these officers the opportunity to lawfully go in and get these people out of there.
And it looks like something is happening to the right of the screen, just behind that SWAT truck, so it's hard to see, as we saw some officers grabbing a man by his arm and walking him to a certain area. It looks like to have a conversation. We don't know if he's being detained or whatever else. Something is unfolding behind that SWAT truck there as more protesters looks like are walking up the ramp or some sort of ramp right now. This is a pretty tight shot, so we're trying to get an idea of what's going on. It looks like some people are by that food mart or by a convenience store. More officers now descending upon this area. This is such a different area. Looks like we do have Bo Beth Yates. Is she ready? Bo Beth Yates on the left side of our screen is standing there. Bo Beth, what's going on? A lot has happened. What's going on? A lot has happened.
Yeah, definitely it was. Like when the chaos ensued and they started breaking into that store, they let out a tear gas. That plume was extremely strong, and folks started fleeing. We were overcome to a point where our throat, our eyes, everything was burning. And I think being under this overpass made it worse. And that plume just made everything kind of a little bit stronger. Then now what has happened is the group that ran away are slowly trickling their way back, and they're trying to get to the other side. And as a few of them made it through, now officers are stopping them, saying they cannot pass. These people are saying that they're trying to get to their home and they live on the other side and they can't. Now, also, we've also seen or heard officers get on the intercom saying, please disperse, go home now. You need to go home now, which makes us believe that they're about to let go another round of tear gas. But again, you have a group of protesters here saying they live on the other side and they cannot get through because officers aren't letting them. Well, now they're letting a few of them through. They're letting a few of them through. They're letting them walk through. A couple of them are holding their hands up to show that they don't have anything. Now they're saying no. Now they're saying no, and they're pushing them back. I think there's a little bit of a confusion because the group at the front, the officers at the front told them they could go through. Then the ones on the back told them no. So now the whole group that claims they live on the other side of this are stuck here. They say they can't go home, even though officers are on intercom saying, you know, disperse, disperse. So I'm not really sure what exactly is going to happen now, but hopefully they do not throw another round of tear gas because of the overpass. It's just extremely strong, and it just gets trapped underneath that overpass, and it's just been really, like for us, it was difficult. In fact, one of the protesters had to pour milk on both me and my photographer, Eric Sanders, because we were just overcome. Our throats were burning, our eyes were burning, and to be honest, I think this was stronger than what they were throwing last week, because last week was nothing like this. I mean, this was a lot.
Bobeth, if you can, and I don't want you to talk too much if it burns, so let me know. But if you can, walk us through what has unfolded in the past few minutes from the first deployment of tear gas, and then the looting, and so much has happened. If you can just walk us through that timeline.
Well, it all happened in probably less than 10 minutes. You know, as you saw, for hours, they were just on this line where officers were lining the on-ramp where 75 is. A group started making their way south towards the gas station. The Citgo, or the BP gas station, has a store out front, I should say, that's called To Go. As protesters started throwing, I guess, rocks and breaking the glass and getting inside that store, then officers started to respond. They threw the tear gas, the plume just started moving towards us, and I mean, as it got to us, it was just so strong. I mean, we had to be over 100 feet away from where it was, and you can still feel it. And then as we ran away from it, it still was strong. And going underneath the overpass, I think, just made it worse. Like, everything burned, your eyes, your throat. Like, I could not speak for a good moment.
As we take a look at these protesters, they're sort of standing by the side of the road. Bobeth, are those are the protesters that claim that they can't get home because the officers won't let them go where they want to go?
Yeah, so this group is claiming they live on the other side of this street. A lot of them are here trying to reason with law enforcement, saying, hey, you're telling us to disperse. We live over there. We're trying to get over there, but they will not let them get past. And there's a group on both ends of this intersection, and no one is being allowed through at this point. At one point, they started to let people through, but that was like the front line. And then the back line was like, no, push them back. And now they're just gathered on the side, not sure really what to do.
Bobeth, do you still see Georgia State Patrol officers out there?
No, it looks like they're gone. They were blocking the street earlier on the other side where we started, but cars started coming down the street, so I'm assuming they're no longer blocking the highway. Or I should not the highway, University.
And Bobeth, I mean, after deploying the tear gas or whatever it was that they put out there, How would you describe the interactions now between some of these stragglers and law enforcement? Is it just them trying to plead their case? Let us go home.
Yes, for the most part. There is a couple people that, like this one young lady in the pink, I don't know if you could see her. She has her hands up and she's just hasn't spoken to them, but she's just, she was just kind of upset because she's just like, why would you get to this point? But you have to also understand they were very peaceful prior to any business being broken into. And then when that happened is where the tear gas came out. So a lot of these people have just been saying, you know what, if you want us to go, let us go now. Let's go home, but we can't do that unless we pass your barricade.
Beth Yates down among the protesters for us. It is just after 2 a.m. Saturday night, Sunday morning, and we are watching the protests that have been taking place for the better part of the last 24 hours after the death of 27-year-old Rayshard Brooks. Sparked a new wave of protests, more protests in a city where tensions were already high after a week plus of protests that were sparked by the death of George Floyd at the hands of police in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Protests that have been taking place all over the country, pleading for reform, for justice, for better treatment of minorities at the hands of law enforcement here in this country. And it seemed as though we were sort of reaching a point of understanding, perhaps, where there was the beginning of a growing acceptance that change was needed. We've heard from many lawmakers who are pushing for a hate crimes bill at the state capitol here in Atlanta. Georgia, one of only 4 states that does not have a hate crimes law on the books, and that has been gaining momentum. A number of changes have been afoot, but then Friday night we learned of the death of Mr. Brooks, who was unarmed at the hands of 2 white police officers in the parking lot of a Wendy's restaurant on the south side of Atlanta. This is a young man who tried to resist his arrest and get away from police. There was a tussle that eventually resulted in Rayshard Brooks being shot at. We're told that perhaps 3 bullets fired at Brooks by one of the officers involved. That officer has been fired now. But there is new body cam video that has been released just within the last several hours that we have been showing on our website, cbs46.com, also on our streaming app. It gives new vantage points and new angles that investigators will be using as they try to piece together exactly what happened, what led up to the death of this young man, why was deadly force used, and was it justified? That's what we will be hearing from investigators and also from the prosecutor, who ultimately has to make the final decision as to whether or not these officers should be criminally charged for their actions in the death of Mr. Brooks, who we should mention had fallen asleep in his car. That's the reports were that people had called 911, that there was a man asleep at the wheel in the drive-thru at the Wendy's restaurant. It was causing a backup with other vehicles, other customers, and so police came out. And one of the body cam videos that we have that we will have been showing really gives you a real good sense of the conversation between Rayshard Brooks and the officers prior to the shooting, where you really do hear the officers. You can hear the way that they talk to Mr. Brooks. I think that most people would agree. They spoke to him in a very professional tone, tried to piece together a story that he was telling them that didn't make sense, frankly. He was claiming that he had not been behind the wheel of the car, that someone else had dropped him off there. He didn't know where he was when officers tried to to ask him where he was located. He gave several incorrect answers, didn't even know the county that he was in, thinking that he was someplace that he wasn't. So clearly there was something that was impairing Mr. Brooks's behavior. Officers even giving him the opportunity to say whether he had any medical conditions or injuries or anything that might have been causing him to give these incorrect answers. And then he failed a field sobriety test, and that was when the officers decided that, as we take a look on the right-hand side of the screen, law enforcement at that overpass that we've been talking so much about. But that was when officers decided to cuff Mr. Brooks, and it was during that moment when they tried to apprehend him and cuff him with his hands behind his back that Brooks broke free from them. The scuffle between them took place. At some point, Brooks was able to get his hands on one of the officers' taser guns, and you can see in one of the videos that have been released as Brooks turns and tries to fire one of the tasers in the direction of the officers. You could see a spark, perhaps indicating that the gun did go off, the taser did go off, and then the fatal shots were fired by one of the police officers involved. And so these are the protests that have now stemmed from that, and it is now well into early Sunday morning, and there still is a pretty decent show of protesters on the street there, and an even stronger show of force from law enforcement that has decided that they're ready to shut this thing down.
Yeah, we're seeing more officers walking towards our cameras right now. Let's go to Yasmina Alston, who can give us a better idea of what's happening.
Yeah, Brittany, you can see that now police have moved into that area where we initially saw protesters. A lot happened in the last 30 minutes. There was tear gas, which was pretty bad. But the majority of the protesters that were here have been moved away from this area. I am still hearing some yelling, but for the most part, they've been cleared. Back to you guys.
All right, Yasmina, and you really do just see an overwhelming show of force. These are the officers with their shields moving through. We've seen law enforcement from a number of different agencies, that all of whom have responded to these protests. There's the Wendy's restaurant where Mr. Brooks was killed on Friday night, where he died on Friday night. That restaurant has been burned to the ground. We saw a number of other fires in the nearby vicinity, the neighborhood. There was perhaps a trash dumpster that was lit on fire as recently as about a half an hour or so ago. Tear gas was deployed once we saw the looting, once we saw the destruction of private property at a couple of gas stations there on the scene. That's when the police moved in and they released the tear gas. But here is a real clear shot. I don't know whether, Bobeth, you're able to hear us. We see you.
I'm here.
Okay, so what are we looking at? What is this? Describe it for us.
This is a law enforcement. I'm not sure which one, but they're literally walking from under the overpass, and they're walking past, and they're literally moving officers and everyone, and they're telling everyone to move at the moment. We're literally guiding us as they kind of sandwich in the protesters in between the other line of officers, and you can hear them making noise as they walk and as they're walking by us. So they're stopping right now. There's only maybe a handful of protesters still out here, but the group has met the other group of protesters. Officers are in front of us right now. They're telling us we have to move, and as they walk right in. But right now they've literally come upon the other group of law enforcement, and no protesters are here at the moment. They're literally just lining the group, and as they make their way in, they're telling everyone that is still around they have to move. I want to say I only see maybe 5 protesters out here, and So you really have law enforcement lining with the other group of law enforcement.
So, Bobeth, you see a couple of protesters to the left really sandwiched between these two lines of law enforcement here. Are these the only people that you see, just to double check, the only people that you see that are not law enforcement outside right now?
Yes, there's right now it just seems to be what, 4. There was another 5th one, but that seems to be walking away. There were a larger group here, and they actually begged the officers that were here as the other group of officers walked down. They were begging them, saying, hey, can you let us through? And one of the officers broke line, came out, and escorted them on the back side of the officers that were lining the street as the other group marched down the street. So all of those protesters that were, saying, hey, we're trying to get to a car, we're trying to get home, they were escorted by what I believe is an Atlanta police officer to the other side. Now you just have the 2 group of law enforcement and just 3 protesters sandwiched in between. And it seems like those 3 are now being allowed to leave.
Bobeth, do you know what they're saying to each other? Can you hear?
Well, the protesters in the pink is saying that you told us we couldn't leave, so we were standing here, and now you have the other group yelling at us, telling us we need to leave. So we wanted to leave in the first place, and you didn't let us. But, you see one individual has her hands up just in case. But at this point, they were the last protesters here. You can see the line that was originally here now starting to break up a little bit. The new line of officers that started to march down, they're still in formation. I can't really make out what they just yelled, but they definitely seem like they're going to continue walking down the street, making sure there aren't any protesters just lingering around anywhere.
And that's the sweep that Rick was talking about just a few minutes ago, that we see the tear gas deployed. We see them getting all the protesters out from a certain area, and then they do a sort of sweep through all of the streets, the main streets of the area, and then the side streets as well. This protest that has been going on since Friday night definitely has had so many ups and downs. We had moments of chaos and moments of calm, and this is a moment of calm right now as we empty these streets, empty the street of University Avenue. Several hours after this protest first started, we do not see a protester in sight, nothing but law enforcement, nothing but shields and batons. We have vests, and we also have those helmets as well as they move through those streets, and protesters are told to leave, Rick.
I'm just amazed, I think, at the professionalism of the police. This is what they train for. This is what they're supposed to do. And, we have not seen any kind of, violent confrontations between the police. We have not seen any of the officers need to use their batons or any of the other weapons that they have at their disposal. They have just simply been moving in the direction that they want to move in, trying to get the protesters to move in the direction they want the protesters to move in. And it really has been carried out in a way that I think has been very effective and very professional. And of course, this comes at a very difficult time for law enforcement here in the city of Atlanta, very difficult time for the Atlanta Police Department. The chief of that department has just stepped down, resigning on Saturday. There is an acting chief in place, but a lot of questions about exactly what is the future for the department. Where do they go from here? What will new leadership bring with them when they come on board? And they will. This is something that a lot of officers, they are human beings. And they are very upset. I mean, I have not been in touch with any law enforcement sources today, but I know from, talking to a lot of them over the last couple of weeks that, that they are very upset that there are bad apples in their ranks. officers that engage in the kinds of behavior that can sometimes lead to these kinds of protests. Now, whether or not the officers who were involved last night in the confrontation with Rayshard Brooks, whether or not they committed any crimes, we will have to wait and see. The district attorney in Fulton County will have the ultimate decision on whether or not to press criminal charges against these two officers, although we do know that one of them has already been fired. That's Officer Garrett Rolfe, who has been fired. We heard his voice. He was the one doing most of the talking with Rayshard Brooks when they initially confronted him and started asking him questions about, what he was doing there. That officer has been fired. Devin Bronson, the other officer, only a couple of years on the force, has been assigned administrative, basically desk duty, while this investigation is carried out by GBI. A lot of videotape to look at. We have the body cam video that we've just gotten over the last couple of hours that you can find on our website if you haven't had a chance to see it. It does not show the fatal shots, the firing of the fatal shots, but it shows what led up to it, including a breathalyzer test that we're told Rayshard Brooks failed, even though he claimed to have only had a drink. One margarita is what he told the police officer he had been drinking. The officer is very skeptical of that. And then here's where it all goes south. Watch this as they try to cuff him. He resists. The scuffle ends with the body cam falling off of the officer and pointing upwards, as you can see. But at some point, Rayshard Brooks gets a hold of one of the officer's taser guns and while running away, turns back to fire that taser gun in the direction of the officers, and that is when the fatal shots were fired, striking and killing Mr. Brooks.
And so the question that people are raising, including the attorneys for the family, which is Chris Stewart and Justin Miller, they're wondering why any gunshots were fired for a non-lethal weapon, which is in fact a taser. And so that's the question so many people are raising. I don't want to lose sight of why people have come out to protest in the first place, not only in Atlanta, but really in major cities all across the country. It's because of what we saw with George Floyd. It's because of what we saw with Ahmaud Arbery. It's because of what we saw with Rayshard Brooks on Friday night. They say that they are tired of black men dying, and they are tired of black people dying, and they're tired of the injustices and the inequalities with the black community and anyone who is not black. So we're going to look at this live picture right now just to get you up to speed as to what is happening live at 2:21 in the morning. It has been a long few days and a very early morning here as protests continue for maybe, what is it, Rick, 24, 25, 26 hours right now. Yeah. The scene has changed from mostly protesters. If you remember how many protesters had descended there upon that intersection and upon that street of University Avenue in front of the Wendy's. I think our reporter said at one point there were hundreds of protesters. Now it is all law enforcement as they walk throughout the streets. This is a live image right now of them doing that sweep that Rick was talking about. We've seen it in downtown Atlanta with protest after protest, week after week. As soon as they deploy that tear gas, as soon as they get every single protester out of that area, they walk the streets just to make sure they left no stone unturned and that there aren't any protesters that are still there. We're going to head out to our crews that are still out there. They've been doing a great job all night. Bobeth Yates is still at the overpass that is by the highway. The scene is cleared, Bobeth, right?
For the most part, yes. This street where you had all the protesters has been cleared. Right now, what we just learned was that group of law enforcement that was making their way down the street was from the Georgia Department of Corrections. They have gone onto a side street now where some protesters were still hanging out, and now they're trying to move them from there. But again, it's really just a handful of people, mostly officers. It seems like, I don't know if they just let off a tear gas or a firecracker, but they're approaching the protesters, and it's almost like a dead end. because behind the protesters, it seems to be like just overgrown bushes and just a fence. So they're continuing to march towards the last small group that's still there. And I'm hoping they will disperse soon without any incident.
Let's hope so. And as your camera pans around there, Bobeth, we look at these scenes, can you kind of give us the lay of the land, where the Wendy's is, where the gas station is, that was looted is? Where is it all located?
So if you look directly in front of us where you see those lights, that on the back side of that is where the Wendy's is. So you can see to the left, and then right next to the gas station that was looted is that BP is where the BP is on right next to the Wendy's, and that store that is connected to the BP is where the looting happened, right where it says to go.
And it looks like there is some
But right
damage
now
to
it's
that to-go store.
Yes, definitely. It definitely seems like the glass is broken out. You know, people were walking in there and coming back out. But what's funny is the Chevron is still open, and people are still going inside there to shop.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe you
so,
get a little
I mean,
thirsty
literally
doing all of
right next
this
door.
protesting. Well, we take a look
So,
at these
yeah, so it's
images,
really interesting.
and they are images that have become all too familiar here in Atlanta over the last several weeks, here in Atlanta and across the country as well, where we see massive law enforcement out on the streets trying to push protesters away after a night of protesting that began peaceful, but then got ugly, and that's really when law enforcement moved in, Brittany. They seemed more than fine hanging back and letting the protesters have their say as long as they wanted. It was when they started to go after the gas station and start
I want you to
destroying
focus on the tip
property,
of my finger.
that's when they had enough. On the right-hand side of the screen is the body cam video, and you can see right there, that is Rayshard Brooks, 27 years old, taking a field sobriety test that he failed. And it was the result of this failed test and other information gathered by the police officer that they decided to put him under arrest. They explained to him that they were concerned about his ability to operate a motor vehicle, that he had had too much to drink, and that he shouldn't be driving. And that is why they began to put him in cuffs. And it was while his hands were behind his back and the officer was trying to put the cuffs on that Rayshard Brooks resisted and broke free. And that is what led to the firing of those fatal shots.
Right, and we've seen on the video that he was running and turned around with that, what we believe to be was an apparent taser in his hand, turned around for a quick second, and that's when those shots were fired. Something else that we saw in this body cam video from another angle earlier today, Brooks and these officers were talking for a considerable amount of time as they asked him some questions. One question that they asked him was, can we pat you down?
Yeah.
And he said, oh, absolutely, absolutely. And he turned around and he put his hands on the car, it looked like, and he allowed officers to pat him down. They said, what's in your pocket? And he said, oh, just a stack of money, just a couple of hundreds. So this interaction, as we're looking at right now, was calm, cool, and collected between Brooks and those officers. They're still talking now. At some point, we heard them cracking jokes, but this is where, if you're watching live right now, things took a turn. This is a dash cam video just to show you another angle of that same that tussle, that confrontation between officers and Brooks as they tried to put him under arrest and put his hands behind his back, and he took them to the ground. You can see he's taking the taser out of the officer's hands. And we're watching this live. This is what happened on Friday night in the parking lot of the Wendy's off of University Avenue. This is what has led to all the protests we've seen since Friday night, now going into 2:27 in the morning on Sunday. The taser is grabbed out of one of the officers' hands, according to this video you're watching. And then that's when we see Brooks runs away. Another angle picks up, and we know that that surveillance video that we saw, if we can get to that, he turns around and he is shot. There it is. He turns around for a quick second, and that is when those shots were fired, killing Rayshard Brooks. You have a live look right now. These are the final images right now of University Avenue. It has seen a lot of ups and downs throughout the entire day, going into Sunday morning, as we don't see one protester in sight, but nothing but law enforcement descending upon that intersection.
Well, we are going to continue to follow this story, of course. It'll be very interesting to see and to hear from Mayor Bottoms on Sunday once the sun comes up to see whether or not she imposes a curfew as she did a week plus ago.